Recording in progress.
Honorable members of the NCOP, our Honorable Minister in our midst, Minister Kupai. I haven't seen any other. And those that who have joined us in a virtual platform, the Deputy Minister of Public Works, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, the MECs from our various provinces who are here with us today, the members of the executive councils, those are the MECs from provinces, and all our staff component, good morning. I am quite happy that we have convened through this ministerial briefing session on public infrastructure in preparation for the provincial week that we will be undertaking next week. And I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of ministers to this important session. Also acknowledge and appreciate as well the presence of our MECs from our various provinces, those who are here physically and those that have joined in virtually. We are meeting through this working session under the compelling theme that seeks to confront the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure projects to our communities. Gathered here today are relevant ministers and MECs who, through a collaborative effort, shall seek to unlock the development potential that still lies dormant and unattended in our communities.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honourable.
Chair, thank you very much. Point of order. It looks like you are now going ahead of the program. I was waiting for you to maybe make an apology for the fact that the meeting is starting 22 minutes after its scheduled time. Can I ask, please, Chair, out of respect for all the members of this House and all the MECs that are visiting, if we say a meeting starts at 10 o'clock, may we start the meeting at 10 o'clock, please? Thank you very much.
As I was saying, honourable members, as government, we have committed to increase the investment in large-scale social and economic infrastructure to drive growth and create opportunities for our people. From the outset, we must make it clear that our approach as NCOP is to ensure the delivery of public infrastructure to communities foregrounded by a comprehensive socio-economic transformation framework that invokes fundamental changes in the structure, system, and institution reproducing social disparities. We are also cognizant that South Africa remains the most unequal society in the world, and these deficiencies are clearly pronounced in the gaps and delivery of public infrastructure as a historic phenomenon. It is a phenomenon that ensures space making and infrastructure delivery is preserved for areas in the core cosmopolitan centers of South Africa to the detriment of the periphery in the far-flung rural areas where most of our people are found. This was also intended to reproduce by design levels of underdevelopment through the investment mechanisms that created the development impasse today. Thus, we look forward to ministers briefed to this House on progress that has been made on infrastructure built as a catalyst for economic growth and job creation. In this way, reconstruct public economies that can create a better life for all, whilst also acknowledging the progress that is noticeable on the ground insofar as infrastructure development is concerned. However, we are saying on behalf of the people of South Africa that more still needs to be done to ensure that the spatial planning that was systematically designed to disaggregate our communities is then integrated into one communities that enjoys and they are enjoined by the same benefits that they are enjoying jointly. This is because of our considered view that the infrastructure endowment is also related to economic development, meaning that the basic public infrastructure remains an important feature related to economic performance. To this end, this session must deliberately unmask the persistent structures, the design and institutional arrangements that are limiting the necessary turnaround in public infrastructure rollout. We need to really unlock the nature of the problem where these are by design or due to lack of state capacity. The task of reindustrialization for growth and development are initiatives that can no longer be postponed or left unaccounted. We are thus implored to consider any policy gaps that may be stumbling blocks, more particularly in the interface between all spheres of government. Ours is to ensure that we enhance the capability of the state to plan, to also budget and implement and develop growth catalyzing priorities. In this respect, our interventions must enact new perspectives that can rewrite current disparities. Ngugi wa Thiong'o underscores the necessity that we see things clearly. To see clearly is not only to look, but unmask possible falsities. It is to see differently, to see what is not visible, and to do things otherwise. Instinctively ways which things from the point of those who are underprivileged. Having said that, honorable members, I officially welcome you to this important session that will pave a way forward for the member of the NCOP as they go back to their respective provinces, engage with bread and butter issues that are related to infrastructure development in line with the government priorities. And accordingly, as they come back, they would have had a sense of appreciation of what is contained on the ground and what is it that needs to be done by this house. And by the way, also, what we need not lose sight on is the fact that we are representing and championing the interest of provinces in this national sphere. And therefore, it calls for us to advocate for policies that might be hindrances insofar as the development is concerned in our respective provinces. And we want to take this opportunity and implore upon members to go out there, do justice and do due diligence to the work that is before us in the best interest of our communities at large. Once again, honorable members, I want to take this opportunity and apologize on behalf of all of us for having starting 30 minutes later. I know that members were still coming in. We wanted to afford you an opportunity so that you can mingle and socialize, that the deliberations amongst yourself in preparation and planning for next week. And for that, we profusely apologize on behalf of everyone. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we now move on to the request that we will start with the Deputy Minister of Public Works to give us. The Deputy Minister, were you showing me someone? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, all right. Would request the Deputy Minister of Public Works to take the podium and take us through what has been happening insofar as the infrastructure development is concerned.
Thank you, Chairperson of the NCOP, the Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Kupai, members of the NCOP, MECs from our various provinces, representatives of SALGA, honorable members and all. We welcome the NCOP's gracious invitation for us as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to come and account on the progress on the work we are doing in confronting the challenges facing the delivery of infrastructure. The chosen theme for this discussion is more opportune because in our view, infrastructure is the foundation on which the future of our country is constructed. There is consensus that the bedrock and the cornerstone of any country's competitiveness, prosperity, and socio-economic well-being is infrastructure. In order for our country to realize economic success and improve quality of life of all citizens, we must pay attention to issues of infrastructure planning, execution, and maintenance. Infrastructure development transcends mere construction. It builds bridges that connect people with social amenities, market opportunities, but more so connect communities with each other. This connectivity is the lifeline of business, fueling the flow of goods, services, and ideas that grow, that gives birth to innovation and growth. Targeted infrastructure development in rural areas and townships marked by apartheid's legacy have a potential to ignite resilience of industrial and entrepreneurial activities. Hence, in the 6th administration, His Excellency President Ramaphosa called on the department to fast-track the implementation of rural infrastructure, especially through the Welly-Sizwe bridges. In the years since democracy dawned upon our land, South Africa has embarked on a transformative quest to redress the imbalances of the past. Sakhe kabusha isizwe sakithi. Kusukela kulokho kuningi osekwenziwe ukugxilisa i-infrastructure ze isize ukuthuthukisa imiphakathi nosomabhizinisi basemakhaya abebekade baneglethwa umbuso wobandlululo. These pioneers, who are the black industrialists and businessmen and women in rural and township, are shaping our economy, driving innovation, creating jobs, and opening new markets. In South Africa, we understand that the current challenges confronting us on infrastructure is the financial constraint, stalled project, crime, which others interpret as a construction mafia, and gap in infrastructure that can even hinder the promise of new development. The department is also the custodian of the state immovable asset, responsible for the construction, refurbishment, and maintenance of these public assets. The immovable asset portfolio under the custodianship of the department is approximately 30,000 land parcels on which close to 90,000 facilities are located. Through Infrastructure South Africa, we have a special purpose vehicle that lead infrastructure investment, assist with technical support to project sponsors to plan better, prepare and package their proposals such that they attract funding and generally get implemented within a reasonable period. Honorable Chair, we are the first to admit that a significant number of infrastructure investment and projects are currently not moving at a pace or speed that is required. This is something we can call ill afford. We can all ill afford in an environment of slow economic growth. This to us is a major obstacle and a hindrance in our drive to achieving an inclusive economic growth and create job creation. As the seventh administration, we're introducing and fostering new approaches to get projects finished on time and within budget. We will now turn into empirical findings on challenges that have hindered the development of infrastructure or stalled project. The issue of the consultant and the contractor project procurement by clients, it's one of those that are a problem. This is a traditional and a well-known model with procurement at the planning and construction stages of project. Projects are designed to the client requirements, and these provide for ability to select and design as well as be able to identify the contractor. So in case where projects are not well designed and expectations are not clearly defined by client department, that gives a problem. The design and build model, in this approach, procurement of a single source of the design and implementation is preferred. This is what others will tend to call the turnkey approach. This allows for the fast tracking of some deliverables as construction can commence at an even earlier stages. Contingencies are controlled by the design and the building firm. So it is not a monopolization per se, but it is a coordination where one entity design and oversee the implementation. Another problem is funding and budget constraint. These relate to limited resources, which have been found to hinder the planning and execution of projects, leading to delays and incomplete work. This is largely caused by diminishing fiscus and reduced budget allocation. In terms of projects within our portfolio, we have encountered a situation where projects cannot proceed beyond planning because of the lack of funding to commence with construction. This is a major risk which at times can lead to wasteful expenditure, especially when consultants have been employed to commence with design and planning. In some instances, payment cannot be processed due to the unavailability of adequate funds, especially from client departments. I believe we all understand what we talk about when we refer to client departments. We talk about the departments that are eventually gonna use that facility that is under construction. So we sometimes get constructed by correctional services or Department of Justice or police. Those are the source departments that provide funding. Another major factor relating to this point is what is called the scope creep, which often lead to cost overruns. There are many instances where projects have been delayed because of adjustment to the initial scope by client department, and that lead to overcost. But I must say, through ISA, there is one method that we have started which have worked better, which we called front-loading, wherein in a department that we know that it gets annual grants, we'll go out to the private sector, source the funding, and package the project through ISA, and get the investors to invest, then construct, and then we pay them over time. And that has worked properly for us in the human settlement project in Northern Cape. We are also going to be applying such an approach for education department in Limpopo and KwaZulu-Natal. Another major constraint or problem that constrain infrastructure is poor contract management. One major root causes and contributing factor to project delay is poor contract management. Weak governance practices is often the underlying cause of poor delivery. So we've seen a number of projects, but I must say these are not only in public space, even in the private space. And in the private space, because the private sector is not governed as the public sector, it has led to a number of challenges, such as what we've seen here in George, where about 39 people lost their life. And merely it was due to poor contract management. Defaulting contractors is one of the major challenges we are confronted with. Whilst it is not a unique South African problem, but an international built environment challenge, to us it has major developmental implications. We are driving a campaign to weed out shadow and corrupt contractors within our system. Contractor default at times due to delays in payment by various departments, the changing of scope of work, weather conditions, as well as high cost and failure to manage project by officials assigned the responsibilities. Another elephant in the room is that there are many contractors who win contracts in government by simple underbidding or underquoting. And at time, they will find that the work they are expected to do is huge than what they would have costed. These are instances where contractors have found ways to delay projects, and even in some cases, they will try to cost and claim for things that are not yet done. Corruption in government contracts is a huge problem, and it is sophisticated and therefore need a dedicated approach. In our space of public works and infrastructure, issues of budget control by user department is adding to existing problems. Also, budget cuts and inexperienced project managers are hampering the progress. We are introducing the following interventions to deal with this problem. Firstly, a panel of contractors is being put in place to ensure that once a contractor defaults, within a month, we get another contractor that can substitute that contractor who have defaulted, and then the work continues. The second approach is that of a turnkey, where we will be able to connect the planning, design with the implementation so that we fast track the process. Another challenge is that of construction site disruptions, which are characterized by extortions, leading to stoppages on project sites that we've seen in a number of areas. We've seen unbecoming behavior where criminals disrupt construction sites with demands for project funds under the pretext of 30% localization and the protection fees. This has given a bad image for the entire construction industry, which requires investment to address the infrastructure backlog. We have since been working persistently with law enforcement agencies to deal with organized crime in the construction industry. We have warmly welcomed the reinvigorated efforts and prioritization to eliminate this crime by our law enforcement agencies. Another point, the fifth point, is that of regulatory and permitting issues. This challenge relates to the navigation of complex regulatory frameworks, which have been found to be cumbersome and slowing down project approvals and impacting cost. In some instances, projects are delayed due to decisions not being made in time for project sponsors to achieve their target. Most of these challenges are experienced in municipal level where certain decisions relating to authorization, licenses and approval, such as, for example, municipal bylaws, bylaw confirmations, Section 6 and 7, Water Services Act, rezoning and building plans are delayed due to capacity constraint or delayed governance processes within municipalities. In this regard, to provide a solution, ISA has appointed provincial infrastructure coordinators to follow up on the processes of the required decisions with municipalities and assist in the unblocking processes. COGTA is also invited to the Strategic Integrated Project Steering Committee meetings where updates are provided and where they provide the relevant support in unlocking some of the decisions from municipalities. The sixth area will be that of stakeholder engagement. This requirement is necessary to balance the interest of various stakeholders, such as local communities, business, especially SMMEs, private investors. It is also important that we use stakeholder management to isolate corrupt officials and those in the private sector, as well as those criminals who extort and hijack projects. The department is implementing community facilitation with a view of providing accurate information about construction projects taking place in communities and how local enterprises and communities can benefit. Another issue that affects construction which give challenges is that of which have been called collusion. This issue have resulted into a situation where construction material in particular is so costly in the country because the industry of construction is monopolized by few, and this then impact on the cost of building. And it is often seen when you have a project that is led by government, it becomes costly, but when that project is owned by the private sector, it is more cheaper. These constraints the construction projects in our localities. We are prioritizing project management and coordination through ensuring that diverse teams are collaborating. We are building technical capacity, including addressing complex issues of environment. We are also dealing with the issue of supply chain management within the department in particular. The supply chain disruption and legislation can lead to delays in obtaining necessary material and equipment required for project delivery. Port congestion, for instance, has had a negative impact in the timely delivery of supply, pushing costs up in an environment of high inflation. Plans to ease the port congestion are being implemented, and there are positive signs already that this will augur well for the construction sector. Government is also supporting the moving from road to rail strategy. We are mindful of a need to transform the industry. And therefore, within the supply chain, Honorable Chair, we are expecting that through Treasury, the implementation of the Public Procurement Act will be prioritized and enforced. And that will help us to localize and support targeted sectors such as women, youth, disabled, and military veterans. We are working hard, and we have been visiting various projects under the campaign we've launched, which is called Operation Siyahlola. We've intensified this operation where we make unannounced visit to delay the project. We can no longer tolerate disappointing outcomes and eventually disappointments to communities and delay in provision of services. We are also ensuring accountability over project and enforcing consequence management of poorly performing project managers within our system, and ensure that even service providers who are not performing are held accountable. Social facilitation and law enforcement to deal with extortion is in place, as I have said. We are also through infrastructure build, anti-corruption forum, working with stakeholders to fight corruption and crime. We are also strengthening our capacity to ensure coordination of departments that are involved in built environment to fight corruption. As the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we have appointed the Restriction Committee and Authority composed of cross-functional expertise which restrict and blacklist service providers that abuse the supply chain or do not comply with Treasury regulations. The CIDB is also in a process of establishing an ombudsman office for the construction industry that will focus on resolving disputes in the construction sector. We applaud the new determination that we've seen recently from all sectors in the private sector, as well as law enforcement, to enhance speedy delivery of the project. We support the work of the Ministry of Police and steps taken recently by National Commissioner to take the fight back to the criminals. Honorable Chair, we have submitted a detailed presentation to the Office of the NCOP for the circulation to members, but these are key focal areas that confront us as challenges that hinder progress on infrastructure delivery. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister, for such a comprehensive report. I am sure that members are taking note of the issues that are being raised so that we sought clarity where it is needed or the questions that we would like to pose. Therefore, I implore members to take note of that. And when time permits, we'll then afford you an opportunity. Thank you once more, Deputy Minister. I'm now inviting Honorable Minister for Human Settlement, Honorable Kubai, to take the podium.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of NCOP, Honorable Motsweni Zipani. Let me acknowledge the presence of Minister Chrissy, Minister of Transport, Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Sigalala, Honorable MECs who are present, especially recognition of MEC for Human Settlements in the Eastern Cape is the only one I saw, MEC Lucy Timani, Chief Whip of the NCOP, honorable members and delegates to the NCOP. We have requested to flight a presentation so that we can take you through the issues that relates to human settlements. If the team can assist with that, because it will assist as members follow through in terms of the issues. We've taken an approach to not only share about the challenges, but also share with members of the NCOP and delegates of what we are doing as human settlements. Perhaps just to move into the issues in terms of background, would understand, honorable members, that human settlement is one of the important part of infrastructure development, which drives different types of infrastructure and covers other areas that some of my colleagues will speak about, but also in terms of our work that goes to other areas. Our approach is the provision of shelter shifted from emphasis of housing to human settlements. If we can move to the next slide, I'm on the next slide. Where people live is important for us. It deals with issues in terms of access to roads, transport, health facilities, education, and other types of infrastructure, which makes it a human settlement in terms of sustainability. Our work ranges from provision of free housing for the people who are poor and vulnerable in our communities, but also provision and policy directives in terms of ensuring that all South Africans have affordable housing and shelter. In the focus for today, we'll particularly do in terms of public infrastructure, and will not deal with other parts of our work. Honorable members, in terms of the work, we've seen quite a number of our projects that have stalled in various areas, and various reasons have been given. But in 2021, MINMEC took a decision and a directive to all provinces that we are going to work in terms of unblocking those projects that have been blocked. And we'll explain as well later in terms of what were the reasons of those projects having stalled or blocked. This saw in terms of 2022-2023 financial year that the department approved implementation plan of identified 3,445 blocked projects across the country. And I must say, honorable members and delegates, that by the end of 2023-24 financial year, as a sector, we've been able to unblock 3,150 projects successfully across the country. Transitioning from the 6th administration to the 7th administration, we identified 295 block projects, and we carried them over into this financial year and started working on them, and they are in the business plans of provinces across the country. In the 2024-2025 financial year, plans are in place already in terms of discussion between the National Department and provinces to unlock additional 100 projects that have been blocked. This will be able to take us through to being able to see the project being unlocked. Though I must highlight that the challenge remains that you might have new blocked projects as we do the work and as you see when we explain the reasons of these blocked projects. A blocked project in terms of us is a project that has been approved, that has been contractually committed, and has commenced in terms of work, but has had significant delays for more than 12 months and is not nearing completion, so is less than around 95% completion. Many honorable members, as they do their constituency work, would have come across slabs, would have come across houses that are at wall level that have not been completed, and those are the projects that we're talking about. And the reasons will vary from area to the area, and we'll outline them later. And this led to us taking that action of being able to unlock them. And particularly the 3,445 are specifically for the BNG, or what we call commonly RDP houses. We've had a challenge with social housing projects as well that have stalled, and I will explain that about 21 of them across the country. If we move to the next slide, just to explain the root causes of blocked projects. The first area is institutional and governance factors that affect them. This is inadequate capacity in government, whether you talk in municipalities that have been given developer status to be able to deliver these projects, or within the provincial government departments. Poor project management across, and procurement delays. One of the requirements is that as they put the projects into the business plans, procurement must be in place. At times, we approve conditionally these business plans and find that in provinces and municipalities, there is a delay in terms of ensuring procurement has happened. Land-related issues, where land acquisition becomes difficult, where you've identified the process of getting land, and in other areas you find that the transfer of land or the purchasing of land takes longer, or where you have identified a project in other areas, you find that the municipalities have an informal settlements that has started, and the land belongs to a private sector. And as you identify to be able to move this, then there's hurdles around the process of land acquisition, and therefore then the project stalls. Or the land ownership in the middle of a project, somebody comes, especially in provinces, rural provinces, then there's a land dispute. And then it requires for the project to stop so that the land dispute issue can be resolved before you proceed. Geotechnical challenges, where you find that the land has moved. This you find more commonly in coastal areas, where you'd have started projects and then later you find that the land has moved and therefore requires additional funding in terms of geospecs, or also even additional support mechanisms that then will require additional funding. Contractor-related challenges, where you find that contractors that are appointed, then they go into insolvency, abandon sites, and are not able to conclude the project. Poor performance of contractors, where some of the projects or contractors appointed do not have capacity to deliver on the project. Others do not have operational costs or running budgets, and therefore have problems. And then again, capacity constraint will be based in terms of technical capacity of those contractors appointed, but also in terms of financial capacity. The next area, root causes of blocked projects, community unrest and construction mafias, where you find that at times, you find that construction mafias comes and disrupt the project, demand 30% without doing any work, and therefore then leads to a contractor feeling that they will not have sufficient resources to be able to conclude the project, and therefore decide to abandon site. Disruption by communities, where they want to dictate who must get the project, who must not get the project, who must get the employment, who must not get employment, but also because sometimes it also goes to beneficiary list. Those who believe that they are not in the list to benefit, somebody else is going to benefit. Or they will tell you that because another group from another community is coming to benefit here, therefore the project has stopped. And all this then will lead into increased costs and delays. Financial challenges, where you find the budget constraints. We've had in the previous years budget cuts, which necessitates that if you had planned for a 30-unit project, which is a mega unit, when the budget is cut, then you have to reduce it to 20 or to 10,000, which affects, or within that financially, as you know, that these projects are multi-year. So if you have planned for 5 years that this is what your budget will have and the project will be delivered, when the budget comes, cuts comes, then it means that you have no security of those financial resources for that multi-year project. And therefore you operate as and when the budgets have been approved and when available resources are there. And this also leads to the challenges where you find that for that financial year, MECs and provinces together with ourselves try to reprioritize our projects and therefore sometimes leave certain projects in terms of financial issues. Cost escalation, we've seen this during COVID, especially after COVID and July unrest. A lot of prices in terms of material went up, which was above what we were providing in terms of our quantums, because we do prescribe in terms of quantums, how much can we spend per unit. And you find that because material has gone up, and therefore contractors it's no longer viable for them to be able to run and deliver on those projects, but also even for ourselves, it's no longer viable for us to run those projects, and then they get to be affected. Inflexible payment system, this relates to what is prescribed by National Treasury and BUS system, where in terms of delay sometimes, but also the processes between the province and the national in terms of transfers of funds. And we are engaging National Treasury on these issues, but we'll come to how we're dealing with some of the challenges that we are reflecting here. Infrastructure and service, delays in bulk infrastructure provision, challenges in service coordination. Here, honorable members, we have challenges in terms of you find that certain responsibilities belong to another sister department. So in terms of coordination, you find that plans are not aligned properly and therefore delays. But others, you find that you're doing a project for an infrastructure project and then the municipality says, for us to declare a settlement foreman, we need high mass lights and the municipality must put those. And you find that within their budget, they do not have that money and therefore delays in terms of implementation of the projects. Now we move to the next area where we talk about major infrastructure projects. As I said, honorable members, we thought that it's important that we share some of the projects that exist and what we have been able to learn. And my apologies, I see on the screen is very, the fonts are too small for members to be able to see properly. I hope you can still follow. Now, honorable members, human settlement infrastructure projects are differentiated to respond to different market segments that we serve. So we have a category, as I said, of service sites, where we provide service sites for people who can build for themselves. We have BNGs, RDPs that we provide for the most vulnerable, that are houses to them. We have social housing, which is a rental space that is subsidized so that people can afford to rent closer to where they work. We have first home financing, which is a project subsidy for those who are accessing bonds or what we call mortgages, so that they can be able to own houses as first-time home buyers in an affordable manner. And these are the categories of products that we have, and then others will differ in terms of areas we do. Now, out of all these processes that we do differentiated, you'd see that one of the areas that we've tried to ensure that we deal with the apartheid spatial planning, not only in terms of location of where people are, but ensuring that communities stay together, those who have and those who have not. For example, so that communities don't stay on the basis that they do not have incomes, and all RDPs are one side, and then those who have income have one side that is it. That's why the introduction of mega projects or catalytic projects that have been there. And just to give an example, Flare-off, for example, in Johannesburg is one of the ongoing affordable housing project, which is the bridge of the historically middle and working class divide in the Rodiport node area and Main Reef Road corridor, which has enabled a growing market in Meadowlands in Soweto to be able to move into this. It includes more than 8,000 low and middle income housing units. We have Kunubia, which is part of the Northern Nodes driver linked to eThekwini King Shaka Airport and will yield about 28,000 homes. We've got Savannah City, will provide more than 18,000 homes in the southwest of Johannesburg. In the Free State, we've got Vista Park project, which is projected to provide an integrated the special landscape of Mangaung with 6,036 residential opportunities for all income segments of the market. Lufereng is a mega project which in terms of land size is 2,000 hectares. And also it's able to expand between, it's existing us to close the gap between the Western area and also the Soweto area. So this will join two almost districts that previously were segregated, with the capacity to accommodate over 30,000 households in a wide variety of housing typologies and land tenure options. The Riverside View Mega City project is located directly north of Steyn City, which is an upmarket, and west of River Sands along Winnie Mandela Drive. And the development consists of a total of 10,040 residential units. These are some of what I just picked. There are quite a number across the country. And this was just to try and see and show honorable member in terms of the stories. And in the selection, there are those that are doing well and that are not doing well, so that we can compare and show you what is it that we are trying to solve in terms of our project. If we can move to the next slide. Let's take an example of Flareoff. Flareoff is sitting at 92% completion. Total number of units is 8,000. We're currently sitting of completed units at 7,354. One of the projects that has been doing very well, that has been able to cater. And the reason why we are saying it's a mixed development, and this is the concept that we want to continue with, even including when we work in the inner cities. Because we do believe that as we deal with human settlements, we're saying it's not about social amenities, but bringing people closer to economic opportunities. When I live in an RDP house and I'm unemployed, I should not be condemned to unemployment for the rest of my life. When we bring them closer to these houses where somebody is working and has a house, you are giving them an opportunity to have part-time jobs, either in terms of cleaning, becoming a domestic worker, but not leaving their children. So you're responding to social issues, but also economic issues. And one of the issues that we flag as over time we've learned 30 years in democracy is that, for example, when you look at the categories of people that we provide houses for, it's women. Now, most of the time, and I made an example when we're doing budget debate, is that you take somebody from an urban area or a particular area, and I made an example of Alexander. I said, when we built the RDPs in Dobsonville, outside Dobsonville, we removed people. We were responding to Alexander Renewal Project, but also responding to the needs of Alexander residents. We took them from Alexander, we moved them to Soweto. But what it meant, take a young woman who is having part-time jobs with 2 girls. We've removed her from a social support of neighbors and people that she knows, that when she goes to look for a part-time job, will leave the kids in the care of neighbors and people that she's familiar with. And therefore those kids are protected and she has a support system. We moved this person to Dobsonville where she knows no one, not a neighbor, not a family, no one. And when she goes to look for economic opportunities in terms of domestic work and anyway, then they get into a transport to go to Sandton. They arrive home at 9 o'clock, the kids are left behind, the 2 girls, young ones left behind in Dobsonville area, knowing no one, at the risk of being raped. So this is the reality that we have started to confront as human settlements, to say our job is just not only provision of houses, but to be able to ensure that we continue to afford our communities to have sustainable livelihoods. And that's what we talk about when we respond to these issues. So when you look at Lufereng, and here it's a different story. Lufereng is just outside Soweto, was meant to cater for majority of the backyard dwellers in Soweto, who in terms of the registry or needs register about 19,000. Now with 30,000 would have equally completely responded to them immediately. What has happened here, the story is that as Johannesburg changed administration since 2016, each mayor decided to stifle Lufereng in terms of resources. When Herman Mashaba as mayor came in, completely cut off Lufereng of all the resources to develop. For a couple of 3 years, nothing was directed to Lufereng and no project management. Following that, there was change of leadership. Again, the second layer came in. Again, the same thing happened. So as administration changes in local government, and I'm trying to explain these challenges, because the challenges are not only about contractors, are not about only communities, but ourselves as well as political leadership in institutions. When we arrive either as ministers, as MECs, as mayors, as councillors, then we tend to see projects, not for projects for communities, but projects that belong to a particular party or particular individual. This is the case in Luferi. Until now, in 2022-23 financial year, that as Deputy Minister Zikalala was saying, Infrastructure South Africa then came to the fore. We approached them to help us, to say, can we help us to put more money into Lufering so that we can see the output in terms of the money that we need to see, the units that we want to see out of that. And that's when we started to see Lufering turning around. And we're looking forward to hoping that in this financial year, next financial year, we'll be able to see much needed units out. Go to Vista Park. Vista Park in Free State. This is one of also a project that could have gone very well as administration changes, priorities changes. But here again, the story is around corruption and manipulation of systems. We send money here, about 300 million, to fast track the project. The money is redirected to potholes, which were never resolved. It's a case that we have handed over to the SIU. So I'm reflecting different areas in terms of its challenges so that we understand that it's a multifaceted problem that we deal with in terms of communities as we respond to the challenges that we have. We have now started to focus on Vista Park. And here in Vista Park, when we directed the money, we had a dispute with National Treasury because the officials in National Treasury disagreed with us and allowed the municipality to redirect the money somewhere else, and the money was lost. Now, this is where the challenge is. When we as sister departments as well do not see eye to eye, therefore then you are able to have leakages in the project. Another good story is Riverside in Johannesburg, next to Four Ways, where we've been able to deliver about 88%. To social housing, RDPs, but also bonded houses in terms of the market. A good story that we can tell. And here it's closer to economic opportunities. If you look at upmarket Steyn City, people who stay in this area are able to go into the work. Some can walk to Steyn City to go and get opportunities. But it has helped us to respond to the challenges of deep slot, which is one of our challenges that we have in Johannesburg. Again, Savannah City, we're hoping that it can pick up. It's in the Western area as well, and quite a number of areas here that we have challenges in terms of SMME development, fights between SMMEs and also the major contractor, another one in that area. So here you find that the main contractor contracts subcontractors, but do not pay them. So I'm narrating the challenges as they vary from province. That's why I'm saying I've picked up some of the challenges in that. Then we've got Kunubia, one of the biggest projects that we could have done well, as well here. Stifled of resources. Here there was some time disagreements or not seeing eye to eye between the province and local government. That in terms of authority and transfer here, at times work was not being done. So you'd find that the city of eThekwini would want money to be transferred to them so that they can drive the project. The province would want to do it themselves. And therefore the project suffered. So these are some of the areas that we can tell and narrate a story in terms of what leads to some of the blockages that we see in infrastructure development, but also some of the good stories when there's coordination between national, province, and local government, but good contractors appointed, qualified contractors, but working together with communities. And one of the issues as part of responding to these things is that we have now brought in communities in the fore and forcing municipalities, especially the metros, where we are directing grants, to be able to have social compacts with communities, the non-negotiables and a minimum agreement, so that projects are not stalled. We move to the next slide in terms of social housing. Social housing, as I said, is one of the areas that we delivering on services, and we appoint or we fund social housing institutions in various categories. Others are municipalities-owned entities. For example, you have Joshco in Johannesburg, and others are ODAs, which are able to deliver but mostly where you have social housing institutions will be in municipalities that have capacity. So your metros mainly, not secondary cities or districts. Here you are able to develop and build social housing. Here in Western Cape, it has been one of their driving force in the city in ensuring that the social housing programs, utilizing their USDG to support social housing in redevelopment or rejuvenation of the inner cities and ensuring that affordable housing is a reality. Now, part of the challenge here we've seen, and I would not go into some of the issues in terms of what we do, but just to explain, with the objective of improving efficiencies, including social housing, was streamlined through the consolidation of the risk construction capital grant and institutional subsidy, which we provide, it was provided to provinces, but also we've got consolidated capital grants, capital grants, sorry. And this year, again, we partner with private sector. For example, on the CCG, we work with banks to be able to support entrepreneurs to build social housing and be able to get the loan portion from the banks. We are reviewing this area because there have been quite a lot of challenges from social housing institutions. Some going into liquidation, we have to put administrators. Some, they are failing to collect rent, therefore their projects are no longer viable. Just to explain, I think this one we did, I dealt with it, I'll jump the next, just move into the social. In terms of social housing, as we talk about the issues of mixed development, you'll see there Lufering delivered 347 unit Maitland in Cape Town, 204 units just in this financial year that we are in. Some of them are still in process and will deliver. Goodwood Station will deliver 1,055 units. Riverside will deliver another additional 1,108. Hospital Street in KZN will deliver 1,056. And Marabastad as well will deliver 1,200. The issue here, what we are trying to flag as well, honorable members, is that the challenge has been that we've been more focused on your metros, but urban cities more. Secondary cities have not been able to find more joy in terms of this. So we've gazetted quite a number of areas for development. In KwaZulu-Natal, we've gazetted more in the Mhlanga area as well for social housing. In Eastern Cape as well, about 3 municipalities that we've gazetted. In the Chris Hani district, I think in terms of the work and others, we've gazetted more social housing space in Western Cape. And also we are finalizing Gauteng in terms of your Sidibeng district, but also we're looking at expanding in Limpopo. In Northern Cape, one of the challenges that we have there, we do not have enough SHIs, and we've been calling for more of SHIs to come to the fore. Currently, we have only 2 accredited SHIs, which becomes a difficulty for us to be able to see growth in that area. In the Free State area, there's not been success as well. In terms of our social housing, they went a lot in terms of CRUs, which are not viable more, and that's the engagement we'll have with MEC of human settlements in the province so that we move more fully into social housing than CRUs because they tend to have more burden to us than being able to be viable. Honorable members, again in this area, there are a list of distressed social housing and what the problem are in that. Capital City Housing is in KwaZulu-Natal. The building was hijacked and therefore the owner lost control of it and the project became unviable. This is a 30 million worth of a project. Let's Care in Gauteng, Marabastad. Here it was maladministration, but also rent boycott. So here we are trying to look at it. All of them we are finding solutions and we are intervening. I'll say on the capital city, we are trying to take back the building. The issue is profiling the people there, fixing the problems, and those who do not belong there to be evicted so that we can get the project back on track. Some of them have dilapidated, so it becomes difficult because you've got to inject money more to be able to get people, new tenants, to be able to rent. Let's Care. It's under administration because of maladministration of the administrators, and then it experienced rent boycott. It will need additional funding to be able to the amounts there are additional requirements of funding so that we can resuscitate those projects back to life. So Let's Care needs about 23.9 million to be able to resuscitate. East City Housing in Gauteng, again, rent boycott since 2018. 16.4 million that is needed to resuscitate and get it back on track. One of the issues that we're looking at some of this is to be able to take over from them, from the current SHIs, find sustainable or working SHIs or AODAs that can be able to put money together with us and revive them and be able to run them effectively. Top roof property, Gauteng, again, maladministration. So on maladministration, just to explain, honorable members, you find that the people who are running this, they would have taken the rents and then eaten money and do not service the properties. So then people then later boycott rent. Because if the services are not done, the sewer, there's no water, there's no electricity, sometimes there's no hot water, then people will not pay rent. And therefore it becomes unviable. First Metro Housing Company in KwaZulu-Natal, again, maladministration. We are still doing the quantification there, and therefore will determine whether it's worth reviving and how we're going to deal with it. Emalahleni Housing Company, maladministration and rent boycott. So you can see part of the problem is the mentality that people would know that these are buildings that government contributed, and therefore they just want to live without paying. Whereas these are not houses for free. These are rental, they've signed leases and all those things. Steve Chwete, a housing association, as well maintenance, rectification, tenancy, non-compliance, institution in business rescue. So the company, the SHI here is in business rescue. This is a lot. Some of them, when you look at them, it's a new project and therefore it's not worth resuscitating. So we'll have to shut down and evict and demolish the building in some of the instances. Freshco in Free State, building has been hijacked as well to resuscitate about 26. So we need plus minus 443 million to be able to resuscitate these projects, and the work is underway to be able to look at them. Now, in terms of list of blocked projects in social housing, the next one, these are 21. And this is where sometimes I think I'm sympathetic with them. These were individuals who got into the construction, they started working, COVID-19 hit, and there was a moratorium on construction across the country. They were not able to finish their projects on time, and therefore because there were loans and the loans were recalled so that they can start repaying, and they became financially unviable for them. So what they have, because this will be at the various stages, so what they have requested, initially the department, I must be upfront, honorable members will remember, the department initially had a project that they put in place before, I think it's 2019, 2020, 2021, but just 2019 towards 2022 and towards the end of supporting these projects. So there was a commitment by government to say we'll support you financially so that we give you a relief as we were doing COVID relief programs. Unfortunately, the project was not implemented and Treasury took back the money. And that's why these projects are here. So we continue to have conversations with Treasury and ourselves to find mechanisms to support these projects. Just to go into our new breaking ground projects, where are they? So that honorable members in terms of their constituencies can know. I will not go to the next slide. These are a number of projects that we've been able to unblock so that you are able to put the numbers as we talk about 3,000 projects that we have unblocked. In Eastern Cape, we have unblocked 133, Free State 770, Gauteng 260 project, KwaZulu-Natal 302, Limpopo 495, and those are the municipalities that are linked. The next one is Mpumalanga at 141, Northern Cape 164, Northwest 381, Western Cape 843. This gives us the total number. Now, coming to progress for the current one, financial year, the previous one, what it gives us. The 3,150 projects were able to give us 14,757 units that have been completed. 10,722 service sites. In the current financial year, where we've put those projects back into life, it's the next slide. It will give us 227 units that will be completed, or that will be completed fully, and 1,444 service sites to be completed. The remainder, where are they, these projects? The current administration, as I said, the 7th administration would have inherited 295. That needs to be unblocked. And in the Eastern Cape, those are the municipalities where we have the blocked project. In Matatiele, in NCOP, in Mbizana, in terms of the blocked projects that we still have to unblock. In the Free State, it's Mangaung, and those two hillside, and also the Taflachte extension 10. So there are 3 actually in Mangaung and Brandwag projects. So we give you the names of the projects as well. In Gauteng, it's Loli that is blocked, that we need to unblock. Phase 2 and phase 1, it's the Motlhakeng that we need to unblock in Rand West City. In KwaZulu-Natal, as we say, Konibia needs to be upgraded so that it can be fast-tracked. One of the things we're having a conversation, we hope that Infrastructure South Africa will come to the fore, is what we have done in Lufereng to be done in Konibia, so that we can have more money into it so that it can move faster. So it's the entirety of Konibia. In Limpopo, ke Fitahomu, Baphala and Greater Tzaneen. Those 3 in terms of the projects that we still have to finalize and unblock. In Mpumalanga, it's Tembisilehani in municipality in the 2 areas, and also in Mkhonto municipality in the Piet Retief area. In Northwest, we've got Mahikeng in 2 areas. We've got JB Max in terms of Potchefstroom, Ikageng, and then in Western Cape, we've got the City of Cape Town Forest Village. And then in Northern Cape, we've got Kimberley Lerato Park. There's issues there that we also need to drive. And then Solplaki in terms of Kalishiwe, that we still have to ensure that those projects are back in the life that we need to do. Now, just moving into this, when we inherited these challenges, we've successfully transitioned 225 of these 295, meaning that they are now in the business plans in terms of this financial year, and will be able to move. And they are also being discussed for the 2025-26 financial year. So just a glimpse of positive already, what we are doing. For the 2023-2024, in Eastern Cape, we've got 25 of the projects that are currently in the business plan are being implemented, and the municipalities there. In Free State, 11 that are coming through are currently in project implementation phase. Gauteng 10 in current implementation phase. KwaZulu-Natal in current implementation phase are 12. And then in terms of project unblocked for 2023-24, Limpopo 3, Mpumalanga 3, Northwest 3, Northern Cape 2, Western Cape 1. Targeted for the last mile of our commitment will be those 100 projects. And those are currently in discussion between ourselves and the provinces and are targeted for the next financial year. And those are the one, not 2024-25, sorry. And those are the 100 that we are working on in terms of the provinces. Now, focus on catalytic, as I said, they will give us more projects, but will trigger investment. Also secondary and mixed development, integrating cities, but crowding in investment through public and private partnership. And they will assist us to stimulate the economy as we contribute. We've got this ones as well, where we're trying to show you where we had challenges of projects and what has been the challenge, just as an example, the cost in terms of budget and why these projects will delay. For example, if you take Zanemvula, the project started in 26 November 2009. It was estimated to finish in 4 years. Now it's back, it's being implemented, but has been slow. It's back in terms of this. So it was started, it stopped, it's back online. And you'd see the target there is 88 units. And the problem that we are still facing even today is the issues of vandalism and extortion, and sometimes intention to invade these lands that we're building or the houses that were built. So this is some of the challenges that we continue to experience. Community unrest, land invasion, as I said earlier on. So it's just to give you some of the problems that we see across the country. And in terms of that, I don't want to go into detail. Maybe moving into conclusion, Chair, is to indicate that we've been working together with our provinces in the concluding slide, with our provinces, municipalities, but also National Treasury. And together with Infrastructure South Africa, I must say they've been very helpful to support us in terms of the work that we do, to ensure that we can deliver our projects within budget and within time. That's our target. We hold each other accountable through MINMEC, where each MEC must explain why the project has delayed and why performance is not on par, and also even on monitoring of the finances. But also we have started to work in terms of alignment of business plans between municipalities, especially where we have metros, that they can be able to align with the metros in terms of the work. But again, to be able to hold each other accountable in terms of our performance, why targets are not met. Each MEC, each mayor needs to account at MINMEC in terms of our work. The multi-pronged approach includes policy reform as we conclude our white paper, because that is one of the areas that we have seen as a weakness that it has created, because we had a housing code, housing act, and white paper for housing. So we are reviewing to human settlement so that we can be able to work. We will continue to innovate and collaborate in development of delivering of our mandate. This includes innovative ways and alternative building technologies, because we believe we can build faster and within budgets and affordable. And together we will be able to build the South Africa where the houses and security and comfort is a reality. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That was quite a detailed report. We appreciate it. We'll now move on to the Minister of Transport, and Minister, you are welcome. You can take the podium. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Allow me to acknowledge the Minister and Deputy Minister who are present, Minister Kubai and Deputy Minister of Infrastructure. Let me also acknowledge all the honorable members. Chairperson, we also have a PowerPoint presentation which we would want to table for honorable members' consideration. And because I'm assuming that honorable members do have this PowerPoint presentation, I would want to suggest that we skip and move directly on to slide 5, which deals with rail transport. What we have done today, honorable members, is that we are covering 2 areas. The first area is passenger rail, and the second area is road construction and rehabilitation. And I think at a later date, Chairperson, if the honorable members wanted us to talk about freight rail, we could then come with another presentation. You would understand that it's very recently that we have taken over shareholder responsibility for Transnet. So I think that we were not able to do all of the necessary preparation in time for this meeting, but that is something that could be dealt with at another occasion. If we are on slide 5, we want to start by explaining that PRASA owns 2,280 kilometers of rail, operating 585 trains across the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Gauteng. And that during the COVID period and the post-COVID period, there was about 94 95% of the infrastructure was damaged through theft and vandalism. And I think that what honourable members would understand is that when the trains were not operating during the lockdown period, this is when people were engaged in these vandalism activities, and post this period, lines have been recovered and partially recovered, and there are limited services that are operating. On slide 6, we talk about the capital expenditure that's been ramped up over the last 5 years in order to deal with this situation. And you can see, honourable members, there is allocation and expenditure slides there from 2019 through to the current financial year. If we then go on to slide 7, 34 of our priority lines have been have resumed to date. With 11 of those lines, there is partial recovery. And there has been recovery of 4 services on the Transnet lines. So what honourable members would understand is that on an annual basis, we do have a contractual arrangement with Transnet, which we pay for, to run long-distance passenger services on the Transnet lines. The big problem when it comes to increasing the number of passenger trains that we are operating in urban areas is the signalling recovery. And at the moment, there's only 6 lines where the signalling has been completely restored. And if you look on page 8, you can see there we have a table where there is full recovery and partial recovery with regard to the infrastructure and the signalling. And then moving on to slide 9, you can see that there is a capital allocation over the medium-term framework, 11 billion in the current year, moving to 12. So altogether, there would be an expenditure of 36 billion over the 3 financial years. And what you can see is that we have been doing well in terms of that expenditure, with us actually moving ahead in the first quarter of this year. There are challenges, even as we repair. The first is further theft and vandalism of infrastructure. And there I need to say that I think Transnet is doing, although we still do have theft and vandalism, I think that we are doing better, much better, in terms of reducing this and having better security operations on our lines. Disruptions by the so-called business forums. There's also capacity in terms of the industry to deliver on these programs, and of course there have been global supply chain disruptions. Now, on slide 11, we talk about mitigation measures. So the first mitigation measure is the development and implementation of an integrated security strategy and plan. So there would be the deployment of service personnel and collaboration with other security agencies. The second would be the use of technology, including seismic detection and drones. And as I said, PRASA has done well in this regard in reducing the number of incidents, and I think overall one can say that we're quite satisfied with the integrated collaboration we have, both in terms of in-house security as well as working formally with the law enforcement cluster. We also have good stakeholder management processes. In the end, I think that if one wants to get passenger rail up and running, it has to be through communities themselves protecting the network. And so we would have had a number of forums with local communities, commuter forums and business. And we also have a number of partnerships, both in terms of management, and all of this has proactively reduced the number of incidents that we are facing. We have collaboration with industry through engaging with contractors and suppliers. And on a regular basis, we are assessing capacity and capabilities to prevent implementation risks. There've also been meetings with appointed contractors held on a weekly basis. Again, this is intended to proactively identify risks and to monitor progress. And then there have been issues related to how we are managing global supply chain disruptions. And here we would be looking at components such as substations, contact wire and signaling equipment. And there's a regular process of visiting our overseas suppliers so that we make sure that we receive the materials we need and on time. Now, the outcomes are summarized on slide 13, where we say at the end of the 23-24 financial year, we had approximately 40 million passenger trips that had been achieved. And with progressive improvements in the signaling infrastructure, we estimate that we can move towards 150 million passenger trips by 2025-26. And the following socio-economic benefits were realized. There was the creation of 12,500 jobs were created and sustained through various projects. And we estimate that the full recovery and modernization of PRASA will contribute an estimated 34 billion to the GDP. With your permission, Honorable Chairperson, I would then want to move on to slide 15, where we look at the issues to do with road transport. And I think honorable members are fully aware that road maintenance and road development is covered by all three spheres of government: national through our agency SANRAL, provincial departments and provincial road maintenance entities, and also municipalities. So on slide 16, we lay out the constitutional mandate and the legislative environment that allocates different functions to different levels of government. And I think this is important and helpful for honorable members so that you understand when you ask me why I can't fill a pothole in a road in a municipality where you live, you would understand what the legislative and budgetary arrangements are. Our road transport branch creates a conducive environment for the movement of goods and services, and you would see some on slide 17, some of the different mechanisms through which this is done. And I think most important here, honorable members, for your monitoring is the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant and the Rural Road Asset Management System Grant. I think those are very important mechanisms. If we go on to slide 18, slide 18 really sums up in a nutshell different road authorities and what they are responsible for. What you can see, honorable members, is South Africa has 750,000 kilometers of road. This is the 11th longest in the world, so it's a very, very big road network. 158,000 kilometers are paved, so that we are ranked number 19 in the world in terms of paving. But we still have a situation where 79% of our roads are gravel, and 131 kilometers of gravel roads are not proclaimed. So it means that these roads are still informal, and 40 to 60% of the roads are in a poor condition. If you look on the other side, in the middle, you can see how many kilometers are allocated to different entities. So SANRAL would be responsible for 24,000 kilometers, the provinces collectively for 270,000. And you can see there, honorable members, the large percentage of provincial roads that remain gravel. The situation in the metros, 66,000 kilometers are in the metros, the vast majority of which is tarred. And then you can see there the arrangement between municipalities, districts, and locals. So with regard to the SANRAL network, the 24,000 kilometers that I spoke about, although it's only 4% of the country's total road network, it carries through 32% of all vehicle traffic and 70% of all long distance freight. 88% of this network is non-toll roads. So there are toll roads, but 88% is non-toll roads, and it's directly funded by a grant from National Treasury, and 11% is toll roads, of which 1,200 kilometers are under concession. And then on the next slide, slide 19, you can then see it's color-coded, and it will tell you who is responsible and what is the situation. Honorable members, on slide 20, we're giving you project data for SANRAL in terms of maintenance, refurbishment, upgrades, non-infrastructure, strengthening, improvements, and new facilities. And then from slide 21, on slide 21, we talk about SANRAL projects that were delayed. There were 2 projects that were delayed in the Eastern Cape. That would be the upgrading of the N2 Wild Coast between Ndwalani and Ntamvuma River. This is now the contractor left due to the demands of the construction mafia. And this is a very important project with the construction of the Mtentu Bridge. It's been awarded to China Construction, and work is progressing well. And then the second part of this construction, which is the construction of the Msakaba Bridge, this project suffered delays due to the unavailability of cables. And contractors have been appointed, and work is progressing well, and no further interventions are required. And then the third project that was delayed is the upgrade of the Moloto Road. And I think that everybody here knows how important this upgrade is, because this has really been termed as the death road because of the number of accidents that have happened there historically and the terrible toll in human lives. A new contractor was appointed in May this year, and the previous contractor had gone insolvent and had abandoned the site, and this contractor is now expected to be there for the next 18 months. Colleagues, in terms of road projects that are under the conditional grant that is given to provinces, you can see that there are 26 projects in the Eastern Cape, 94 in the Free State, 15 in Gauteng, 143 in KZN, 32 in Limpopo, 48 in Mpumalanga, 45 in Northern Cape, 105 in Northwest, and 57 in the Western Cape. And these projects, you can see the budgetary allocations. If we can go to slide 23, again, there you can see the budgetary allocations over the medium term in terms of provincial roads and the number of projects in each. And you can see that we are averaging over the medium term between 16 and 17 billion rand. And then, honorable members, from slide 24, 25, and 26, 27, 28, and 29, what you can see is the delays in the projects. I don't really want to go through each one of these. I think that obviously for honorable members, you will be very interested in the specifics that would relate to your particular constituency. But what you can see is that by and large, projects were abandoned due to poor performance, and there have been interventions. Mpumalanga, on slide 26, there would be projects that would be delayed due to the construction mafia. We would also find similar delays in the Eastern Cape on slide 27. But you will see that the majority of contracts were actually cancelled as a result of poor performance by the original contractor. And then on slide 30, you can see the total budget for the current financial year, 43 billion, and the allocations between SANRAL, Provincial Road Maintenance Grant, and the Rural Roads Asset Management System. And I think lastly that on the final slide, we would be talking about the work that we're doing together with the police services to try and deal with the construction mafia. But as you can see, this is definitely a factor, but underperformance by contractors is also a major factor in the situations that we face. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Chrissy, for such a detailed presentation. Of course, we can confirm that we are in position of all three presentations that were before us, and accordingly, members familiarizing themselves with the issues. And we must appreciate that you have submitted this in advance so that as we go to respective provinces, we are well acquainted with the issues, the good work that has been done thus far, and also where we still have challenges and blockages. Colleagues, we've got an hour before we can go on lunch. Accordingly, I would request that we take discussions at this point in time. And if time still permits, I will allow ministers to respond to the issues that you shall have raised. But if it doesn't, then we'll then break for lunch. Immediately after that, we'll start with our minister's response. Is that in order? Thank you very much. Honorable Barbara Chris.
Honourable Chairperson, I think it's important to say that there is a sitting of the National Assembly at 2 o'clock, And there are member statements which, as ministers, we're expected to attend to. We do have a team here that we will leave to answer all questions, but we would request to be released at 1. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. Definitely, we can't expect you not to attend to that sitting as well. Accordingly, if time still allows that we make it within this hour, then we will allow you to respond. If it is not possible, your staff component that is remaining behind will then respond on your behalf. Honorable members, I'm opening it to the House. Honorable Ryder. Okay, let me start from this side. Ndlovukazi. And I forgot your surname, Honorable. Aye. Is it the name or the surname? Surname. Oh, okay. I think they must bring my list here. I don't know where's my list. The table is clean today. Okay. Then I'll take Honorable. Okay. Honorable Makosini and also Honorable Chirwa. Honorable Noe, yes. Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Ryder, Honorable Mulukume, Honorable konje ubani isibongo sakho? Teza, yes. Honorable Sibande, Honorable Badenhorst, and Honorable Swart. Honorable Mabilo will be the last. In that order. I asked with Ndlovukazi. I started with Ndlovukazi. Ndiyabhotisa kuwe chairperson. Sihlalo esibalulekileyo kakhulu, ndiyabulela. Minister, your presentation was focused on road and rail, nothing about the maritime sector. And that is a very strategic sector. Why is that so? Are there any projects that are happening in the ocean? Thank you. That was sweet, short to the point. Honorable Peter.
Mangibonge sihlalo wendlu ebekekile. Umbuzo wami uya kuMinister ubaba uDeputy Minister ubaba uZekalala. Baba uZekalala, njengoko mention some of the few challenges that faces your own department, I will add some few also as well. Our post office is vandalized from Mhlekazi. Amahholo vandalized, everything. Zonke izinto nje esiba usitsho. Now, umbuzo wami is simple, Mhlekazi. As your department faces so many challenges, as a minister, what is your way forward? Sikhohlwe Mhlekazi kumane sibalisele into yoba kukho ezi challenges. Now sinibekile ningo-minister, niza nantoni kuthi ethi nangu-1, nangu-2, nangu-3. Thank you.
Enkosi siyabulela. Honorable Makesini.
Thanks, Chairperson. Let me start with the Deputy Minister of Public Works and appreciate the honesty in presentation yabo. And what makes me happy, yes, and I agree, kuna problem here construction mafia. But kukho le engakebizwe ngegama kakhulu pollution ababantu abathengisa material ababloka abantu bakuthi xa bengena kwi construction iprices ingafani as they've identified them, ukuthi i-price xa kusebenzelwa o-government is not the same with the private sector. Why are we not blacklisting such people? Because ngabo abavalela i-progress yokuba i-project zingaqhubekeki. For example, Chairperson, we went to Northern Cape last year. Abantu base Northern Cape, they are forced to ukuthi bahambe bayothenga material e-Western Cape. The delivery process iba i-progress babhatala kakhulu ku-ends up iba i-budget ebebudgetelwe i-company i-progress ibe delay because ba end up abandona i-project because imali yokuthi bebe-quote i-department for this project ba end up bangakwazi udeliver because of this challenges ezikhona because the Northern Cape there's no places ezinkulu ezithengisa material. 2, the Minister of Human Settlement, Dibonile, there are 21 projects that were blocked, but kuna project that I think earlier and can discuss now that are not part of the 21. The Dark City project in Mangaung, Apo Benisenza ECRU houses. That project has been abandoned for more than, I believe it's not affected by COVID 2019. Yesterday we went to that project. There is no security. I think each department, the Human Settlement, the Free State Minister, they must give you a detailed report on this project so that we get a progress report. What is the challenges of these projects? I said Dark City, SE2, Mileo that are not moving, including the Jew Hostel project in Velcom in Machabe. Then the last issue, Mama, Baba Chris, uthethe issue yokuthi regularly ngoba badila nge-global supplier, they do go to overseas bayodibana ne-suppliers. Niela on behalf of the construction, or do you do in-house project so that when you're overseas, you're deploying a supplier, who do you represent? Do you represent a supplier as services nani good department roads but then regularly overseas irregularity to how much are you spending to this overseas trip no dibana nje no chagelana ne supplier enkosi
Honorable Chira.
Thank you so much, Slalo, and I apologize in advance if I'm going to take a bit of time. I'll try to just make it quick and fast.
Yeah, let's take into consideration that we need to reduce them.
Correct. The issues that are being brought forth in the briefing are very important. And I think the Deputy Minister of Public Works goes into detail on some of them. But I think the one that we are leaving to chance, which is particularly the most pivotal one in the issues that are being faced in infrastructure development is crime. Number one, crime by government officials who pressurize and interfere in professional departments like procurement with intent to give their fellow comrades tenders in exchange for kickbacks. Number two, crime by professional staff who have created networks with suppliers in issuing and distributing tenders. The corruption is professionalized, and I think the Deputy Minister even says this about that. It's professionalized and even seeps through investigative measures when red flags are being raised, and the system is clearly fundamentally fallible. Number three, crime by tenderpreneurs who use money to bully their way through being granted tenders. Number four, crime by tenderpreneurs who sabotage infrastructure efforts and infrastructure development, terrorize professional staff in government, coercing them to issue tenders to their companies and threatening death. And in some cases, go all the way in inflicting violence on government personnel. Number five, crime by politician tenderpreneurs who infiltrate politicians as politicians go up the ladder and infiltrate in government in pursuit of leadership positions and government titles for the purpose of influencing tender outcomes. Crime by politicians and tenderpreneurs that inflate prices when they intend to rob the public purse. This is why it's primarily criminal to win internal political power in an organization by using money from the private sector like we saw in 2017. The pledged loyalty goes to the industry bosses and not the people of South Africa. There has to be a real commitment to fighting the sophistication of crime in public infrastructure in South Africa. And the only way to do this, ministers and deputy minister, is by building state capacity and moving away from outsourcing primary functions of a department to tenderpreneurs and outsourcing, and you would have halved half of the crisis that's imminent in these departments. When you build state capacity, it isn't a threat to the private sector, as private sector is not threatened by government existing.
Don't make a speech.
It's not a
Honourable Chief.
speech,
Please try and
Esther.
round up, my dear.
But bengifuna ukugcizelela indaba ye-crime, the fact that we are not addressing it with the adequate attention it deserves, and how it is a threat in all these departments, we primarily should be dealing with the issue of crime, and the only way to do that adequately is to do insourcing and build state capacity. And the ministers are not going into detail on how they plan about going this. That is what I'm trying to raise. Ngiyabonga, Sihlalo.
Enkosi. I'm now moving to Honorable Noah.
Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. Chair, I will want to ask a cross-cutting question because this issue comes out of all the presentations that deals with abandoned projects, insolvent companies that were appointed. Now, I want to establish from all the departments whether is there an intention to come together to discuss this matter, because it can't be happening in the last administrations and we're getting into a new administration with the same problem, and there is no clear projection of exactly how do we want to handle this matter. It's just like we are accepting that there will be insolvent company and then we'll forget about it. We'll go and look for another money, look for another company. It's like it's a norm that we'll have to live with, which I think it is unacceptable. Secondly, those companies that will ultimately go insolvent after being appointed, how will they have been appointed? What is the method and system that departments apply to appoint them? What will have informed the department to appoint a company which will ultimately go insolvent? And when it is so abundant and a new company is appointed and another money is being budgeted, is there a plan, or does it happen that the money will be recovered from the company who will have shown that it has got an ability to deliver, but in the process, it gets abandoned? It is what's really scary, what came out of the Department of Transport, of the projects that were abandoned. So that area, it's a cause for concern that government, I think it cannot be just left unattended to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Noah. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question first is about lawlessness that has actually cost-cutted all this presentation. I want to check if it can be given to us as a written submission, that we get how many cases have been dealt with so far, including all the specific in terms of what Honorable Chura could have said, from those who are inside, outside, stakeholders, and everybody that is involved. Honorable Chairperson, my question again to the Minister Barbara, in terms of slide 8. On the presentation, there's indication on the progress by PRASA and Transnet in terms of the rail, but there's a coding that it's read, of which it's not explained in terms of what does it stand for or what does it represent. So I want to check what does that read means. And lastly, the issue of the slide 18 overall of road networks. I think we need specific details per province, metros, district, and localities, so that as we do our work, we are able to do oversight on those specific areas based on our constituencies. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the information that's been shared with us today. I would like to ask a question aimed specifically, the first part aimed at the Human Settlements Department. It relates to the issue of sites that are identified for human settlements development. Have historically, as soon as word gets out cause people to come and try and book their space by putting up makuku on an identified stand. Are you still finding that this is a problem, that people are trying to jump the queue effectively in terms of housing allocation by placing themselves and then actually delaying projects? That's the first part. The second part, which is closely related, is perhaps a question to all of the ministers and deputy ministers relating to the impact of unplanned settlements. Now, good town planning takes years and is well structured. But when communities establish themselves in an unplanned way, how is that changing the plans for infrastructure delivery? The last question I have, Chair, relates to MIG and RBIG in terms of municipal infrastructure grant, regional bulk infrastructure grant. Where are the capacity issues at local level? Are there issues with delivery by municipalities because they don't have the skills, or are the rules around MIG and RBIG seen to be hampering progress? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ryder. Yeah.
Please don't demote me,
I've
Chair.
just promoted you. So Honorable Steenhuisen must just come back to Parliament then. Honorable Mulukume.
No, thanks, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and welcome the presentations made by all the ministers. I have a question to Minister Kubai. I see that under the blocked projects, the list that you have of the 295 of all the provinces under Limpopo. I don't know which page is that. I can't see that. There's a project in Waterberg district in Lephalale municipality, and I'm sure you are aware, Minister, that this is not the first question that I'm asking you. I did ask you the same question in the select committee to say there's a project there in Lephalale, the Alto State project, that is stagnant for about 9 years now. And people were relocated from their own houses and Badula Kosohoi, as we are speaking. I've asked you this question to say, what is the plan around that project and about those people by lowering Saleba Beiwa in the field without any plan? And also about the CRU in Marapong. The project has been stagnant for such a long time. So this meeting, Chair, is happening because we are going to the provincial weeks. And this project is one of the projects that we are going to visit in Limpopo. So it will be much better to have answers around what is to be happen to the project itself. Minister for Transport, there's a Sanral project in Tabazimbi municipality on R511. So that project is also stagnant. So I want to know why is that project stagnant and what is the plan around that? Thanks, Chair. Those are the questions that I have.
Thank you, Honorable Mulukume. I'm now moving on to Honorable Peza.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think that we must agree so that we do not do the same thing over and over again and expecting different results and talk about the same issues because we are going to be very, very boring. And it's going to be a long 5 years to be speaking about construction mafias, state capacity, which we have spoken to for a very long time. And there's no one who's listening. So I would like to ask a question because at the center of this is the curious question about the issue of tenders. and the procurement process that you as government have chosen, which brings about these problems. If you had bring a product that would have said that we must build internal state capacity in order to ensure that everything is done internally within the departments, so that you are able to have necessary skills within the departments, instead of choosing the externalization of this particular procurement process. Would we have had these problems that we are talking about today, of construction mafia, of all these things that we're talking about? Would we be sitting here as representatives of the people talking about these problems? And the second question about, curious question about the chairperson of the 40 billion allocated, that was allocated by the NT to build state capacity. I just want to know across all departments, what is their share of that amount? Because we would like to know in terms of the outcomes of that particular 40 billion. And then there's the issue of the 50 billion of the reduction that all departments should be speaking to. How on earth are we going to see or realize these service delivery imperatives in light of the austerity measures that cut across all departments? What is the solution, and where are we going to source those funds? In light of the fact that even the manner in which departments are funded must be looked at by National Treasury. The manner in which they actually owe other entities like local municipalities and so forth. And then the transport minister did not speak to the issue of dysfunctional machines of the, you know, the license to do the license cards, and the localization of the production of that particular service, instead of the reliance again to the external, you know, to externalization by the state, which is surrendering its power to actually deliver service to people. And so that we can shift and say when we answer people that the state is not doing that, so go and ask the private sector. Whereas they are not the ones who are voting for the private sector, actually, Minister. So that's the part. And then in terms of public works, I would like to ask in relation to whether there is, in fact, in your quest to redress the inequalities, in your quest to redress some of the issues pertaining to your infrastructure in terms of your internal roads, the dusty roads that are in townships. If you go to your funerals, you find all the time in townships, in rural areas, dusty roads and so forth. And what is it that you are doing to intervene in that space? Through perhaps the EPWP that you can use to actually pave those roads and create job opportunities in terms of the entrance into that particular safety net, and the exit plan that will then relate to that particular set of events. I've got a lot of questions, but I don't want to waste time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Member, thank you so much. Honorable Sibande.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll try to minimize also mine, but let me start with transport. Minister, thank you very much for your briefing, also to empower us about some of the information, but nevertheless, let me start with Moloto Road. Minister, I'm very much concerned about the issue of Moloto Road because it's a outstanding issue, which is the killer road, which came, I don't know how many decades And I thought that you are going to get deeper about it, about the developments about Moloto Road, because it started, I don't know how many years ago, how many decades, maybe 2 or 3 decades ago. And then I'll come to this one. Minister, in terms of the projects that belongs to, which you made a quite example, which the issue of in Gauteng during the era of Herman Mashaba, whereby some of the projects belong to some individual political parties. So my question, what measures has been taken to avoid that thing? And then again, Minister, may you please help us also in terms of the issue of theft, in terms of the issue in Transnet, the theft and vandalization of vandalism of infrastructure. You see, my concern is one, long time ago, there were some railway police safeguarding and some security in terms of cameras and the like. But nevertheless, at the moment, do you have any plan or measures to secure the Transnet infrastructure? And again, let me come with this one. You spoke about the global supply chain disruption. I'll link it with the BRASA program. Minister, I'm subject for correction. If you go to somewhere in Niger, there is a project which was created by BRASA, which is in Danota. The intention of that project was to build inside the country some of the railway trains by BRASA. May you please update us about the development? Where is it? What is it? What is taking place about it? And then another one, in your particular, there was a very marvelous big project in the whole hemisphere between King Shaka Airport and Umlazi in terms of the roads. I've forgotten the name, EDCOM, something like that. It's the last one, or do we still expect some in order to relieve the congestion of traffic in our areas? Because as that country goes on, I mean, as the lives goes on, there are a lot of, whereby there are a lot of this thing, a traffic jam. So what do we have? Then go to public works. I will only one in public works. Public works, may you please assist us? You see, we are experiencing a problem of illegal occupation of buildings and the like. Here is the question. Have you managed to finalize the proper audit with building which belongs to government? Because the finger most of the time is pointed at government as if the problems with the government is ignorant with some of their properties, while it was discovered that some of the buildings doesn't belong to government. So may you please help us? And then which human settlement, last one. Minister, help us. You see, it's very difficult to eradicate the issue of bringing houses to the people because of this minor problem, illegally land invasion. Do you have any measures to assist us in that regard? Because in terms of leaving people just to start, I won't call names, because sometimes, not long ago, some people were provoking people.
Yeah, don't call names on
Yes, I never did.
Ask the question.
Yes, here's the question. To avoid that, and also to eliminate that, people mustn't continue with those land invasion, because they call to a point whereby people are building shacks and the like, and of which it causes a challenge to human settlement. So what measures do you have in order to minimize that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Badenhorst.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. You'll be relieved to know that I was partially covered by Honorable Ryder's questions regarding the unplanned occupation of land and how that influences the delivery of infrastructure to people. Maybe can we just extend that to the Minister of Transport as well, with regards to rail infrastructure that becomes unstable and cannot be used because of unplanned occupation of land on or next to railway tracks. I think I just want to add to that question with regards to disasters. As we've all known, recently we've been going through a spate of disasters. There's fires in certain provinces, there's floods in other provinces, and a lot of those disasters have an impact on the infrastructure of human settlements, transport, etc., etc. How do the departments mitigate the effect of those disasters and assist local and provincial governments when their infrastructure gets damaged by disasters? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair Lady, as I was listening to all the ministers, and then I thought of, from the first day when I became a permanent member, and all the ministers that were here already, every one of the first 10 words I've listened was the words of corruption, increased mafia activities and illegal activities. And I refer to this 7th administration as an era of renewed hope and an era of innovation. I want to thank all the ministers, for what they're trying to do to turn around the ship. My question, Honourable Chair, is about my own worries and my concerns also to human settlement, coming from myself as a previous mayor. It's about restore of dignity of all our people. My question emphasizes the need for digital transformation. Honourable Minister, given the increasing need for transparency and more efficiency in the allocation of housing, could you outline the national, if there's any national policies and strategies your department is putting in place to digitize all operations of your department, that can also implement it in local governments, but because there's also and always a war on people who's on the list, and the corruption taking also place in local municipalities. If you have any plans in place, how will these digitization efforts help in counting corruption, ensuring transparency, and creating a centralized system for fair listing and tracking of beneficiaries, and also that can filter down to each and every local municipality? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The last one being Honourable Mabilo.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Just 3 short questions. The first question will go to the Public Works Minister, TM. I would just like to know what has happened to the program that Public Works has undertaken around the building of small harbors, which was called the Small Harbors Development Program. And coming from the Northern Cape, we were supposed to benefit in terms of our coasts, like Honderklip Bay and many other coastal areas. What has happened to that program? The second question will go to the Minister of Transport. In terms of the passenger rail, Minister, we know that the Northern Cape is producing iron ore manganese, but we are transporting in relation to, capacity, that we are not transporting all those minerals to the required capacity due to the constraints of the rail infrastructure, which impacts on job creation economic development and recovery. How then, Minister, are we going to ensure that we unlock that opportunity for the province? Now, Minister, lastly, Transnet has been assigned now in terms of oversight to the Department of Transport. We know that, Minister, that it is public knowledge that our ports are really inefficient and characterized by delays of transportation of the commodities that are extracted, which impacts again on job creation and economic recovery. The question is, Minister, how then do we ensure that we fast track such potentials? Because now we know Mozambique is positioning itself, even Namibia, which is our adjacent country to us, to the north, as the Northern Cape. Walvis Bay is repositioning itself as an alternative. How then do we ensure, Minister, that we contain those risks? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable members, I'm looking at the time. We seem to be doing fairly well on that score, which then gives me some time to request ministers to respond to the questions as posed. If I may allow each minister 5 minutes. Honorable Mokwele, no, please don't do that to us. Let's respect time. I will start with Honorable Zigalala. If you have 5 minutes each so that we can release you.
I thought there was a carryover. I left some few minutes earlier, hoping that I'll get them. Let me start with the question from the last one, Honorable Mabili. Yes. Mabilo, small harbors, yes, we are pursuing the program. We're at a stage where we are now about to consult provinces about which areas are conducive. We've done preliminary studies for Northern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Eastern Cape. We are in touch with the premiers with a view of going there to consult on conducive areas. You'll know that there are protected areas which we can't interfere with. And therefore, I want to assure you, after that, we are expecting that by the end of September, October, we get into final feasibility studies. By April next year, we hope to start the construction. So that will be my answer. Honorable Sibande, I thought I would say, ngoba ngabaka Sibande, khona no Sibande lapha ku department ixoxene ekhaya. I'm sorry. Yes, the audit of the buildings, it's ongoing. I must say you'll get that, you'll be shocked that some of these properties were transferred in 1994 to names of individuals. And that's how far we want to go on these issues, including some in Umtata. We're working with the Honorable MEC, she's here, and we are dealing with those issues. More than 300 buildings have been identified, but surely that is a very less number. We have to go further. So we are in a phase where we are finalizing the appointment of panels that will go out to work with municipalities, retrieve and ensure that those buildings are registered and then utilized effectively. You might have noticed that we've been speaking about asset optimization strategy, and that is part of what we are doing. On this issue of post office, Honorable Peter, may I apologize? It is common cause that generally people will regard public works as in charge of everything that is public asset. And you are not the only one, but post office belongs to the Department of Communication. I may not want to enter that space, and I think there have been issues that have been happening to deal with those issues. In some cases, your community halls will belong to COGTA or public works in provinces. The issue of Honorable Makesini, the issue of collusion, it's a concern. And that's why there are a number of interventions. I spoke about one, the ombudsman in the CIDP. I spoke about an intention to standardize pricings, and all of that seek to deal with the issue of collusion. Corruption, Honorable Chira, you are quite correct. It must be dealt with in the private sector, in the public sector. But it cannot only be blamed to the current government. It must be dealt with as the system. I concur, Honorable Noah and Honorable Keza. In sourcing, it's a key. It builds the capacity of the state. We continue to do so. You might have noticed that in terms of professional services, we are building the capacity of the state. In the sixth administration, we took a decision that one of the things we must phase out is this call out for maintenance. You get a pipe, it needs to be fixed. Then there must be quotations and all of that. We are re-establishing workshops in our regions to ensure that once there is a need for maintenance, we don't need someone who will be called for a quotation, but we will have an artisan going straight to fix what is damaged. And that's why we are now working with all of the bodies that are involved in artisans development to build the internal capacity as the department, but also continue to train young people. Skills development and the allocation of 40 billion, I think that goes to various programs. Some of the programs will be under the National School of Governance, some will be under Treasury, and some will be in various departments. How many cases? I think I will answer this for all of us. The relevant department to respond to a number of cases about extortions, construction mafia, is the department, it's police. They are the one who can respond to that. They are the one who arrest and hand over for prosecution. And I think the question is relevant, but it can be answered by Honorable Minister Mkhunu. May I respond to Honorable Noah as my parting shot? I think companies that are insolvent, there are companies that were blacklisted. They have appealed, they've got to High Court, like those that were building that fence in Beitbridge. They've gone to all avenues, and we have managed and stood firm. If you are doing not good, if you are providing shoddy work, we'll deal with you. And we have blacklisted those companies. There are those that we subject to what I said early is restriction committees. And they are there, and we can be able to provide numbers. With regard to the projects that have been unblocked, for instance, from our side, we have visited and unblocked a number of projects. Whether you talk of one, you'll talk of Mamelodi Court, Soshanguve Court. You'll talk of the labor project in KwaZulu-Natal, as well as home affairs in KwaZulu-Natal. If I can be factual, those I visited from last year to now, it's Vuwani Police Station, it's Durban High Court, Silverkop Precinct, Stenger Home Affairs Offices, Department of Labor in Durban, Masonic Grove, Mamelodi Court, Soshanguve, Klerksdorp Precinct. Those we have intervened. They are moving, not complete, but we've completed others. We've visited and completed Potchefstroom Police Station, Manguza Police Station, Ulukwane Court. So through operations Yahlola, we can quantify the interventions we are doing. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. I'm now inviting Minister of Human Settlement.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of NCOP and honorable members for the feedback and interaction. Let me start with Honorable Mulukummi. We did submit a written response on the 22nd of July following the select committee. So we did explain in terms of the project in Lephalale, the status there. I can just simply indicate in terms of what, but for responding, we've done that as committed because we did commit in the meeting that will provide that written response. The issue there in that project, particularly if you look at the response we've been able to provide, and I must explain, CRUs are not viable. That's just upfront, and that's why the funding from NHFC will not cover CRUs mainly. We do social housing. So these are legacy projects that we are trying to get out of and not resuscitate going forward. I think it's the CRU as well in Free State, in Mangaung, though the HOD has confirmed both in those projects in Mangaung, in Free State and Machabeng, that the contractors are on site. So mainly they are funded from grants and they are funded from state. So when you look at the CRU in Marapo, there's issues of bulk infrastructure and issues of land, because the people, it's 189 people that have been relocated, so they have to go into the beneficiaries differently. So we'll have to deal with that. But from a CRU point of view, we can't continue with the CRU in Marapo. We can't continue with CRU in Marapo. They will have to, we find land from the municipality. A letter was written to them to say provide land so that we can be able to build for the people there and not stay homeless. So that's the issue. But I want to emphasize it's not viable. The projects they can't collect rent and they're not able to be sustainable. And that's why from the funding point of view side, it's not coming through and they will not get approvals. So that's one of the challenges. So I've responded. G Hostel, we've opened a case as well there, you'd know. The issue there is that it must be demolished and restarted afresh. So contractors on site. We were there, visited at that time with MEC in Free State to deal with that. So yeah, okay, the other issue as well, you do find bulk challenges in municipalities where it's not metros. As the department, we do not utilize, we don't have direct intervention because the municipality must utilize MEC to be able to put, for example, bulk infrastructure, wastewater treatment plants. It's the same in Marapong, and we can assist honorable member as we prepare for your NCOP week in those, so that we give you some of the highlights so that you are able to prepare properly, and which area would have to fund what in terms of even engaging with the municipality and the province. I'll be able to do that. The issue I've responded to Dark City, I've responded to G Hostel. The issue, Honorable Chirwa, around the professionalization and procurement processes, I hope Minister Chris will have time to share her experience as MEC of Finance in Gauteng, what she had done in modernization of procurement systems in that province, where I think it's a model that many of us should be able to take up. I had a discussion with some of my advisors to say, can we go and pull what they did? For us as a construction department, I do think it's one of the things that we should be able to do. Transparency, openness of the procurement process, because indeed our officials get threatened. They receive death threats, sometimes they are killed. And for us to be able to protect them, I mean, it's one of those things that we experience, to be able to do what Minister Chrissy did as a Minister of Finance, I think is something that we could be able to build on. The issue in terms of building state capacity, it's two ways. We are building state capacity, but COE, it has reached its ceiling. So you might need more people to be hired, but there is no budget for it. So that's where the challenge is. We do face that, for example, in the Department of Human Settlements, we've taken a decision. We're no longer appointing support positions. We're going for planners, we're going for engineers as part of that, but we'll not be able to build capacity. Let's see it in two ways. One, for the state to be able to continue to provide economic opportunities, especially for previously disadvantaged individuals who are entrepreneurs. It's important for us to do that. We must just protect it so that it's transparent, there's no corruption, so that those who are real entrepreneurs are able to benefit and can economically benefit, including we've seen the benefit of having, for example, 40% set aside for women. We're implementing almost 11 billion going to women contractors. And we see what they do. We see how their lives have changed, and they're actually building communities and supporting us in communities. So there isn't everything that is wrong with state procurement. There are good stories that we can tell, but we just have to fix where there are problems so that there is transparency and there is accountability, but we protect lives. I think the issue around illegal occupation of sites, we still have that problem where we have to protect sites every time and we have to protect land most of the time. And one of the disadvantages that some of even our budget also, we have to incorporate what is security services in our budgets. Contractors as well have to do that, factored in as part of the issue. From our side, we don't deal with MEC, we deal with USDG and informal settlement upgrading grants, and also human settlements grants, both into provinces and metros. The districts and local municipalities are done directly by local government, not as Department of COCTA. On the issue of Honorable Sibanda, I think the issue of illegal land, I think I've dealt with that. We've got Paya now with us. We are looking at reviewing it. This morning I had discussions with Human Rights Commission so that we are not found wanting in terms of protection of human rights. But we do think that there is a need for us to review Paya Act so that we can protect land, but allow us to develop in a proper manner and organized manner. On the issue of disasters, we've seen disasters being affecting infrastructure, but also displacing communities. And that's one of the things that we're trying to look at to be able to protect. My time, Honorable Speaker, the last one is around digitization. Yes, we are in the process of digitizing our beneficiary system, and that we do believe that it will respond to our challenges of transparency, but also protecting manipulation and also nepotism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now call upon Honorable Chrissy.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the honourable members for all the significant questions that I think we have been asked. First of all, let me say with regard to the question on maritime projects, that I did mention at the beginning that we have only just inherited Transnet. I spoke about rail. I guess I was mistaken. I should have also spoken about ports, because obviously the work that we're doing on the ports is very significant for our maritime industry. And I think this is when I said about Transnet that one would want to give further information at a later date. I think that really, honourable member, if you can give us another opportunity, we would want to share the information with regard to Transnet and Transnet's ports. There's been important questions that have been raised by many members about the issue of what are we doing to develop suppliers, rather than just sitting back and waiting for our providers to fail. And I think that that's a very important question that has been raised. And it's an area where Transnet in particular is doing very important work in terms of developing contractors and those who work in the road construction industry, and trying to make sure that through the subcontracting work they receive, they are able in due course to apply for higher levels of tenders. But one of the concerns that we have is that supplier development can't just be done in the road construction areas. It also has to be done in the supply chain for the services that we need in order to build roads. And this is a second level of supplier development that PRASA is currently working on. Because I think that we would all agree that we do not want to be dependent on other countries to be supplying the inputs for our infrastructure programs, because then we don't get the full benefit of the job creation projects. So that is really where SANRAL is moving to, and we see that as being very important. We also see it as being very important in terms of our empowerment objectives, because unless we do that, we are not benefiting from all of the opportunities that we would want to benefit from. Industrialization is a key objective of our government, and I'm very glad to share with honourable members the important work that Gibela is doing in terms of the manufacture of trains in Danota. We have received 208 train sets from Gibela. I think we are receiving 65 in the current financial year, and we have orders going into future financial years. And these are South African manufactured train sets, and they really are extremely important in terms of contributing to our industrialization objectives. I don't go overseas to meet suppliers. That's not part of my job. And I'm most relieved because in my previous job in environment, there were a lot of negotiations. I had to travel all the time. I'm very pleased to see this job requires less travel and more focus on South Africa and the needs of our constituencies. What I would want to say about abandoned and insolvent companies, I agree with honourable members. We can't wait until things go so wrong that contractors are running away. Part of what we are wanting to do in this term of government is to set up state capacity to follow the money. So if we are giving budgets to provinces, if we're giving budgets to subnational government, we would want to be able to follow, to set up capacity to follow that money, so that early on we understand what is going wrong and how would we fix it. I think in this regard, it's also important to say that the COVID years were very, very bad for the construction industry. Because you can imagine if you have a company, you've invested in plant and equipment, you've employed labor, and suddenly the economy stops. You will not be able to repay your financial obligations. And I think that we do have to recognize that was a very, very hard era for the construction industry. it didn't just affect the small players, it affected the big players. Many of the big construction companies in our country closed down during that period. So we've got a lot of work to do to rebuild this space so that we are able to create proper work for South Africans. The R511, that project, if you look in our table, it's one of the projects that's run out of budget. Part of what one would want to work with provinces on, because what we understand is that the road maintenance challenge that we face is huge, and current budgets are very little. So one of the issues that we want to look at is this new mechanism which the Northern Cape has developed in partnership with the Reserve Bank to front load repair and maintenance budgets so that we are able to do more work in the current and forthcoming financial years, obviously at a cheaper price, because what we know is that that costs just escalate. So this is something that in our MECs we want to be looking into, is how do we assist provinces through this new mechanism that Northern Cape has pioneered in the housing space with the Development Bank. And I think that deals with the important question that was raised about budget cuts, because indeed all entities and all provinces have faced these budget cuts, and the question is, unfortunately, when the budget gets cut, the maintenance need doesn't get cut. So this is why we want to look at these other mechanisms. On the license card machine, today is about infrastructure, but you would have seen it's a matter of public record. I've asked the Auditor General to look into that procurement process because there have been significant questions raised in the public domain, and fortunately he was already auditing it, so it is possible for him to work on that as well. We agree the Malota Road has been long outstanding and it needs to be fast-tracked, and I'm hoping that with the new appointments, this is something that really would be taking place. Yes, I think we agree on the difficulties that unplanned occupation poses for the construction of roads and rail. I think that part of what we are looking at in terms of our road strategy and our rail strategy going forward is how do we close the gap between municipal government that would be responsible for planning and upgrading of informal settlements and national and provincial government that might have the finances. And I think that it's only through closing that gap and working together much more closely are we going to be able to address the complexities in urban planning. And I must say that it's this closer relationship that is allowing us to deal with some of the complexities that have arisen as a result of settlement on PRASA lines. The vandalism is a really serious issue. I think we estimate that it's costing us about 5 billion rand a year. So it's something that does require very important focus, and work stream 7 of the National Logistics Crisis Committee is what is focusing on an integrated security solution so that we must reduce those issues. I think on the question of disasters, one of the issues that I looked at was what is called the Green Transport Strategy, which deals with the mitigation aspects of climate change. But I think that we've got a big job to do going forward to look at the question of how do we build climate resilience in all of our infrastructure. And I suppose that it's an area that I have some knowledge of because of my previous portfolio, and we have agreed that we will revisit our green transport strategy so that we look at the questions of building climate resilience and not just as well as the issues of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, because unfortunately, disasters and extreme weather is going to be part of all of our futures. The last issue really would be on Transnet. Let me just say the following. Our economy needs us to move between 220 and 250 million tons of freight a year on rail. At the moment, Transnet is moving somewhere in the region of about 149, 150 million tons. It's not enough for our economy. It's not enough to protect the jobs in mining. And I think that it also means that we run the risk of losing market share, as the Honourable Member has correctly pointed out, to Mozambique and Walvis Bay. I mean, we must be very worried about recent agreements between Mozambique and Zimbabwe to build a rail line, because essentially what that is intended to do is to make sure that there's port access outside of South Africa. These are issues that I did raise very strongly with the management and the board of Transnet in their AGM, which took place last week, Monday. And I have asked them to relook at their planning processes. We can't be sitting here saying that at some stage in the future we will get to 250 million tons. That has to be sooner rather than later. It does mean that we have to look at recapitalization issues, and the Honourable Member would be aware that through the freight logistics strategy, there has been an in-principle decision taken by Cabinet to bring in third-party participation while the ownership of infrastructure remains in the hands of the state. So these are the kinds of options that are on the table, and they are urgent because now that we've solved load shedding, we have to solve the freight logistics problem. Otherwise, we're not going to get this economy ticking in the way in which we need it to tick. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I think there's one question that has not been responded to. I think it was asked by Honourable Ryder with relations to the making RPIC funding as to whether municipalities does have capacity to implement such. And indeed, it could not have been answered in this platform because MEC funding is controlled by the Department of COGTA, whilst RBIC is appropriated by DWS to the municipalities. I think we must just hold this as they are here. That question can be posed to them. Again, Minister Chrissy, I think on the issue of Moloto Road, we must appreciate and indicate that in terms of the road network infrastructure, the department has progressed very well. The progress is there for everyone to see. However, the outstanding issue that was part of the project had to do with the railway network system. What we then perhaps would request the department is to look at that matter and see how far are there still plans to make sure that parallel to the road network infrastructure, there is a railway line that ferry people through trains to those that are commuting to Pretoria and back. So I think that's a matter the minister should look at, and as and when you come to the portfolio committee, give a report as to what is it that the department is doing and how far is are you in making sure that that gets implemented. If it's no longer going to be implemented, and accordingly be communicated to our people. Having said that, I must take this opportunity and thank you, honorable ministers and the deputy ministers, for coming to this house to give account of the work that you are doing. Yes, our responsibility is to hold you accountable, but as we do that, we also have a duty to raise issues in advance to caution where you may not have seen that there are issues that are of agency. And we also want to implore upon you that please let us try to move with speed, as our people can't wait anymore. But we really appreciate the commitment and the efforts that you are displaying in this regard, particularly in this house. Having said that, we are breaking for lunch. I'm told that lunch is for 30 minutes. Can you please kindly come back at 1:45 so that we start with the second session? And we wish you all the best in your next commitment, honorable ministers and deputy ministers. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Honorable members, could we please take our seats so that we may commence with the second session?
Okay. We just okay, fine.
Honorable Kerika, could you please mute your microphone?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much, honorable members. I'm sure you had a good lunch, and now let's get on with the second session, where we get report backs from the MECs. Honorable members, you will know that we recently had the three-sphere planning, and this morning we heard from some of the MECs, some of the ministers and the deputy minister. And as we go forward, we will then be able to embark on our provincial week, where we will be able to see for ourselves firsthand those projects that have been stalled, those projects that still need to be completed. And when we come back, we will come back more informed about the challenges that face us out there and what are the strategies that we can put in place to ensure that we unlock those projects that need to be completed in the interest of our people. And of course, we all know that if we get those projects off the ground, it will create jobs for our people, and that will lead to poverty alleviation. So having said that, I would like to now call upon the MEC from the Eastern Cape, MEC Mani Lusiti, to please come forward. And MEC, you have 15 minutes.
So, yes. Thank you very much, and greetings to yourself, the honorable members of the NCOP, all the MECs that are here from the various provinces, and the delegation from the respective provinces. And I think we want to appreciate the opportunity of addressing this august house on the progress we've made on dealing with the challenges that are facing us as far as the delivery of public infrastructure timelessly to our communities. So I think the presentation is as provided, and we will deal with this and present what was requested from us by firstly talking to what are exactly these challenges in the context of the Eastern Cape that results in abandoned and delayed projects. Then also we want to present to this House some of the measures we've taken and put in place to mitigate these challenges, and also just reflect on the specific province. And understandably, there is a growing concern over the increasing number of incomplete or delayed or abandoned public infrastructure projects. And this affects all the different spheres of government, particularly for us at a provincial level, and the local and as our province, we have not been exempted. And in identifying the cause of these challenges, we've really looked at the cause across the three spheres, and part of these relates to lack of coordination, particularly between the three spheres of government, and also the almost silo mentality or the silo approach in project planning and project delivery. And then secondly, the one challenge we've had to really get closer to is the delays in the decision-making processes that caused by the bureaucratic and almost red tape in us as government taking decisions on such projects. Then we have quality challenges in our infrastructural planning and delivery, which often falls short of the required standards, and also speaks to our project management capabilities, which are found to be inadequate. Then also want to speak on the
challenges as far as our financial and compliance, the issues of cash flow, our poor contracts management, and our non-adherence to the infrastructure management framework, such as infrastructure delivery management system and the framework for infrastructure delivery and procurement management. There are concerns over our procurement capability and the constraints therefore, and these really are a result of the limited capacity within our own institutions as government to deliver and manage infrastructural projects efficiently and effectively. All of these factors stated above contribute mainly to the fragmented infrastructure delivery. They add on the poor value of money that government continues to get, and the lack of compliance as far as infrastructure methodologies. Now, we have a number of projects that we're reflecting there on the next slide that have been affected, whether we're going to call them delayed or we're going to call them blocked. And in these, we want to speak on the Mthatha Airport, which has a budget of 54 million. And this project started in November 2024, and the planned completion date was May 2026. The contractor on the project was terminated due to non-performance, and a replacement contractor is in the process of being secured for us. Then the second one we have in the province is the ever so popular Bishop Precinct, which is targeted to house 10 government departments in the administrative capital of our province. And we are anticipating to start eventually with the project in November of this year and anticipating to complete it in 2024. The delays in this project have really been around a prolonged procurement process and that required approval for the PPP funding model. Then the next one is the Mount Fletcher cluster offices with a budget of 60 million, which was initially planned to start in April 2026 and has been facing continued delays. And it's now budgeted for to commence in this financial year through a 10-key contractor, and will be appointing for that 10-key through the supply chain database. Then the next one is the Gauteng Clinic, which was a project planned to start in November 2019, and we're anticipating the completion to be in 2022 already. The project stalled when it was sitting at 5% due to, I think, social facilitating station issues, community disputes over the location of the clinic, and that has been dealt with. And then I want to start quickly before I run out of time to just speak on some of the impacts of these project delays or the implied projects, and these include the continued under expenditure on our infrastructural budget, which has led, I think, in the past years to funds being returned to the National Treasury. And we saw this with the 205 million from the Department of Education in the financial year of 21-22. And then also there are legal and financial implications that come out of this. And also, I think more concerning to us is the deferred rights and the discontentment of our constituency due to the delays in the infrastructure delivery, and obviously the loss of trust from our people in their government. And there is also the exposure of our projects to criminal elements such as vandalism and now the extortionist. As a province, we have taken measures to address some of these, and I think we're going to also speak on it towards the end when we're talking about human settlements. All these measures to ensure that we deliver on projects, we get value for money, but we utilize all the appropriated budget for infrastructure development. And this started with the reconfiguration from the national government of the department in the 6th term of administration, and the extension of the mandate of the Department of Public Works to now be the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I want to mention just a few specific measures that we have implemented in the province to ensure that we mitigate our exposure to stalled or blocked projects. The first one is the implementation of the Transversal Infrastructure Coordination Unit, which was established within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which part of its mandate is to provide integrated support for planning, procurement, delivery, monitoring, and maintenance of infrastructure. Then secondly, the province has established a Provincial Infrastructure Coordination Committee, which is chaired by our Honorable Premier. And the role of the committee is really to strengthen our own coordination and oversight on our infrastructural projects, and therefore allowing for early detection of potential bottlenecks and applying the appropriate interventions. And I want to say, Honorable Chair, that indeed through the work of this committee in the 23-24 financial year, we saw a great improvement in our planning and budgeting on infrastructural projects. We saw reduced delays, and as such as the Eastern Cape, really we've turned a tide as far as returning appropriated budget for infrastructure back to the national fiscus. Then the third measure which we're implementing is the project and monitoring and risk management, which has also gone a long way in enhancing our monitoring and project cash flow and payments to prevent contracted default and site abandonments. And this basically means that we needed to strengthen the process of screening contractors and the capabilities of the contractors, and to ensure their capacity before they are awarded work. We've also invested in upskilling our supply chain management on infrastructure regulations and streamlining our procurement processes. And also with that is the exploration of alternative technologies and funding strategies. Then the fifth and the last one I'm going to speak on is our Operation Khosela, which is a provincial project support unit. It has been created to provide the security and the social facilitation on our more problematic project, addressing issues such as community unrest, the issues of the extortionists, and the so-called construction mafias, amongst others. And I want to take the opportunity of being here, Honorable Chair, and just reflect on the work we've done on the human settlements infrastructure before I sit down. In the 23-24 financial year, in the Department of Human Settlements, we were sitting as a provincial Department of Human Settlements with 87 stalled or blocked projects that were affecting over 23,975 housing units across our 8 regions. And I want to say, Honorable Chair, by the end of the financial year 23-24, 71 of the 87 projects have been unblocked, and there's construction on site in all those 71. And these and this is a product of a range of interventions that we've made, including the establishment of contractor panel, our implementing agents, and securing additional funding through our national departments. And we continue with the work of engaging with the various stakeholders, robust monitoring of our projects, and a commitment of addressing some of the systematic issues that are leading up to the stalled projects. But Honorable Chair, while we have made progress on the work of unblocking some of the blocked projects, significant work still remains, and our goal as a province is really to ensure that infrastructure delivery is done timelessly, efficiently, and also is one that contributes to the socio-economic growth and the development of our province, in order for us to restore the public confidence and deliver on our commitments of building a better life for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC from the Eastern Cape, for telling us about the problems as well as offering possible solutions. We'll now move on to the Honorable MEC from the Free State, Honorable Manse. Honorable MEC, you have 15 minutes.
We're used to automated stuff in the Free State, you know. On a lighter note, thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to greet yourself and members of the NCOP, colleagues in the MINMAG. It's quite a youthful MINMAG chairperson with much the under 40s as MECs. Chair, as a Free State province, we come to this house to present program of the department in as far as block projects as well as progress made thus far. Our focus mainly is on giving you the purpose, background, summary of projects implemented by Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for 2024-2025, planning and implementation challenges, as well as interventions. The purpose of the report presented before you is to provide high-level summary of projects implemented by the department. Secondly, to highlight challenges experienced in the delivery of our infrastructure projects, as well as to provide some interventions, provide interventions by the department and further proposals in terms of how do we navigate this particular journey. Free State province is quite a peculiar province on a number of issues, but specifically on infrastructure issues. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is expected or implements projects that are valued at 15 million or more. Anything less than that is implemented by sister departments or client departments. This will also include issues related to maintenance. Furthermore, we must indicate that as a Free State province, the budget is decentralized to local or is located at client departments. And to a large extent, this has created a number of challenges. The matter have of course been indicated at level of cabinet of the province to look at the possibility of relocating the maintenance budget back to the Department of Public Works and also engage other stakeholders in as far as locating the budget itself of infrastructure within the department, because it still remains with client departments. The Free State Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is responsible for performance of conditional assessments. However, client departments do not have adequate budget available for implementation, thus leading to deterioration of our assets. Our assets, in as far as immovable assets, seems to be facing a number of challenges in as far as maintenance, because client departments would not necessarily look after those particular assets. However, we are also looking into it to say, how do we relocate that particular mandate back to public works so that as we speak about a particular building, it can be located to us and we can take responsibility. But as soon as we build a school, we hand it over to Department of Health or Department of Education as a school, a clinic, Department of Health. They are then responsible for that particular maintenance. But we are looking at possibility of bringing that particular process back to public works. One of the challenges that we're facing throughout the years is in relation to your entities, your DBSAs or IDTs. Fortunately or unfortunately, as I've indicated, some of the projects are given to client departments and are led by client departments. They appoint DBSAs and IDT without necessarily involving Department of Public Works, and in the long run creates problems. When you look into our next slide, we take you through a number of projects that we're implementing as the Free State province. As things stands, we are standing at 39 projects with Public Works implementing 8 on behalf of Public Works itself, implementing 14 on behalf of the Department of Education. We are also implementing 12 projects on behalf of the Department of Health. Sports, art, recreation gave us 2, and DART gave us 3. So altogether, projects that we're implementing are 39 at different phases. Others are at planning phase, others are implementation phase, and so on, but they are all moving from different phases. As a province currently in the 2024-2025 financial year, we're able to deliver 2 schools, Dr. Sillo Primary School in Fuljohnskroon and Eureka Hostel in Bloemfontein. In as far as hostels that we're building that are almost complete, we will be delivering Lebone Special School, Breeder Farm School These are hostels and Orange Graag hostels. These are the 3 hostels that are done, almost done, that will be delivering by December this year. When you look at the schools that we are building, Father Balink is standing at 42%, Mpumalanga is standing at 92%. The 2 clinics that we are already implementing, we are finalizing them. We are at 82% with Reader Park and Tandanani at 85%. Not all is bad in the Free State. We are finalizing, we are handing over, we are building. However, it doesn't mean everything is hunky-dory. In as far as other facilities are concerned, we are standing at 65% in as far as Tusanom building and Sirelotong building. These 2 buildings were state-owned buildings that we have refurbished. We are now handing them over to client departments to minimize on the rentals. We're moving from rentals, we're now moving into the state-owned buildings. Chair, there are 2 projects that are giving us problems in the province. It's Hezo Primary School and Volgefontein Primary School. Volgefontein Primary School, the issue there are relating to the main contractor not experiencing cash flow issues. Subsequent to that, when we had a session, who took over from the initial contractor also had cash flow issues. But beyond that, we also face issues relating to community protest. And the project at this point in time, we are on Mora with the possible of termination very soon, because unfortunately, we cannot consistently continue in the manner in which we are. Volgefontein School, Primary School, is a project that was initially a brick and mortar, but we had challenges with relations to alternative building technology that failed dismally. However, the contractor was terminated, wasteful expenditure recovery process is taking place, and the school is now being replanned and is at a design stage, which is design stage 3. In as far as challenges attributed to planning and implementation challenges, part of our challenges are attributed to the department itself, others to client departments, but also others relating to planning. Now, part of our challenges is the delays in the approval of strategic briefs and project scope, material scope changing from time to time during implementation process, changes in the project budget without information being related to Public Works and Infrastructure Department, failure to pay consultants and contractors on time. But in as far as planning is concerned, not adherence to follow IDMS protocols, including lack of supporting systems. Public Works, sometimes to a large extent, we accept projects that are not fully funded or not ready to be implemented. In as far as procurement is concerned, SMME's capacity to deliver project is a challenge, and to a large extent, risk assessment not adequately performed prior to appointments of contractors. But in as far as communities are concerned, challenges that we face is protests that end up affecting project delivery. Business forums, disrupting sites, demanding 30% participation on the projects. I think most of us as different provinces on different projects are going to speak about this. But in as far as other challenges are concerned, we are indicating that cost runners, poor contract management practices, yes, within the department itself, inadequate internal capacity to deliver projects, inadequate support infrastructure due to lack of coordination between different spheres of government. And to a large extent, again, Slalo, poor planning by consultants. But we're saying, as a department, we must be able to intervene and ensure that we deliver services expected. That's why we're saying the sector needs to accelerate efforts in centralizing infrastructure budget to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. This is a very serious debate that is taking place. To a large extent, we also need to have periodical conversations with land departments, especially with big departments as Department of Health and Department of Education. Free State Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has been able to budget for the procurement of infrastructure delivery management system to support project implementation. the sector to accelerate effort to professionalize in-house technical capacity. As we conclude, Chair, we are of a view that part of what we need to do, working together with our entities as CIDB, is to ensure that we increase effort to capacitate, develop and monitor SMMEs, contractors, to improve performance, because number of challenges are located within the sector, but primarily with contractors that are unable to deliver as expected. But what is key also is to ensure that the sector to develop a standardized social facilitation methodology that would be used to engage with stakeholders, especially local communities and businesses, where projects are implemented. For instance, SANRAL is running that particular facilitation process quite beautifully. And we're saying departments, infrastructure development departments should be able to do the same in ensuring that we deliver services to our people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We'll now move on to the Honorable Mamabolo, the MEC from Gauteng. Honorable MEC, you
Thank
also
you.
have 15 minutes.
I get another 3 minutes. Oh, 15, okay. Sorry, I didn't hear. Can I plead that all the minutes left over, can I borrow them? Let me take the opportunity on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Government to extend our greetings to the entire leadership of the National Council of Provinces, the Chair, Deputy Chair, the Chief Whips, all the presiding officers, all honorable members. Let me also extend a word of appreciation to all ministers that spoke before us, the Deputy Minister, all MECs, but also take the opportunity to greet all councillors, mayors, MMCs, all the guests that are in the house. It's always an honor and privilege to stand before the NCOP to provide reports that are critical to oversight and the work that honorable members have to do. Now, let me just start by indicating that as a province, we seek to make sure that we improve the lives of the people through delivery of quality infrastructure. And we have looked at the theme, and we want to acknowledge the theme that has been given to us, confronting the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure projects to communities. We want to appreciate the importance of this theme. It is exactly aligned to what we're seeking to do as well by looking at improving the lives of the people through delivering quality infrastructure. Now, very briefly, honorable members, we have circulated the slides, and I may not go through them one by one in that order, but just briefly to indicate that what we are seeking to do based on the theme is to try to answer the question on how we are confronting the challenge, how we are doing it, the how part. And we do so, Honorable Deputy Chair, because we believe there is consensus on the importance of infrastructure to grow the economy, to create jobs, to deliver assets to communities, and of course, to reduce poverty, to fight inequalities. Across all presentations, I think that consensus, even with the ministers earlier, has been fully established. And that is why we want to just talk about and focus on how we are dealing with this. And you will see it a little bit in our presentation, depending on time. Now, if I were to take you through the very first slide where we talk to background to GPG distressed projects work stream, which I hope members have seen. You will see in the slide that we are detailing the challenges that go with what in the province we call, Honorable Deputy Chair, distressed projects or projects in distress, because all our projects that we are busy with are incomplete, so we need to complete them. So that's why we chose the word projects in distress. We're talking about the challenges, firstly, poor contractor performance, cash flow challenges. Most of our contractors, since COVID-19, have not recovered financially, and they are unable to finance end-to-end the delivery of projects. The bulk infrastructure requirements, vandalism of vacant sites in cases where contractors have left, informal settlement, encroachments on sites earmarked for development, illegal occupation of completed units, unresolved municipal mandates on projects that went to construction without finalizing, particularly the land acquisition issues. Disruption by business forums, I think this matter has been adequately spoken to. Now, when I move to the next slide, we give you a breakdown of the total number of projects in distress. And you will see there that the breakdown, those that have got issues and those that, some of them, there are improvements that have been made. But on the next slide, which is slide number 6, we also try to indicate some of the root causes of why we have these challenges. And I may not go through all of them, but I just want Chair to emphasize the point that in line with the meeting we had, I think, if not mistaken, last week on 3 spheres of planning, I want to just elevate this point that the coordination and working together with municipalities is quite critical, because all our projects take place in municipalities. Approvals, land issues, town planning issues, those are affecting the delivery of projects. And then we want to appreciate the principle laid down in this House of intergovernmental relations, cooperative governance, and 3-sphere planning. It's even more relevant here. And I just wanted to talk to that and emphasize it. The other issue that we are indicating there is just the impact. Our department, Chair, is facing high rates of litigation. There are disputes, payment issues, and that result precisely from the challenges of infrastructure delivery. Now, just to answer the issue of therefore, so what are we doing about it and what measures are we putting in place? On the 9th slide, we are putting some of the interventions, and of course, I'll talk to them, 3 of them. We have a work stream that the Premier chairs every week. We are focusing on our officials, change management in the light of the 7th administration, but also we are looking on what we call the infrastructure delivery process, a platform actually, the IDEP, which is the platform that we want to use now to deliver infrastructure. Now, just on the first part, the information is there, but I'd like just to indicate that as part of our interventions, we have developed from the Department of National Public Works a tool that we call the Project Readiness Matrix. The Project Readiness Matrix, members, honorable members, is a tool that we use to evaluate and assess and check whether a project is ready to move from one stage to another. For example, if a project doesn't have land or adequate land, or land has got dolomitic conditions, it's not ready, it's not good for construction, that will affect the readiness of the project. If the project is not well funded, does not have enough money, that project is not ready because it won't be able to pay invoices. Municipal approvals, environment assessment plans, if those are not approved, it will be difficult. So I just want to highlight that point. We're indicating on this slide that one of our key interventions is the readiness matrix, compliance with it, and making sure that we follow the strict rules in the built and engineering or construction environment. Now, honorable members, we are introducing the infrastructure delivery platform. You'll see it there. It's on slide 12. And for those honorable members in the province, when they come for the NCOP week next week, we will actually take them even more into details about the two platforms we have, the physical infrastructure house that we call Lutsinga Infrastructure House. You will see there top on the slide. We have also created a digital platform to support our infrastructure delivery. Now, honorable members, when you look at the slide, you will see what we mean by the new platform. And of course, I'll also get to it in the next slide. But essentially, what we want to do is also to improve the governance of our projects, because infrastructure governance is critical to running infrastructure projects efficiently and effectively. And some of the issues that we want to do, I've already spoken to the project readiness metrics. We have what we call the Infrastructure Compliance Lab. This is where we want to enforce discipline on compliance, because if projects are not compliant with the rules and regulations of the environment the built and construction environment, will not be able to do that. The third one is the use of smart technologies. I've listened to presentations. I've heard the Free State saying they are used to digital platforms, but I just want to demonstrate that, honorable members, in the province, we are moving the data on our projects to digital platforms. And I can show you, and we'll show it to the honorable members, that we are now having our project on smart devices so that we can empower oversight, transparency, openness, but also data management, data-centric delivery process. Because if we don't have information, if you don't have data about financials, about scheduling, about risk, it will be very, very much difficult to do oversight. So by the 1st of October, we would have completed our housekeeping with respect to packaging data and making sure that all information is available, and we'll be giving data to our client departments on all the projects. But in-house, we already have, we're just preparing it for our client departments. Because I must say, the tension between us as DID, the Department of Infrastructure Development, and our clients' departments, education, health, and all of them, it's about lack of transparency. It's about lack of visibility. They can't see what we are doing. That's why we're migrating our data to digital platforms. And this is proof so that it is not a rumor. You can see it here. We're able to see how we are delivering on our projects. So I just wanted to prove that we are working on that. And of course, this is going to help us to deliver on projects. You'll remember, and also we are using drones to collect data on sites. We are using smart photos to make sure that we can see exactly what is happening, because photos or pictures tell a story of what exactly is happening on site. Our project managers have been trained up to last week, Friday. We concluded every Friday by 12 o'clock, projects are updated. And that's why we are now in the housekeeping process to compile and to clarify data. Let me also just indicate here that the reason why we have not circulated the list of all our projects that are in distress, about 101 of them, is because we have just sorted out the criteria to ensure consistency, to ensure, expectation with respect to this project. So we are cleaning our data, we are doing housekeeping. We will complete it by the end of this month, and we will have quality data. The Deputy Minister of Public Works spoke about appointing contractors who will rescue projects that are in trouble. In the province, I'm pleased to announce that we have benchmarked with a concept in the business sector called project rescue practitioners. We are looking for, we have already gone out to the market to find people who can help us rescue projects, because what has happened is people that can't complete projects, they get taken away from them, given to the next person. They also can't complete to the next one, and so on and so on. So there is a criteria that we are using to make sure that when we give a project to the next person, it's not going to undergo the same problems. So we're very much pleased that even national government is exploring this issue of rescuing projects that are in distress. And as a province, we have moved forward. One of the difficulties that we're also looking at, one of the tools, is a project site compliance. On construction sites, there are a lot of things that are happening and there's lack of compliance just with how sites are managed. So those are some of the issues that we are introducing, Honorable Deputy Chair, and you will therefore see on slide 16 that we are giving you full details of the governance lab, of the smart technologies, of the project rescue practitioners, of the projects, consolidated that on the slides. Let me conclude by saying, instead I still have 1 minute and the borrowed time I asked for, that honorable members, we believe in the province that unless we have got proper data to manage projects, unless we are able to empower members to do proper oversight based on real data, we will not be able to fight poverty, to contribute to economic growth, to create jobs, and to make sure that we reduce inequalities and that we empower the people. Because whilst in the province, we don't have money for all the projects like any other province, but we believe that the little that we have, we should be so efficient and effective about it that every rand must give us the benefits of an economic multiplier across the province. We can't afford to have money sitting in the provincial bank account, in the bank, in the account of the province, not going to communities, not going to contractors, buying material equipment, and of course, making sure that we can empower economic growth change, of course, the economic paradigm. So we want to make sure that every cent give us the economic benefits, the multiplier effect of that can be earned from each one of the rents that we spend, and only in that way can we then do models to fight poverty, unemployment, and then, of course, improve the lives of the people. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. We now move on to the KwaZulu-Natal, my own boy, Honorable MEC Mayor. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Wonderful to see one of our own on the chair there, and congratulations. Honourable members, thank you for having me here. You would please excuse me if there's any loud bangs and I drop. KZN has become a bit of a dangerous place for me, but I'm happy to be here with you today. I'm not going to stick too strictly to the slides as was sent. I will just give a brief, because I want to focus on the challenges and what we're doing regarding those challenges. But just as an introduction, the estimated appropriation for public works and infrastructure, and just as background, Deputy Chair, we've newly created a Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. It didn't exist before within the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and we are still identifying and exactly what that means for us. But our appropriation for 24, 25, 25, 26, and 26, 27, respectively, is 17.492 billion, 17.836 billion, and 18.243 billion. And the four departments that received the majority of infrastructure budget, of course, is transport, human settlements, education, and health. I want to focus on what is slide 6 on our slides. Oh, seems we didn't send you the slides. My apologies, Chair. We've currently got 4,562 projects in various phases that's active within the province of KwaZulu-Natal over the 24-25 MTEF. The projects in construction have the highest number of projects totaling to 1,386 with a budget of 5.891 billion, followed by projects in design, documentation with 937 projects budgeted for at 3,099 billion and in the 24-25 financial year. The program and project administration includes the capacity and the support that is required for the delivery of infrastructure projects, and this category has been allocated an amount of 2.089 billion, which is an increase in the outer year. The status package ongoing caters mainly for maintenance projects, leases, and health equipment. But I want to focus mostly on the challenges, if I may, with your indulgence. In the 2024-25 appropriation for infrastructure is at a negative growth of 4%, emanating from the national budget fiscal consolidation cut, even in the midst of the province suffering catastrophic events that were quite major. I do ask people, I don't know why they're talking about budget cuts, because we had budget slashing, unfortunately, in public works and infrastructure. The recurring storms and other natural disasters which occurred during 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023, had a negative impact on infrastructure, forcing the department to implement recovery programs to address these catastrophic experiences in the province. We've unfortunately become a province that doesn't build, we rebuild, due to the many crises that we have faced over the last few years. Not all these crises were natural. Reconstruction recovery from the COVID-19 and the unfortunate July 2021 unrest in the province is also very slow. Infrastructure is underfunded across the board. This is made worse by non-settlement of debts by the client departments to implementing agents. And I want to just stop there for a moment in that we are owed over 900 million rand by other client departments. It become impossible for us to deliver services because now we are not paying the contractors and the subcontractors because we are just not receiving the money from the client departments, which is slowing down almost all of our projects. Lack of maintenance due to financial constraints also exacerbates the functionality of an already aging infrastructure. Limited investment in new infrastructure as the province prioritizes maintenance of critical infrastructure, inequitable access to the basic services like water, dams have aged, and sedimentation has reduced capacity, sanitation, electricity, the list goes on. Limited digital connectivity in rural areas, thus excluding the people living there from meaningful participation in the fourth industrial revolution, also means that we have numerous clinics, police stations, and schools in the rural parts of KwaZulu-Natal that have zero cell phone connectivity, making service delivery very difficult. There's no more such thing as a telecom line, as you all will know, honorable members. So if you don't have cell phone connectivity, it's very hard for a clinic or a school to function normally. There is limited investment in renewable energy sources, increasing reliance on a constrained and unreliable fossil fuel-based energy sources. There's limited investment, and housing and human settlement backlog estimated at well over 500,000 housing units, and it's continuing, we can see the continued mushroom of informal settlements that are closer to the central business districts. It's on a rise, especially in the urban areas and the metro area of KwaZulu-Natal. Disruptions in the infrastructure, delivery by community protests, unscrupulous business forums, contractor capacity, and delays in service delivery. And I'll stop at this one again, Deputy Chair. We have made a very strong point within KwaZulu-Natal to distinguish between business forums and the so-called extortionist or construction mafia. We are very happy to engage with any business forum that comes to us peacefully and want to talk for the improvement of services to communities. And we have successfully had meetings with the Black Business Federation, which is one of the largest ones in the province, who has given us their commitment to work with us peacefully and have distanced himself from all forms of criminality and violence. But still, unfortunately, we do see delays at many of our projects. We've had 8 projects in Pietermaritzburg delayed 2 weeks ago. We have a vital project happening at King Dinuzulu Hospital that is being delayed. The Menzi High School, I want to mention this one specifically, is now almost 3 years behind schedule. It was disrupted numerous times by the construction mafia. And once we finally managed to get that sorted out, there was no more money, and we didn't have our contractors on site. We did get the Department of Education to pay us, and I'm happy to announce that as of last week, our teams are back on site and are working again, and we are confident that the school will be finished soon, and we are keeping our communication lines very open. But the matter of the construction mafia and the extortionist remains a major concern for us in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. It is something I have engaged with the national minister as well. And it is a matter where we have to call on the ministers of police and the minister of justice to give their support. It is not something we can deal with as a province on our own. I know it's now a challenge in all 9 provinces, and we have to have a unified approach to this and speak with one voice. Connection of services, electricity and water, and then the cultural considerations, especially on MAFA. So the approvals of these delay our projects. We're also struggling with getting our bulk infrastructure from our district municipalities in place before we can start building our projects. Agricultural infrastructure, irrigation systems have aged and have limited capacity. Farm to market roads are limited in terms of capacity and they are in poor condition. A third of our road network is in poor condition. The rail network requires significant investment for upgrading and maintenance following vandalism episodes, whilst the Durban Harbour and the Richards Bay Harbour require expansion and modernization. The tourism infrastructure in the form of game reserve and national parks are in a state of disrepair and needs our urgent attention. We've also have, like every other province, delays due to appeals in the tender processes that makes our project start much slower than we've anticipated. But I'm happy to announce that we this week implemented our systems within our province, that all tender hearings, as well as all appointments of our staffing, will now be recorded both audibly and visually, so that we can protect our own staff and make sure that the processes are happening clean, and that we can bring transparency into how we do things within the province of KwaZulu-Natal and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Some other mitigating measures to address challenges. We're exploring alternative ways of funding of infrastructure from the fiscus, private and public partnerships. Rigorous investment in municipal infrastructure program through maintenance and new infrastructure. Capacity building to support the infrastructure program in the province. Invest in catalytic projects to unlock logistics and manufacturing potential. Prioritize investment in a road, rail, and waterways network to facilitate market access. Prioritize increasing the budget on maintenance to be able to extend the useful life of socioeconomic infrastructure. Security cluster to work hand in hand with the infrastructure delivery sector. We want to explore alternative materials, especially climate resilient designs. And I'll stop there again for a second, that we can't continue rebuilding as is after we have the climate crisis is hitting our province. And we are looking and rebuilding our infrastructure to be more resilient to the ongoing effects of climate change on our province. Use data sets from other departments and institutions of higher learning to enhance planning and support independent power producers for alternative sources of energy. If there's one thing we have a lot of, Chairperson, it's sunshine, and we made it better use it better in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Let me end off by saying it's not all doom and gloom. We are well on the way of our project of building KZN better. I heard with a giggle that my colleague from the Free State talk about the under 40s. Unfortunately, I'm one of the over 40s, but I still have the energy. And we are confident that we can overcome the challenges that we are facing. But one thing that we really do have to work on is that we are busy talking to the Treasury within KZN, because our biggest hamstring remains the fact that client departments are not paying us, but we are looking at now ring fencing the funding for infrastructure to make sure that the funding from us to our contractors goes a lot smoother, because unfortunately, Chairperson, having contractors phoning you in tears because they can't pay their staff is something that is just not something we as a government are supposed to be dealing with, and it's becoming one of our priorities. And with that, I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Mayor. We now move on to Limpopo. MEC Ratkone, you have 15 minutes.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Program Director, our Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Govenda, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ntweni Tsipani in absentia, the Women Settlement Minister, Honorable Me Mamoloko Kubai, Transport Minister, Honorable Me Paprakrisi, Public Works and Infrastructure, Deputy Minister, Honorable Zihle Zigalal. My counterparts who are MECs from the 9 provinces, SALGA representative, all honorable members present here. It is my honor and privilege to be afforded an opportunity to make remarks during this important session. I would like to take this opportunity and welcome all the presentations that have been made today as they seek to assist provinces to navigate through the service delivery of infrastructure as government. Before I go any further, let me indicate that the PowerPoint presentation has been shared and it will be circulated to honorable members while I'm speaking to the notes that I've prepared. I will move straight to the challenges that are faced by the Limpopo Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Our pace to deliver infrastructure projects is often affected by limited budgetary constraints that often hampers the rollout of infrastructure. A typical example is the limited budget allocation we have to upgrade our roads from gravel to tar. In Limpopo, the total road network is about 21,000 kilometers. And of this number, 13,197 kilometers is gravel. This then requires that the 7th administration pays special attention to the department's internal roads unit and its entity, Road Agency Limpopo. I regard this August House as a forum for all of us to highlight all the successes and challenges that we are confronted with in our province. Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure in Limpopo is also paying special attention to Road Agency Limpopo as the shareholder of the entity. I have noted with grave concern that RAL may have spent about 91.4 million of the funds allocated for the construction of the Welisizwe bridges on other contracts, which is irregular as the money was specifically appropriated for the Welisizwe bridge projects. It appears from the cash flow that the 91.4 million is not cash backed as RAL only had 27 million cash available at year end. The Welisizwe project is one of the infrastructure development that both Minister Honorable Grizi and the Deputy Minister Honorable Zikalala have passion on as they seek to connect rural communities that are often separated from the rest of the world during rainy season. So I have instructed management working with Treasury to look into this matter and ensure that corrective measures are implemented. A further concern is that as per RAL annual financial statement, RAL has disclosed authorized capital expenditure contracted for but not provided for amount to 3.154 billion. From the face of it, it is concerning, but noting the nature of the roads infrastructure projects, some, if not most of the major roads and major road projects are multi-year projects and may warrant RAL making these multi-year commitments. Realizing these challenges, we immediately took a decision to look into the administration of RAL, and the preliminary investigations prompt myself as the shareholder to overhaul the entity, which is tasked with a responsibility to ensure that that roads infrastructure is realized in that province. We immediately appointed an accounting authority to act on behalf of the board after majority shareholders resigned, leaving the board not to form a quorum. The accounting authority further placed on precautionary leave the CEO of RAL, Mr. Gabriel Malulek. These are some of the interventions, Chair, we bring to improve the state of affairs at Road Agency Limpopo. Just last week, we met with the Treasury MEC in Tatemawai to ensure that we further institute a forensic investigation into Road Agency Limpopo, because there must be accountability, especially in instances where taxpayers' money is involved. Honorable members, as we are paying special attention on RAL and also demonstrating that we are in an era of new hope, the province launched a service delivery initiative dubbed the Khere Wednesday. Mr. Khere is here today. Mashite, when we grew up, we used to see the Moria of yellow fruit dealing with the blading and regraveling of our unpaved roads. So that is why we took it upon ourselves for Rena ka uela morago mo re tswang. I'm saying that because we also want to capacitate our department, bringing it back to its former glory by using our own staff, our own fleet. So this program is aimed at blading and regraveling our unpaved road infrastructure. To date, the program has been launched in all the 5 districts as led by our Honorable Premier, Mayor Dr. Popira Matuba, and about 1,000 kilometers of gravel roads have been bladed and regraveled thus far. The significance of the project is to improve the road infrastructure by gradually grading, regraveling roads, and debushing of roads reserved to ensure safety of roads users. The program further responds to the socio-economic needs of the people of Limpopo, as the improvement of roads will assist the communities to easily access clinics, schools, and other service centers. Le meshate ya rena. Rena Limpopo re naga ya meshate, re naga ya magoši. That is why Renale 73% ka baka la gore re hlompha magoši, re tlo ba agela ditsela, re tlo ba kgorela ditsela. As already alluded to by the Deputy Minister, Honorable Zihle Zikalala, is that the pace at which we are upgrading these roads, given the limited budget, is quite slow and will probably take us decades. Of course, we continue to prioritize these roads within the available resources. Honorable members, this is a thorny issue which has prompted some communities taking to the street demanding services. Due to limited budget, we often take time to refine designs and reprioritize projects, which ultimately affect the timeous delivery of projects to our communities. Our strategy is therefore to ensure that we plan and implement within the available budget and come up with strategies to ensure that we do not return budgets to the national fiscus. I must also indicate that a platform of this nature should be able to assist provinces to lobby for additional funding to help unlock some of the service delivery bottlenecks. Reality is that all of us, we owe services to our people. That is why we're here. On project and contract management, at the center of all this are projects management and contract management. We recently mapped business processes to enhance the planning of implementation of the projects aligned to IDMS and FIDPM. We are in the process of developing standard operation procedures. We have commenced with the rollout of training and workshop as we continue to institutionalize our processes. On the integrated infrastructure government structure, the province has established an integrated infrastructure governance structure that tracks and monitors projects from construction sites to senior management within the department and within the provincial sphere. There is proper reporting to the Executive Council through the infrastructure cluster committees. Some of these committees are those that are listed there. I won't go through them one by one. Social facilitation to reduce community protest. In some cases, communities stop projects for various reasons. The stoppage of projects prolonged the completion of projects and is in oftentimes also increased project costs. All our projects, we utilize social facilitators. While this has its limitation, the MEC has been intervening where applicable. Our long term is to ensure that this facilitation happens during planning of the projects. Limpopo is also not spared from the growing trend of the so-called construction mafias that seem to be gaining traction. Just to give an example, within a period of 3 weeks, I had personally intervened and resolved this matter where 2 of our projects were brought to a halt at the construction sites of our very state theatre in Polokwane and a community library in Lephalale, respectively. I'm delighted that we are continuing to work closely with the law enforcement agencies, traditional leaders, municipalities, communities, and all the stakeholders to clamp down and root out these criminals. The challenges we are faced with is the illegal occupation of our properties, including buildings and farms. I told them in Limpopo that landlord can, and I'm still saying landlord can Nakwa Limpopo. In this regard, we are launching Operation Wisatundu ya Mosho, Operation Wushatut, Operation Bring Back Government Properties, which is aimed at reclaiming properties that is currently in the hands of thugs. In conclusion, on behalf of the provincial government of Limpopo, the ANC-led government of Limpopo province, as led by the first female premier since 1994, since the dawn of democracy, Dr. Poppy Ramathuba. We really appreciate the support and guidance that is being provided by the national government and the NCOP. This will really enable us to continue to come up with reforms to ensure that we deliver all our infrastructure projects well on time. We have learned a lot in the past, and we will continue to develop reforms that will assist us in this difficult task on which we are ready to confront and improve. Kwa Limpopo, re ready lodi change. Thanks very much. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I just want to caution Honorable Modise. You are conversing there and disturbing your other colleagues who are complaining from that side. So, yeah. All right. Now we move on to the next MEC from Mpumalanga, Honorable Estomo. You have 15 minutes.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm not sure whether I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible. You may continue.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, let me take this opportunity to greet yourself, greet the MECs who are part of this session and the entire members of the NCOP, the delegates of the NCOP, and also greet everyone from SALGA who's present and everyone, of course, who's part of this session. We have sent a presentation as requested. The presentation outline is as follows. The purpose of the presentation, background in terms of infrastructure delivery in Mpumalanga, infrastructure project overview, status on infrastructure core, incomplete, delayed, and abandoned projects. We have many projects that we are implementing on behalf of our sister department, which is education, health, social development, libraries, renewable energy, parliamentary village, transport infrastructure. And we are also proposing as part of the project, as the presentation outline, synergies to improve the rollout of public infrastructure as requested. We are also providing a conclusion and recommendation. The purpose of this presentation, Chair, is to provide the report on challenges facing the province to timelessly deliver infrastructure to communities, with a list of key incomplete projects in our province, which are under construction and managed through the building and transport infrastructure program under the Department of Public Works, Roads and Transport for the period starting from April 2024 to the 31st of August 2024. I must indicate, Chair, that the Department of Roads and Transport targets to complete a total number of 260 projects in the 2024-2025 financial year. This comprises of 78 projects under planning and design and 182 projects under construction. I must also indicate before this House, Chair, that as the province of Mpumalanga, we do not have projects that are abandoned. Let's therefore go to the next slide, Chair, which speaks about the socio-economic infrastructure delivery, MTSF, from MTSF 2019 to 2024. The project has invested around or an amount of 21.3 billion into infrastructure projects implemented by the Department of Public Works. So a total projects of 1,233 projects have been allocated into that amount. We have also provided a list of all projects into that presentation to members. Let me therefore take you through the projects that we're implementing on behalf of Department of Education with their status and challenges, and also the plans that we have implemented or rather we're implementing as intervention plans. We are having a project in Mkondo. It's called Mkondo Boarding School. Currently, the status of the project is at 97%. The challenges that we are confronted with or that we are confronted with are as a result of the prolonged work stoppages and insufficient budget, which has resulted in the deterioration of work on site and the need for the remedial works. However, I must indicate here that this is one project that we have been engaging with the Department of Treasury. They have been able to assist us with the funds that are required, which are about 76 million. So we believe that the funds are sufficient, and I can confirm before this house that work is in progress. The second project that we are implementing is a new MLO school, which is phase 2. Currently, it is at 95%. The challenges that we are confronted with here are delayed on payment that affected the performance of the contractor. So we have therefore, as a mitigation factor or rather proposal, appointed a surgeon contractor to complete this project. So a revised completion date on this one is on the 30th of November 2024. Still under education, we have George Hofmeyer School. Currently it's at 55%. We are also experiencing the delay on payment, which has also affected the performance of the contractor, and that has led to the contractor leaving site. We have also appointed a surgeon contractor as part of our intervention to complete the project on behalf of the department. The revised completion date is the 31st of October 2024. Another project under education is Val River Special School, which is currently at 70%. This is also one of the challenges that we're experiencing here. It was also due to delays of payments, and that has also affected the performance of the contractor. We are also on this one have appointed a surgeon contractor to complete the project on behalf of the department. And this project we have implemented the revised completion date for the 31st of October 2024. Another project is Ndawonye Primary School, which is currently at 80%. This is also due to delay payment and the project disruptions from local businesses. We have also appointed a surgeon contractor to complete it on behalf of the department. We are also having, or rather appointed new PMU managers that will stay close to this project as part of ensuring that they monitor the work on day to day. We also have a revised completion date of the 31st of October 2024. Currently, the work is on track. We are monitoring it on a daily basis. Another project that is under education is James Khoza Secondary School, which is currently at 82%. These challenges that we are experiencing on this project are delay payments due to contractor not being able to pay his subcontractors and laborers. That has resulted from them leaving the site. So as part of the intervention as the department, we have made payment issue resolved and work has resumed on site. The revised completion date is 30 September 2024. Another project on behalf of the education is Yatendela Primary School. It's currently at 97%. Contractor has cash flow problems resulting in the late delivery of material. Contractor is on penalties, and the revised completion here is the 15th of September 2024. Under health, we are implementing the following project, which is Middelburg Hospital, currently at 97%. It's poor performance by the contractor. It's one of the challenges. Contractor also did not pay his subcontractors following receipt of payment from the Department of Health. So part of the mitigating or interventions that we're making is that the contractor is busy with remedial works and commissioning in other buildings. Contractor has been informed to urgently finalize payment to subcontractors, and I can confirm that that has been done. The completion date has been revised to the 30th of September, which is this month. Another project under the Department of Health is the Witbank Hospital mental ward. The challenges which were confronted there, it's that the National Department of Health has revised the scope of work on the project to align it with the specification with specific requirements pertaining to mental wards. The revision of the work has budgetary implications, which the Provincial Department of Health needs to approval from the Department of Treasury. So the mitigating factors, or rather the interventions that we are implementing, is that the contractor has been advised to stop the work on site pending revised scope of work and budget confirmation by the Department of Health. Completion date to be revised pending outcome of the additional scope of work and confirmation. Under Department of Health, again, there's a project that we're implementing, which is called Mametlake Hospital. Is currently at 96%. Challenges that we're confronted with, its main contractor and surgeon contractor experiencing cash flow challenges, and they continue the continuation of non-payment of solar surgeon contractor affecting progress, and the completion of the solar plant final fix for electrical works and commissioning of equipment. So part of what we are implementing as intervention is sectional completion has been achieved as follows. Section 3, medical wards, high care unit, TB ward, social worker unit. Section 4, Part 2, resource centers and training facilities. Under social development, we have Msokwaba Youth Development Center, which is currently at 95%. Challenge is slow performing contractor, and there's also a challenge of water supply distribution in the area. Part of our intervention is that we have instructed the contractor to accelerate works on site. The revised completion date on this project is the 30th of September. Another one under social development is Mbuzini branch office, which is currently at 30%. The challenges that we are experiencing there, Chair, is the project was stopped for a period of 8 months due to continuous project disruption by some community members. Part of the interventions which we are implementing is that we have issued a revised date, which is the 1st of August 2025. Under sports culture, we are implementing Newtown Library, which is currently at 97%. Challenges which we are confronted with is continuous project disruption on site and poor performing contractor with cash flow problems. Part of the interventions which we are implementing as the department, we have instructed the contractor to accelerate the works on site, and also the completion date on this one is the 17th of September 2024. The last project under social development is Tandukanya Library, which is currently at 78%, which this has been due to poor performing contractor with cash flow problems. So we have since appointed a surgeon contractor to complete this project on our behalf. The revised completion date is the 31st of October. Under the renewables, in Mametlake Hospital, we are currently at 95%. This was due to delay of payments. We are now on discussions with the Department of Health, as it is our sister department and responsible for the payment of this one, to ensure that they continue to make payments. So they have adhered to our call, and we believe that they will ensure that they pay on time. Parliamentary Village, which is one of the projects which we are experiencing many challenges in the province, but we have since made stride after continuous disruptions. Currently, it is implemented in different phases. There's phase 1, which is currently at 100%, phase 2, 97%, phase 3 at 77%, phase 4 at 55%. The challenges that we have been experiencing, there are continuous project disruption, poor performing contractors, budget shortfall. But I must indicate before yourself that we have partnered with the Department of Safety, Security and Liaising in the province to permanently deploy members of the SAPS to ensure that the disruptions which are happening there are being kept. And I can confirm before this house that we are on track on that project as we speak. Under roads and transport, the upgrading of road D481 Mpuleni to Manar is currently at 87%. The project challenges are that we have been experiencing payment delays, which has led to the contractor leaving site. The intervention are that we have appointed a surgeon contractor to continue with the work, and we have also revised the date of the completion date on this one. The upgrade of Coal Hole Road D227 4 from N11 to D1398, north of Hendrina, is currently at 82%. Work stoppages are part of the challenges by community members and threats to the project, cash flow challenges by the contractor. We have therefore appointed 2 session agreements for supply of bitumen emissions and construction of bridges approved to ease the contractor cash flow challenges. So we are therefore proposing the following synergies to improve the rollout of public infrastructure. Chair. Projects that were not implemented was mainly due to budget constraints or cuts. However, planning processes were completed to be ready for implementation once funds become available. We are also implementing governance structures in place to ensure joint project planning and management. These include joint operation committees, payment committees, consultant meetings, infrastructure cluster with the Office of the Premier. The province plans to enhance capacity in infrastructure department, especially in our department, because this is one area which has been cited by the Auditor General that we need to improve, particularly with respect to project management. So we're looking into establishing a project management unit that is fully fledged. We are also partnering with different mining houses in the province, and I can confirm before yourself that we are having joy from the different mining houses who are coming forth to assist us with particularly roads and other projects in the department. The last one is packing of bankable infrastructure programs to Infrastructure South Africa. Chair, we therefore conclude by saying we submit this report for yourself to note it and also for the NCOP to notice, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tomo, for an eloquent presentation you just made.
Chair, point of order.
Honorable Badenhorst.
Chair, I just want to bring to attention of the House that with the 3-sphere planning, my MEC wasn't here and everybody booed him and nobody said a word now. So I like this. Keep on doing it. Thank you very much.
All right. Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable members, honorable delegates, the House is in order, please. Let's continue. I think that Honorable Badenhorst is raising his concern. Honorable Mdise, who gave you a right to speak? No, you cannot disrupt my meeting, man. No. You cannot work like that. All right, without the further ado, honorable members, I think that these presentations which we had since this morning, they prove that South Africa is a big construction site. I think that we must give ourselves a pat on the back that as South Africans, why we are united in improving the lives of our people. Yes. So I think all the presentations, they were so good. So, but now we must give each other a chance. But before I give Northern Cape a chance, I'd like to bring to the notice of the House that the MEC mayor from KZN has gone back home because he has to catch a flight. They've got a cabinet meeting tomorrow morning. The main, what do we call it? What do we call it in the province? Honorable Manse? ESCO meeting, yes. Yeah, we're used to the cabinet here. So it is having an ESCO meeting, although it is set indeed, because we'll have appreciated, because he highlighted certain cutting edge issues which he raised here. It would have been better that if he was around to respond to the issues which are going to be raised. But we had to give him leave for that. You know? So without further ado, I'd like to call the largest province in the country, the Northern Cape, Honorable MEC Makato.
Yes, the biggest province. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Chair of the NCOP, the Chief Whip, my colleagues from provinces, and the honorable members of the Council.
it is an honor for me to address this House on this critical topic of confronting the challenges facing the timely delivery of viable public infrastructure projects to our communities. My focus today, Chair, will be on progress that we have made and the challenges that we continue to confront in delivering viable public infrastructure projects in time, focusing amongst others on the following. The challenges faced on the implementation of your capital infrastructure. I think I must also emphasize the issues around rates and taxes, the disposal strategy of the Northern Cape. It would not be fair for me not to also just talk to the climate change impact on our road infrastructure in the Northern Cape, seeing that every little thing that happens to the Western Cape touches some parts of the Northern Cape. And lastly, we will be talking just a little bit on the remodeling of roads and public works, and honorable members will understand when I get to that point why it's important for me to highlight the remodeling of roads and public works in the Northern Cape. Currently, the department, as a department, we are implementing about 49 portfolios of projects for client departments. But there's a lot that is happening in the Northern Cape. I must also indicate that we are still facing challenges where client departments still continue to implement and maintain projects, whilst in the Northern Cape, it is at least an EXCO decision that infrastructure development and its maintenance resides with the Department of Roads and Public Works. And some of these departments are enabled by regulations like your Department of Education, who has got this SGB Act that allows them to do maintenance. Some departments are taking chances where they would also put up infrastructure projects. However, Chair, I think I must also indicate that in the Northern Cape, that's where the catch is. Because as the custodian of the Giyama as Roads and Public Works, their challenge becomes when the assets have to be registered on the asset register. So that's where the catch is. We are in constant engagements with the department to get them to understand, because then it means that government will have to foot the bill twice at some point, because we just don't take a project to register. We will have to do a proper assessment for us to get it on the register. So we are implementing projects for the Department of Education, some projects for the Department of Health, Sports, Arts and Culture, Social Development, and other departments. The council must also note that there are infrastructure projects, like I said, that we really would want, as you engage in your oversight processes, to help and assist us in just advocating for the right thing to be done by the different departments. Chair, the implementation of these the projects has been, some of them has been delayed due to numerous challenges, and amongst them is the issue of the general fiscal challenges. There are serious budget cuts across the board, which we understand, but all we are saying is that when, like a department, for an example of education, when they are given a budget through their DORA funding on a project, and then they give us the mandate to implement that project, and right in the middle of a financial year, the project gets withdrawn because education will have to reprioritize their budget. It affects our performance also as Roads and Public Works. Now, I think I must also just indicate that as Roads and Public Works, our appropriation amounts to 2.2 billion. Just how skewed it is, this is what I want the House to note, that the conditional grant amounts to 1.4 billion, and that is what Honorable Minister Gracie presented this morning for the Northern Cape. And the equitable share as appropriation is about 724 million. Now, and we are getting on a constant basis issues that are raised by the National Department of Transport, that there will have to come a time where we match the grant rent for rent And I'm not sure, maybe in your oversight processes, these are some of the discussions the appropriation processes will have to seriously take into consideration. We, as the Northern Cape, has successfully ventured into front loading, as it was indicated this morning, Chair, to fund human settlement projects. The same approach is being explored to fund road infrastructure projects. But budget constraints and reprioritization have further complicated the situation. The delays in the budget allocation, and I'm saying budget allocation because we had an experience in the Northern Cape right at the beginning of this financial year, where the grant tranches would come towards the end of a quarter, which would have serious implications in the implementation and just to sticking to timelines of these projects. And that's the point we're trying to emphasize here. And this leaves projects vulnerable, Chair, because then the projects will get abandoned. With the last experience, we had a situation where contractors were not paid for about 10 months by the Department of Education. And I don't know how we expect contractors to just stick to their part of the deal if they don't get paid. And some had to abandon projects. But I must also indicate that from where I'm standing, we do not have a halt. All projects are running. But we can anticipate some delays because of some of these challenges. Now, this is just but one example. Just for education, we had about 8 schools where contractors were not paid for quite some time. But we are in constant engagements. We also agreed that all parties involved must adhere to the 30-day payment period to prevent delays and disruptions. So we've got a system in Roads and Public Works, a project management system. And that was one of the ways where we thought we would want to have a process where we stick to the 30-day payment policy, number one, and number two, for better monitoring of the implementation of the project. So at just a click of a button, as an MEC, I can just click on a project and see progress. If payment has to be done, we register contractors based on projects that they are doing. And if a contractor wants to claim an invoice or a certificate, and they did not upload all the necessary documentation, that invoice will never be processed, so they know. And because we also want to stick to the 30-day payment policy, when an invoice upload is not up to scratch, it's been sent back to the contractor. So when it comes back, the 30 days starts again, cycle. Chair, I think we must also indicate that these budget cuts have resulted in serious reduction in our travel and subsistence allowances, limiting site inspections and effective supervision. The lack of proper oversight exacerbates the risk of poor construction quality, Chairperson. We've also seen a growing trend of project disruptions by local business forums in demand of their 30% of the subcontracting. Criminal activities like cable theft, where we just experienced a month or two or so ago at the Kimberley Nursing Student Accommodation Project, which got delayed because of the theft of cables. Chair, we must also raise this, that there's a latest trend now, which we have seen, where traditional structures in rural areas, where they begin to demand social responsibility compensation from contractors. So yes, a contractor gets into a village, then they can't use borrow pits in the village, or if they were to use borrow pits, then they have to pay, depending on who negotiates on behalf of a community. And we've seen now instances where it becomes a problem now, and it begins to delay projects. The timely delivery of public infrastructure is a top priority for us. And all stakeholders, we believe, Chair, must be held accountable to ensure that these essential projects are completed in time and within budget. By doing so, We will not only enhance the infrastructure in the communities, but this will also contribute to the overall economic growth of the province. Chair, I said earlier, I must emphasize on the issue of the rates and taxes. And this is an ongoing challenge as the portfolio is growing of the social infrastructure, so is the provincial immover asset register. And so comes the burden of more rates and taxes. Now, the limit in the budget allocations for these facilities have placed significant pressure on user departments. And sometimes it leads to the disconnection of services by municipalities where, due to an outstanding rates and taxes account, it does not matter for some municipalities whether the current accounts are up to date, they will then switch them off. We just now, when it was very cold, we experienced a very sad situation in one of the areas in Pixley, where a school which has a boarding facility was switched off because of the outstanding rates and taxes right in the middle of winter. And this, Chair, hampers our ability to provide essential services, and it places further strain on municipalities that are already facing revenue collection difficulties. If I may just give this one example, in the Northern Cape, just one municipality called Salt Lake, our rates and taxes account with Salt Lake is more than 150 million. It was around 300. We've been trying to work it out. We are standing at 153 million. Now with the appropriation processes, the least provincial treasury could do was to acknowledge it as a priority, but it was not budgeted for. And those are some of the issues we really have to see in to the fact that they begin not to be a hindrance to service delivery. So the Northern Cape has a total of 2,004 assets in the register. 1,323 built on provincial land and 681 built on non-provincial land, you know, like municipalities and some are national and so on. But, Chair, what for us is important is that there are about 1,409 constructed buildings such as schools, clinics, which are habitable as we speak, which will have to plan for their conditions assessments in future. Now, we are sitting with a challenge also now that the last conditions assessment that was ever funded by any provincial treasury or the National Department of Public Works was in 2013-14. So we are doing it in piecemeal. And even if we were to dispose of these buildings, it becomes difficult now because you just estimate. And that's not what we want. Furthermore, Chair, the lack of funding to conduct these mandatory conditional assessments every 5 years under the GIAMA is a growing concern. And this compromises the safety and functionality of our infrastructure. We have submitted again this financial year to Provincial Treasury and to the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, seeking financial assistance to address this critical need. Chair, the department remains committed to the responsible management of state-owned properties in line with the GIAMA and the Northern Cape, in line with GIAMA and the Northern Cape Land Administration Act. We continue to dispose of unused and excess properties in a manner that ensures transparency, accountability, and compliance with all legal requirements. So all the properties that have been surrendered by user departments and deemed access to our needs are disposed to interested organs of state, like and registered NGOs and FPOs, provided they maintain the properties and pay for their services. Now, in our disposal processes, we've got a clause there, especially when we dispose to municipalities, that if this building has got an outstanding rates and taxes account, we can give it to you on condition you clear the rates and taxes account, because we are just giving these buildings for free, isn't it? At a rand, at least. So, Chair, like I said also in earlier, as the province responsible for maintaining an extensive 29,000 kilometer network of gravel roads, the Northern Cape has been severely impacted by climate change. We've got a district called Namakwa that is neighboring the Western Cape, particularly around Johantam and Karoo Hoogland areas, which shares the border with this area. They have experienced significant flooding since 2022 due to these unusual rainfall patterns, and this has caused severe damage to our road infrastructure. The sum of the work that we did in 2022, we are back at these roads again in 2024. So we are currently engaged in flood damage repairs on these roads, Chair. And currently one of the most pressing challenges we face is funding. But we are engaging with mines in the province, particularly in districts like JTG and Namakwa. Unfortunately, the funding provided through the conditional grants is insufficient to address the growing demands of road maintenance, just like you alluded to earlier. The Northern Cape is vastly populated, Chair, and to connect communities of the Northern Cape becomes more expensive than how we would want to connect communities of other provinces. So in 24-25 financial year, we continue to create and foster joint ventures with the mines and other stakeholders to tackle the challenges of road construction maintenance, particularly in areas like JTG and Namakwa. And these partnerships, Chair, for us are crucial in ensuring that our infrastructure can keep up with the demand of increased industrial activity. We've got a road that we have relinquished to SANRAL almost 2 years ago, the notorious R31 road. That is the road that links your Eastern Cape. Okay, it runs from it runs across all the mines in Kuruman right through where it joins the N12 and takes you to the Eastern Cape. And on that road, on a daily basis, you have got nothing less than 2.6 heavy vehicles on the road on a daily basis, Chairperson. We've given it over with other roads to SANRAL just to take the burden a little bit off the grant, but we still need more. So despite these budgetary constraints, Chairperson, the province remains committed to expanding access to affordable and reliable transport infrastructure. Remember, this is not just about economic development. It is also a matter of road safety, which remains the top priority of the 7th administration. We will continue to explore all other avenues for funding and partnerships to ensure that our roads are not only functional, but also safe for all road users. Now, Chair, the strategic infrastructure, we've got one strategic infrastructure project in the Northern Cape in a town called Buchubai, where the green hydrogen project has been conceptualized. And that is part of the Namakwa Special Economic Zone. And this is a key strategic infrastructure project that exemplifies our commitment to long-term growth and investment. So this project, along with others in the Namakwa SCZ, has the potential to create 35,000 job opportunities, providing significant economic upliftment for the Northern Cape province. To support these projects, we have transferred 2 main sections of the R382, that is the road from Alexander Bay Airport to Port Nolloth, okay? Okay, and Steinkopf. We are trying to say to the House that to show the importance of us collaborating in ensuring that we get to a point where we get the benefits of all these interventions. Now, Chairperson, in the Northern Cape, we don't have, like I said, no project is at halt. We just had one project, a notorious MR 938, where a court order cancelled the project. We appointed the second contractor. Due to non-performance, we cancelled him. We are at a point where procurement is finalized to just conclude on the procurement of that road. And we've got a very improved and strengthened oversight process that we agreed with the mines. So we hope that this time around there won't be any cancellation and there won't be any delays. So as the Northern Cape Roads and Public Works, with all these challenges we face, we still commit, Chair, that we want to deliver public infrastructure timelessly and in budget. And we really want to plead with the NCOP to note that there's a serious need for the recalibration of the DORA funding across the board, roads and transport, Department of Transport and Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Chair, we are on course to realize our vision as a modern, growing and successful Northern Cape. Thank you very much.
Again, Honorable MEC, we really appreciate the input you have just made. I think as I said earlier, that it proves that South Africa is at work and we are all collaborating with each other. But I think I would have appreciated if you just also highlighted all the biggest international project in Carnarvon, in the Northern Cape, the square kilometer array. I think that one is a very big project which is of international stature. It would have been good that how does the province fit into that? But I think that during the question period, we'll be able to deal with that. The next presentation is coming from the Northwest, Honorable MEC Mukua. The floor is yours. 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. Let us pass our greetings to yourself and to the Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers in absentia, to Honorable MECs in this platform, also our SALGA people that are in the house, and all those that are in here that are giving us support. Let us, without any further ado, as Northwest say, we have turned the province into a construction site. Now, let me allude to the challenges that we are dealing with currently as Northwest Province. We have the following challenges that are in the main: abandoned commercial, non-commercial buildings, farms, unutilized and vacant land parcels. The mandate of the Northwest Province government on immovable asset is limited to land parcels and properties registered in the Northwest Provincial Immovable Asset Register, while mandate on immovable asset registered at national level is under a National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. With regard to the challenge, these are persistent and recurring land invasions, as well as illegal use of government-owned land and buildings by undocumented persons, whereby these persons utilize government-owned properties for illegal activities. More often, these illegal occupants abandon and use the unused land parcels and buildings are registered at national government asset registers, and the provincial government is limited in terms of the control and the regulation of these national government-owned properties. And more often, these land invasions are perpetuated by mushrooming of informal settlement. I think the Provincial Department of Public Works need to really have a close working relations with National Department to have a sort of a workable agreement on the monitoring of this particular land parcels that are the responsibility of the National Department, including the infrastructure that is under the management of National Department of Public Works. Rationalized and decommissioned buildings are often left abandoned without prior notification to the provincial government. We are sitting with a challenge where our sister department, when they rationalize or decommission the buildings, they don't really notify the Department of Public Works, and therefore making it difficult for us to really maintain and to make sure that we rather confer the use of these particular buildings to commission them or to allow other interested parties to make sure that they maintain these particular buildings on our behalf. At the same time, we are expected to pay rates and taxes. The department is unable to collect rental value on these particular assets for that particular simple reasons. But at the same time, government is expected to maintain and upkeep these particular properties, which becomes very expensive, and collect rental revenue. Meanwhile, rates and taxes have to be paid to municipalities. The provincial government is not privy to lease agreements entered into between the national government and the current land occupants of the assets that belong to National Department of Public Works. There is a persistent land invasion on occupied, unoccupied and vacant land parcels, including uncontrollable invasions and encroachment on agricultural government-owned land. There are also encroachments such as mushrooming of informal settlement and government-owned land that is not efficiently and effectively used. The provincial government is making inroads into evicting illegal occupants, although this comes at a price whereby such monies could have been used elsewhere to enhance service delivery. And to a certain extent, we also have to really use courts to remove this particular people from this particular facilities. Construction mafias, like it is now, the buzzword of the day, and the extortionists are also a problem in Northwest. And I think we are on course in making sure that we make this particular pandemic an issue of the past. EXCO has resolved to dispose of non-core immovable asset, rationalized, unused, decommissioned immovable asset and properties by means of public auctions, caretakership and donations to NGOs, municipalities or tribal authorities, as well as to other interested parties, just so that at least it leverage the department from paying the municipality for the rates and taxes. EXCO has also resolved to dispose these assets as strategy to enhance revenue collection for the province and mitigate against the rates and taxes, as I have mentioned, and maintenance expenditure. The Northwest Department of Public Works and Roads has requested some vacant houses from National Department, whereby the house will be utilized for occupation by MPLs due to the increase in the seats of the provincial legislature, to advertise vacant, dilapidated government buildings for rental and some to be allocated to various NGOs through caretakership agreement. Land audits in the current financial year of all provincial immovable assets are being undertaken by the department to ascertain the extent of non-strategic, unutilized, unoccupied immovable assets belonging to the national and provincial government. This is very much important. The department is also opening criminal cases against construction mafias, whom are often involved in extortion of the monies for illegal occupation and the use of unutilized government-owned properties. The EXCO in the Northwest Province has also resolved to make the Northwest Department of Public Works and Roads a preferred infrastructure development implementation agent for all provincial government infrastructure departments, which means we are now currently we are engaged in discussions with our sister departments that they should relinquish that particular responsibility to us because we are dealing with the infrastructure. The Department of Public Works and Roads has 10 appointed services of external provincial portfolio project management, PMU, to build internal capacity. We have appointed PMU to build internal capacity in the department on a 36-month contract, which will be ending 2026-2027. The provincial road-related matters, the department is also in the process of establishing a provincial road agency. We are currently in discussions and consultations are going on between the department and the provincial treasury in this regard. Municipalities, as far as road infrastructure is concerned, we must say that the municipal roads are in a very serious state of disrepair and unreliable road use. So as the program that we have adopted of Operation Valazonke and the operation called Tuntsale Rolebeke Lebeke, we have undertaken, yes, Tuntsale Rolebeke Lebeke Ngwana, we have undertaken to capacitate the municipalities in making and creating the asphalt so that the operation of patching of the potholes, it should no longer be a challenge going forward. The other challenge that we are sitting with, and I think most of the provinces have spoken on this particular matter, that funding allocation for road infrastructure is not really keeping up with the economic indicators, which means it does not really correlate with inflation, CPI, and also the increase of prices yearly. This is a significant challenge for the department in addressing the maintenance, the backlog of paved and unpaved road network. Budget allocation for the infrastructure, both from the provincial equitable share and the conditional grants, have been consistent for the past 10 years. And it is further complexed by the budget cuts that keep on confronting us. The department, when implementing road construction project, faces a major challenge with access to borrow pits. I think Northern Cape has alluded to this a bit. Access to borrow pits from either tribal authority or private land, which then makes it also increase on the budget because it means we have to pay for this particular pits that we should be allowed to then exploit as the department. The department further faces challenges of contractors underperforming due to limited resources or the question of capacity. This greatly affects the department planning process as projects tend to overlap into other financial years. Continuous community disruptions are also resulting in delays during implementation of project. This is also includes the demands by the SMMEs for their 30% from the main contractors, which also poses a serious threat. The department has launched a reseal program. The intention of the program is to focus a portion of the maintenance budget to addressing roads that are fair condition, which are really, I think on this particular matter, we have adopted a strategy as the Northwest Province. It is known that Northwest roads are very bad. So in intervening and also reducing or managing the cost of road maintenance, we have agreed that we should really emphasize on re-graveling rather than blading, where the process of re-graveling will also intervene, where we will be raising a level of re-graveling to a point where the next financial year will concentrate on just applying a thin layer before we apply the black top. So the department is continuously seeking additional funding. Currently in the department is Currently, the department is in a process of soliciting additional funding from FBI through ISA. Furthermore, the department is continuously fostering public-private partnership to co-fund road infrastructure project. One is delighted to say the Triple P is now a real thing. It is now a live, it's no longer a rhetoric. We are now joined by the mines from the Moses Kotane, where they are helping us to really reconstruct the roads from the initial state at a cost of 160 million, where they are taking the cost and we are only monitoring, and we have also appointed contractors. And we further continue to request other mine houses and other big businesses. Yes, you can clap. And other big houses, other big businesses to partner with us, because with the fund that we are receiving, I don't think the Department of Public Works will be able to then correct the status of the roads in the province. To address the challenge of underperforming contractors, the department has developed objective criteria as part of our procurement strategy. Before we sign a contract with a contractor that would have won the bid, they must sign a further a contract that will ensure that at a particular time they would have acquired a certain, they would have performed at a certain level, failing which we agree that we terminate them without any further cost. This criteria utilizes statistical analysis also of the submitted tenders to determine the tenders which are market related, because some are tendering at a lower price and they end up not fulfilling the responsibility that they bid for. To address also ongoing community disruption and challenges, the department continuously encourages intergovernmental relations and the involvement of the local municipalities through the project cycle to ensure all the relevant stakeholders and adequate community engagement take place before the commencement of the project. We are also engaging also with the tribal authority that they should really, before the project commence, they must call their community meetings with the members of the community, that they assist and support the Department of Public Works in monitoring the contract from its initial state up until the end. And I must say, up until this far, we have been receiving overwhelming support from both the municipalities and the tribal authorities. The recommendation that we want to forward as far as the challenges that we have alluded to is that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure should intervene on that is the National Department, on the disposal of non-core, should agree that we should dispose the non-core, unutilized, abandoned and rationalized government-owned buildings and land parcels belonging to the national government. That both departments should enter into a service level agreement on maximum effective and efficient utilization of immovable asset owned by the national government. That the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure should support the Northwest Provincial Exco on making the Department of Public Works and Roads a preferred infrastructure implementing agent for all clients' department in the Northwest. Additional funding to make sure that we perform on our responsibility for equitable share budget to merge the provincial road maintenance grant that always is being allocated and given to us. I think I have spared you some time, and for that I want to thank you.
That was Bukoni Bupirema at its element. Ne? So we really appreciate the input, Honorable MEC. And then now the next presentation is coming from the Western Cape, Honorable T. Simas. You can come and present here.
And I'm present in the house.
You have 15 minutes. They're already taking your time.
Cool. Honorable House Chairperson, fellow members of the Executive Council, also representatives from SALGA, I see Alderman Satashi of the NEC of SALGA, also honorable members of this august House. When we look at the pressing challenges that hinder the delivery of viable public infrastructure to our communities, the Western Cape focuses in response to your request on actually the journey that all provinces, not just our own, are on to actually provide housing opportunities under very difficult circumstances. How we must continue to maintain roads, whereas the budget has been getting less and less and less every financial year. But also in our case, in the true scale of my own department in this province, it's also to develop essential public services. But all of this, Honorable House Chair and members, does not happen without any obstacles for our province. If you consider that for the current MTF, which ends in 26-27, projects that are actually at implementation stage across our province is valued at 21.8 billion rand. All of them are being affected in some form or another. Now, my department deals with human settlements, I deal with roads, I deal with public works, and all other general infrastructure as well. So when I talk about the 21.8 billion rand, I reflect on, in terms of human settlements, which are being implemented across our province, 272 human settlement projects. I talk about 44 public works projects. I talk about 189 roads projects. Thus, a total in my portfolio of 505 projects is in some form or another being affected or facing some challenges. But Honorable Chair, it's one thing to define and talk about the challenge. But in preparing for today, there are three key challenges which does stand out, which has not been covered, I believe, to some extent by my colleagues before me. One, and we have talked about this, and I attended your last session, is the lack of capacity at local government. Noting that 60% of all planning for our own provinces, projects like in other provinces, actually does need a competent local government to actually ensure that we get to implementation stage. Again, the impact of extortion and intimidation, some have touched on it, I will expand on that. But also the failure of state-owned entities to adhere to their agreements with our provincial government and my department, but all our municipalities, and its impact actually on the implementation of our projects. So yes, we face numerous hurdles and challenges, and some of them require immediate action, which is why I appreciate this afternoon's session, but some of them ask collective attention beyond the NCOP, far beyond this house, I must say. But let's focus on the lack of capacity at local government level. Now, local municipalities in our province do have varied levels of capability. That is an acknowledgement one has to make. Our challenges are not unique to other 8 provinces. Some seek to expedite their own projects, again, but they do not have the capacity. Some seek to address the overcrowding conditions, noting that 150,000 people semi-migrate to our province, and we welcome them because they come here for opportunity, but our local municipalities sadly carry the brunt, and the equitable share that we get as a province does not speak to this reality in our province. And infrastructure sadly carries the heavy burden across our entire province. But some of the efforts at local government level are also constrained by grants being reduced, but also a lack of their own resources, noting that the ratepayer base are dwindling away systematically annually. Some of our municipalities depend heavily on implementing agents, and I followed in the previous term some of the debates in this august house, and many provinces, including ourselves, does have an issue with the overusage of implementing agents. Then what do you have a municipality for in certain instances? But my department, due to its various levels of technical competencies, also plays a very supportive role across all 24 non-metro municipalities across our province. So more and more municipalities are actually knocking on my door to assure assistance that the projects at least get to some stage of being implementation ready. But we have also now started introducing meaningful interventions, which we believe as a provincial department we can do in partner with our sister department, the Department of Local Government, because in the Western Cape, we do not work in silos, we work as a team to address some of these challenges. But now allow me to highlight some of the concerns we face. Along with the steps my department, the Department of Infrastructure, is taking to enable our local municipalities to excel or address their issues, but also how we can fast-track projects where possible, given the direction that as a cabinet in the Western Cape, we will be embarking on in this term. The city of Cape Town, again, the only metro in the country which received a clean audit out of all the metros recently. They are in the process of accreditation, and I'm proud to say they can actually run their own human settlements or housing projects independently. So we provide them with very little assistance. Similarly, because of the structure of the various grants which fund a metro, the sub-departments also ensure that their directors are competent to ensure that human settlements, water and sanitation, and all other aspects of service delivery related matters to these grants can be delivered. This then affords me as the Provincial MEC of Infrastructure, together with my sister department, Local Government, to actually focus on the 24 non-metro municipalities. As I said, we acknowledge they are at various levels of challenges even within our own province. And what we have introduced, Honourable Chair, is an example, because I'm well aware as I speak in the current financial year, in those 24 non-metro municipalities, they have attempted to initiate 59 new projects. 33 of those 59 projects are just briefly touching the project feasibility stage. Noting, in terms of project management and the processes, it's supposed to take approximately 2 years. But due to a lack of capacity, some of these municipalities have taken 6 years to actually reach this level in the Western Cape. But out of those 33, 13 projects are set to actually reach implementation readiness for the next financial year. This slow pace is a clear indicator of the lack of capacity at local government or at municipal level, which is why, as a provincial government and through my department, to assist them to address their own challenges, we have actually begun monitoring incoming projects based on this new system which we have started implementing in this term of office, which is called the Standing Operating Procedure for Project Administration, which ensures that the projects actually can go to market and they are ready for implementation. But as we enable these municipalities, Honourable House Chair, and we want to support them to fulfilling their mandate in our portfolio, we do understand that each municipality actually needs different assistance. So we've tailored our approach very differently. In our province, we have 10 municipalities that actually have very strong technical skill sets within the administration, which is why we support them by only monitoring their project progress and aligning or assisting them to align their new projects with their municipal needs. Then we have intermediate municipalities, of which there are 9 across our province. Here we do play a more proactive role with them. We actually guide them on how to prioritize their projects to properly align with their strategic plans, but also identifying new opportunities for these 9 municipalities. But every house has its naughty children, and yes, the Western Cape does have them. And they are governed in coalition, of which as a governing party, we do not form part of these coalitions, I must state. This is what we call the weak municipalities, Honourable House Chair. They lack capacity to provide hands-on support, to help identify, package, and facilitate new projects, because cadre deployment has actually hollowed out the technical capacity as municipalities. And who are these municipalities? I can tell you who they are. Knysna, everybody knows Knysna, huh? I can talk about Theewaterskloof, everybody knows what they are. I can talk about Oudtshoorn and Laingsburg, again, prime examples of weak municipalities. And here we not only monitor those projects monthly, Honourable House Chairperson, we are now in the process of assisting them with statutory processes, if needs be, utilizing our Provincial Department of Local Government, because we can't see these municipalities failing in their mandate. But in addition to that, Honorable House Chairperson, and I'm focusing on human settlements, which tends to be a bone of contention in all our provinces. In my province, it's not exempted from that, which is why we have 19 priority human settlements and housing development areas which have been identified across 12 municipalities. And some of these 12 municipalities includes the weak municipalities as per the definition I've just explained. Many of them have restructuring zones, and it's been declared. So, which means that we were focusing on assisting them as well. In the city of Cape Town, where you stand or sit currently, we are now progressing to focusing on our inner city areas and developments for the current and future provision of settlement development through innovative ways. Given the grants, we'll be getting less. But this initiative of my department is not just about transforming the apartheid era spatial landscape, Honorable House Chair. It also speaks about creating inclusive and functional settlements. It goes beyond just building houses. However, despite these efforts from my department, the provision of bulk services is a big issue. This relates directly to local government. Some of my colleagues prior referred to education and health. In my province, it's the same issue where, as much as we do settlement development, lagging behind us are two sister departments called the Department of Health, called the Department of Education, and they pose severe risks in some of our projects given the number of invasions we've seen since 2022. But we also understand why bulk services is actually a risk for future developments in any province. Because the municipalities' MEC grant funding is not only limited, it's inadequate to actually assist them just doing and getting the basics right, let alone focus on planning the future expansion of their own towns. But the Western Cape government does not only talk about problems, we also formulate solutions, and I will touch on that a bit later. Then there are other external challenges which none of us can control as we sit here, Honorable House Chair. We saw at the highest peak in COVID-19, we started off with having 429 informal settlements in the Western Cape. As we sit here today, including the one that popped up last night, we have just crossed 1,200 informal settlements in the Western Cape. 429 of those are within our non-metro areas. Land invasions, thus, is becoming a massive hindrance to future development and planning for the Western Cape, not only in the metro, but in our non-metro areas as well. Some of these invasions are criminal. They are not driven by a need for adequate housing. They're actually driven by those individuals who seek to profiteer of people in need of an opportunity sometimes. They disrupt our project prioritization. They disrupt and even halt the progress that we've been working on for extended periods. And additionally, they even force municipalities, sadly, to change their own strategy. Many a times we have seen this post-2021, when new municipality governments came into place, changing their own pipeline, which they worked hard on, because they were seeking to ultimately benefit a few at the expense of the many. Neisner is a good example. Theewaterskloof is a very good example of that as well. I give this as examples because the NCOP are set to come here for your oversight week. And it's time that you ask difficult questions. But then we've also seen the challenges of extortion and criminality, as some of my colleagues before me alluded to. But I will only talk about a few projects, which are in total in the current financial year valued at over 400 million rand, Honorable House Chairperson. But it's the areas within which these projects are, which must actually ask ourselves as we sit here, how can we work together to stop this? Drift Sands is in the city of Cape Town. It is next to an area of Blue Downs which has been affected by land invasions. Drift Sands used to be a nature reserve which we had to deproclaim. During COVID-19, it started off with 2,500 structures. As I stand here, and I visited the site with the MEC of KZN yesterday, there's over 12,000 structures as I stand here. It's been delayed by a number of weeks. This is phase one of our original plan because the individuals living beneath the dam section, which is set to give in due course. Again, the intention of the provincial government with the National Department of Human Settlements is quite forthright. But criminality has now pushed people to keep on invading the specific site. Again, it's the area it's situated in that should actually concern all of us. Then there's the airport infill site. That's the area of Gunya and Guguletu in Nyanga. This is a R250 million human settlements project. It has now been delayed by 20 months. 3 contractors have walked off site. 4 workers have been shot. How much more can this sector take before anything can actually happen in this specific area? Again, I mentioned you the area where this is in. It's the people that need housing the most. Yet the same extortionists live in those communities, sadly, Honourable House Chair. Then, because my portfolio also deals with building schools and clinics, we have seen in Valhalla Park, a primary school which is meant to be upgraded. It's been delayed by 3 years because extortionists and so-called business forums want their cut of the pie at the expense of those children. I ask again, is that fair, given the community that this is in? Then we have Ravensmead, where we're set to upgrade a CDC facility at over 105 million rand. For 6 months, that project has stood still because the extortionists and the so-called business forums want their cut of the pie. In this province, we do not tolerate criminality. I do not talk to criminals. I want to see them behind bars. But to protect the capital investment in some of these sites which we have done, and I'll give you a figure which is supposed to concern all of us, Honourable House Chair. From 2019 until April this year, we have spent over 1 billion rand in the Western Cape to protect our sites, using private security because there's not adequate SAPS deployment in our province. 1 billion rand was taken out of needy people's mouths. We could have provided them with an opportunity to protect sites because of criminal acts. Again, it always comes back to the criminal acts, which goes unmatched. And all of these incidents and many more, Honourable House Chair, has actually been reported to SAPS. Some of these sites have got multiple case numbers. But sadly, the communities are too afraid to stand up and talk out. So this is a major challenge affecting communities as well. But because of this widespread extortion and acts of criminality, my department has implemented a comprehensive, proactive strategic prevention plan together with the City of Cape Town, where we collaborate with internal stakeholders and external stakeholders, which include project steering committees and ward councillors who are actually willing to walk the yardstick with us in these difficult communities. And we have seen the efficacy, Honourable House Chair, in terms of our projects to ensure that several projects can go along. But now it brings me to state-owned entities or owned enterprises, Honourable House Chair. ESCOM stands out as an eyesore. And I'll use one project example, which is a roads infrastructure upgrade of the MR 168, which is the Baden-Powell Drive, if you know our roads locally. We paid the 3.6 million rand deposit, which they required to move not 1, but 2 ESCOM poles. That was in May 2022. Up until April 2024, we had lost 348 calendar days at a cost of 16 million, and guess what? The 2 ESCOM poles are still there. Another example is Transnet, another failing SOE, Honourable House Chair, which has ground certain projects to a halt. Again, roads, Main Road 191. We have seen more than 100 days pass, costing us over 100,000 rand per day in terms of stoppage time. So again, that's over 10 million rand of taxpayers' money lost. But Honourable House Chair, in terms of a way forward, the Western Cape has a Western Cape infrastructure framework which seeks to address some of these challenges. It's guided by a very clear vision, ensuring that we have a clear roadmap of how we will, in our province, address these challenges, but also infrastructure development in our province. They're having a sectoral approach and institutionalizing it with the 5 focus areas in the 4 branches which form my department.
Can you please wind off?
Honourable House Chair, in conclusion, as a MEC, I also have 5 priorities. And this is done noting that partnership is key, which is why when I talk about to accelerate delivery, I do so fully knowing it's partnering with the private sector. When I talk about enhancing private sector investment, I do so knowing that last week our provincial cabinet approved the alternative financing for provincial infrastructure pipeline funding mechanism, which will now see us focusing on my 4th priority, which is to unlock and secure new funding sources for all forms of infrastructure in the Western Cape. And lastly, and leastly, Honourable House Chair, is to build our infrastructure sector in the Western Cape on the principles and the lessons we've learned over the last 5 years of ensuring that our province is ready for the infrastructure sector. Honourable House Chair, as the Western Cape government and my department, we will continue to work with all stakeholders, including the NCOP, to leverage all of our collective strengths and drive the transformation that is needed.
A grace period of more than 5 minutes.
Sorry?
Yes?
Excuse me?
I have given a grace period of more than 5 minutes.
In conclusion, to create a future where all of our communities can have access to safe, sustainable, and dignified living conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simmers, for thank you, Honorable MEC, for the presentation you've just made. And then now we are going to go to the real government, the local government, the call face of the people, the call face of service. Honorable Sentase, you can give him a round of applause. Because, Councillor Sotashe, because you are alone, you were attacked by 9 people, 9 provinces. I'll give you extra 10 minutes if we need one.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, thank you. Honorable Chairperson in absentia, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Ministers of Human Settlement, Public Works and Transport in absentia, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members, we are coming to this briefing with heavy hearts as SALGA, having lost one of our best chief officers, Mr. Rio Noluchungu, who was a dependable chief negotiator at the Bargaining Council. He passed on the day when we concluded historic engagements or negotiations with organized labor and expected to receive good news. Mr. Noluchungu left indelible mark on this world of living, and his spirit will forever be with us. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable House Chair, we are happy to note that public infrastructure is a priority matter for the 7th administration and the NCOP. Infrastructure must always be viewed within the context of services it supports to provide. The definition must also include all relevant assets necessary to deliver a particular service. For an example, a house without basic services such as water, energy, and etc. is inadequate for human settlement. A water pipeline is not enough as the infrastructure without water. In providing road-based public transport, roads are necessary, but not enough. Not only the necessary support services and assets form part of the infrastructure, but the entire lifespan of the infrastructure must also be considered. We would like to remind honorable members of this august House that SALGA doesn't implement infrastructure projects, rather seeks to enhance IGR and collaborations, as we are going to demonstrate on key areas that we have worked thus far. 1, on human settlement. The delivery of housing and ultimate creation of sustainable human settlements is a very critical matter for the government of South Africa. One of the key challenges with the delivery of housing in the country, in most of the provinces and municipalities alike, is the blockages and impediments when it comes to integrated planning and spending of human settlement grants like your ISOPG and USDG. In order to address this matter, SALGA partnered with the Department of Human Settlements to engage metros to reflect on progress made thus far on the delivery of housing for associated infrastructure as well as the associated expenditure of the USDG and ISOPG for the year 2023-2024. We want to thank the MECs who availed themselves when we engage in this process. Just to mention the few, MEC Lucity was one who came first, and then she offered to assist the municipalities, in particular the Nelson Mandela and the Buffalo City. Discussion on challenges recovery plans helped us in identifying what support is required to enhance the performance. The engagements also reflected on the preparations for the 2024-2025 financial year. In this context, metros presented business plans they were preparing for the submission to the Department of Human Settlement by the 31st of May, 2024, where within suggestions on refinement to make sure that quality business plans are submitted for approval. I must mention, House Chair, that all the submission or all the business plans were approved on time by the Minister of Human Settlement. This enables transfers of funds timeously and for the municipality to start within the implementation early in their financial year. You will recall, Chair, the financial years are not the same at local government and also with the provincial and national government. Our financial year as local government starts on the 1st of July until the following year, the 30th of June. So there is a misalignment in terms of the financial cycle. With this early start, it is anticipated that the performance for the current financial year will improve significantly. SALGA has lobbied the Department of Human Settlement on the matter of accreditation for several years. There has been a lot of progress made in terms of accreditation. A new revised accreditation framework was approved by MINMEC of September 2023. It was not an easy task, MMC Simas, you know that. That will now be used to assess municipalities applying for accreditation. A decision has also been made to prioritize the accreditation of all metros and secondary cities in the country. While negotiating improvements in the accreditation of municipalities include those outside of metros, we continue to pursue of spatial transformation. Subject to that, 136 priority human settlements and housing areas, PHS HDAs, have been declared throughout the country in a bid to actualize spatial transformation in the country. As SALGA, one of our critical activities in the recent financial year has been to assess and work towards the refinement of the PHS HDAs development plans to ensure their alignment to the critical municipal plans like the IDPs and the SDFs. The implementation of the PHS HDAs program is that it will ensure that housing opportunities get located to good, well-located areas next to the employment and economic opportunities, achieving spatial transformation of communities, with previously disadvantaged citizens no longer being located in the outskirts of the cities. It is essential to note that the cost of delivering infrastructure to fragmented, far-flung areas prohibitively costly for municipalities and their partners in government. Good location, higher densities, and integrated developments create more efficiencies and better access for our communities. On roads, the South African Institute of Civil Engineering Infrastructure Report Card reflects on all roads in the country. We have a network of about 750,000 kilometers of roads. which makes us the 10th longest network in the world. A sign of progress in extending our road networks to areas did not have access previously. Our challenge, especially at a municipal level, has been the maintenance and rehabilitation where necessary. Exacerbating this challenge is that there is about 131,919 kilometers of this network that is unproclaimed. We refer to these as orphaned roads. The process of proclamation must be concluded soon so that the appropriate roads authority can be allocated. When left unaccounted for, such roads risk having no accountable for their maintenance, especially in the rural areas. The current funding model is untenable, considering that much of the municipal roads network is at risk of failure. The recent efforts by the Department of Transport to eradicate potholes, in our view as SALGA, is both inappropriate and also inadequate. Why we say so? There is no clear provision for municipal roads where most of these potholes are allocated. Priority is being focused on provinces who benefit from large provincial roads maintenance grants. Some provinces do not adhere to the Division of Revenue Act conditional grant framework on the PRMG, which states that provinces must contribute towards the maintenance of municipal roads based on the PRMG. The Department of Transport must enforce the framework to make more funding available for municipal roads. It is important to note that municipalities are responsible for 60% of proclaimed roads network, but only receive 11.4% of the dedicated funding. The ownership percentage could increase to 60% if some of the unproclaimed roads become municipal roads. On the other hand, SANRAL receives 37% of the dedicated funding, whilst only responsible for 3% of the network. It is no wonder the condition of the national roads are world-class, whilst municipal roads are riddled with potholes. This inequity must be addressed in the interest of those communities who use municipal roads daily and hardly even go onto these national roads. As a significant component of the municipal road network is damaged by overloaded heavy vehicles, avoiding weight bridges on major roads. Municipalities do not receive any of the funding for vehicle licenses on heavy vehicles, despite these roads being damaged on the municipal road network. These licensing requirements need to be addressed as a matter of urgency, House Chair. The low grading for unpaved roads requires specific intervention to upgrade, as most of these are rural roads serving poor rural communities. The President of the Republic has made a promise to upgrade these roads in his State of the Nation address a few years ago. Unfortunately, this pronouncement did not come with how this would be funded. Needless to mechanisms of funding, perhaps a conditional grant for the upgrading of these roads. This funding also help alleviate the current disparities between the different spheres of government. That's why we are calling for the review of the DORA, because we strongly believe that as long as the municipalities are still getting less than 9% in terms of the fiscal allocation, we'll be confronted with these kind of problems. On water and sanitation, water in the country is in a dire state. South Africa is a water-scarce country, receiving insufficient and unreliable rainfall. The country received a mean annual precipitation of 497 millimeters per year, almost 50% less than the global average of 860 millimeters per year. The water resources in the country are also unevenly distributed, yet the municipalities in the country lose about 40% of their purified water. The country cannot afford to keep losing water at this rate. The main cause of the huge water losses the country is facing is incorrect piping of water and not doing water piping correctly. The piped water is being lost through leaks, theft, and non-payment. The leakage of water costs municipalities billions of rands. As they lose 40% of water, they have already spent money to purify. There is often little or no appreciation of the value of water being lost through leakage. Municipalities would benefit from targeted demand management programs, including awareness campaign, community education, leak repairs, proper asset management, and adequate operations and maintenance of infrastructure and infrastructure refurbishment. We implore all relevant departments and stakeholders to work with us in support of struggling municipalities. This includes exercising the constitutional obligation of the two spheres of government, which we must invoke Section 154 of the Constitution to provide the human resource support to the municipalities. Section 139 should be the last resort to be invoked. We need to build capacity in municipalities. On energy and electricity, changing market dynamics require an urgent rethinking of the business models in municipalities. The policy has opened up the industry for decentralization generation, which means that municipalities and customers can also participate in the energy supply space. What is key on this new market dynamics is that municipalities will still continue to own the electricity networks and grids. And a lot of customers, businesses, industry, etc., while they are busy installing their own generation, but the need or demand to use the grids of municipalities will escalate, which means the municipalities still have an opportunity to use their infrastructure as alternate revenue and not just passing on power bought from ESCOM. While the availability of electricity infrastructure presents an opportunity for municipalities, but throughout the years, there is no proper investment that has been done on the infrastructure. As a result, it is dilapidating and falling apart.
I must ask you to conclude, to wrap up and conclude, please, as you finish.
Thank you, Chair. This is not because municipalities did not want to maintain and invest the infrastructure. I just want to conclude, Chair, by just skipping on issue of waste management and also our view on the issue of the PPPs, triple Ps. We are saying, Chair, a small example is a private company with a road maintenance fleet willing to do the goodwill in municipalities. All we are calling all on honorable members sitting here, we implore you that local government is everybody's business. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much to SALGA. Always welcome in the House. Honourable members, that brings us to the last section of the day where we will be dealing with questions to the different provinces, to the MECs that have presented and to SALGA. I am going to ask for a show of hands. I'm going to start on this side for a change. So I'm going to make my list and we'll start with Mr. Badenhorst for a change. Thank you very much. We'll then go to Mr. Van den Berg. Mr. Sibande. Boshoff. you. Mr. Pala. Mr. Makwe. Help me, please, Mr. Makwele, thank you. Mr. Makwele, thank you. Mr. Nzimande, is your hand up? Mr. Ndlovu. Oh, Mr. Modise, we've got the whole lot today. We are not going to watch the end of the game in our offices. Mr. Kaunda, Ms. Chirwa, Mpongosi, thank you very much. Ms. Makasine, Mr. Nue, Mr. Peter, Mr. Feni, Mr. Nkinga, there we go. Honorable Nonkonyana, and Mr. Brits in that order. A long list, let's work through it. Honorable members, we have opportunity for speeches on these matters next week. Honorable member, okay. We have opportunity for speeches and for deep deliberations on these matters next week. So I'll ask you to keep to the nub of the matter. Let's stick to the question and proceed. Let's start. Mr. Bartenhorst, please.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. My questions will be, and will be questions, not speeches, will be to Minister Simmers from the Western Cape. Minister Simmers, specifically with reference to roads and the impact of floods over 2023 and 2024, I'd like to know whether there's been any funding with regards to disasters being made available from government to assist the Western Cape government in those repairs. And then also, how does the Western Cape government plan to accelerate service delivery in the face of a fiscal situation where government grants are being cut over the next 3 years? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bartenhorst. Honorable van der Berg.
Thank you, Chair. My question, two questions. One is to the MEC Free State. You mentioned the Kwaggafontein school failing dismally due to alternative building methods. My question is, who approves it? Do we not adhere to basic building regulations when building a school as set out by the Department of Education? And then to the MEC of the Northern Cape, as we can see, roads are the crucial lifeline in the Northern Cape, truly linking communities, but also mines and harbors to each other. Also very important for tourists to travel safely, which is not the case currently in the R31 connecting Kimberley to the Kalahari region. So will we be able to also make use of the Boegeberg Harbour project to reroute iron ore and manganese trucks to export from there rather than transversing the country to reach Richards Bay and Durban harbors? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. van der Berg. Honorable Sibanda.
Thank you, Chairperson. If there was enough time, I was going to go by each province, but nevertheless, I'll try to reduce them. First one, Chairperson, first one, I wanted you to suggest something for SALGA. To SALGA, there was a point which is they've raised that heavy freights are damaging the roads. I mean, my question, don't you think that it is necessary for the National Department to revitalize the railway lines which have collapsed as an alternative? And then also, specific to Limpopo, I wanted to have a request with this one to empower the province. He calculated about approximately 30,000 gravel routes, but across all the provinces, about the issue of bridges, so that we can be able to assist in this house to make that their budget to be enough so that they can because we know from an experience that from all those areas which were most disadvantaged, they're still facing some crisis. I've got an experience of that area of Swai, which, etc. So my request is that one. And then also to Gauteng, my colleague, which we took care in some of the departments, I wanted to request something. When he gave his input about some of the illegal occupation and infrastructure encroachment, he never indicated about the illegal mining, because of what I'm scared of. Very soon, we never had an earthquake in South Africa, but very soon, due to the illegal mining, some of these areas, we are going to have challenges, because alternative, we're supposed to build some houses, proper houses adjacent to those areas. But unfortunately, some of the things are happening. Lastly, I want to request to Mpumalanga province as well. Unfortunately, they are not here. I don't know whether it's relevant to ask a question. Oh, thank you. To Mpumalanga province, what I wanted to request, due to the fact that there were some constructors which were given task, unfortunately, they never complete. They are not unable to complete their projects. So, have they I mean, do they have any system to detect those constructors which are misbehaving, so that in future we mustn't utilize them because they are taking us back? I'll put it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sibanda. And please, any other MEC who wants to answer a general question like that on behalf of anyone else, please feel free. Ms. Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. My question is directed to the MEC Tomo of Mpumalanga. I have the same problem as Honourable Sibanda, that all the projects have been stopped because of delayed payments. If he could give us an explanation as to why this has happened and why there is no tracking system in place. And then I'd like to ask him to please look at reprioritizing roads in Mpumalanga. There's no mention of the R540, which is a business artery and a tourism artery from the Highveld down to the Lowveld. And it is a road that is putting the lives of commuters. It's a death trap waiting to happen. And then I'd also just like to know what the budget is for roads and what the cuts were. And then with regard to education, well done. I see you are busy with the building of schools and so forth. But MEC, are you able to give this House an answer as to why on your infrastructure grant for education in 2022 and 2023, you returned 300 million rand, and in 2023-24, you returned 312 million. That is shocking. If you take the state of the schools, there are still pit latrines, etc. in the Mpumalanga schools. Is this going to be the case in 2024-25, that money that should be used to uplift our children and give them humane circumstances to live under also be sent back? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Boshoff. And Honourable Parler is next.
Thank you, Chair of the session. And thanks to all MECs who presented here. The MECs, we have all said a mouthful in terms of the infrastructure in all the provinces. It appears you are all on your boots, working hard to deal with the challenges, but there seems to be a common problem, which is incomplete, delayed, and abandoned projects due to emerging form of criminality in this country, which is construction mafias. There's law agencies in this country. Let's deal with this. This it cannot hold us a ransom. The next point, the other issue which I'm concerned about is what is raised by the MEC of Western Cape, the issue of incapacity. We have enough human capital in this country. And the issue of incapacity is well articulated is articulated by and the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. It clearly says, if I'm to read it, it clearly says that is chapter 23 of the NTP. It says that's I quote, services cannot be delivered without people with necessary specialized skills, whether they are nurses, doctors, engineers, planners, and artisans. There's a shortage of professional skills in government, particularly at the local levels. Municipalities require engineers to build, maintain, and operate infrastructure. And even when these functions are contracted out, municipalities need to have technical expertise to commission and oversee the contractors. And this is as well echoed by SALGA. And our appeal is we have enough women capital in this country. Our universities in all the provinces, year in and year out, produces young graduates who many of them are sitting at home. Let's train them. Let's train them and let's make sure that they perform these responsibilities. This is my concern. The last point is on the MEC of Free State. The MEC spoke about the budget project which lies with the the client departments. I'm wondering how the department is functioning or is operating with the budgets lying somewhere. Is it legal? Is it lawful? MEC, if you can just clarify me on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pala. Mr. Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Chairperson, and greetings to honorable members in this August House and those that are on the visual platform. Chairperson, me first and foremost, let me join other members by welcoming all presentation from honorable members. I mean, all presentation from the MECs from various provinces. I would like to welcome the presentation, in particular, the one from the biggest province in the country, because I didn't know Northern Cape. I know Limpopo is the biggest one. But Chair, my direct question I will start with the one, I will start asking the biggest province in the country, the one that is now led by Pakani Shabi, Honorable Rachwin. I want to ask him to say that when he was he presented us about the very nice project. We call it the Kharakara project. He even called himself that Mr. Kharakara is here himself, Honorable, to tell us that how much money is he spending to do the same project that he was presenting before us. That is the question that I want to ask Honorable Rachwin. My second question, Chair, it will go to the second biggest province. They said Northern Cape. I had MEC from Northern Cape presenting to us that their main challenge in that particular province is the issue of the thing of the client's department, or we can, in the layman's language, we can call it the end user department, whereby she presented to say that the end user department is owing them, their department money which I don't understand because SALGA, I thought that it is only municipalities that are complaining that the department they are owing them. Because honorable MEC, I should think you are in the same government. If the same government department is owing another department and the same government can't solve their problem, I should think honorable members at this August House, I mean, as NCOP, we need to find out as how can we assist them, because it's the government on their own. They can assist themselves so that they can be able to, because the majority, the reason why majority of municipalities throughout the country, they are suffering is because of our own department, their own, they don't pay services to the municipality. So I should think maybe the MEC, I need clarity. The last question that I want to pose to SALGA, the very last question, with the SALGA, they've raised an issue to say that as the government, in particular the provincial government, when we support municipality, Section 139C must be the last option, which I agree with you to say that we must find a way to support a municipality as Honorable Pala indicated that throughout, even at the provincial government, we've got this problem of capacity. But SALGA, I just wanted to assist you because despite the problem in the administration, majority of municipalities in the country, we've got the problem of governance. To say as SALGA, as the union of municipality, what is it that you are doing to assist governance? In particular, I'm talking about the political arm in that sphere of government, whereby you'll find in one municipality chair in the province where I'm coming from.
Is there a question, Honorable Mokwele?
Okay, so that's the question that I wanted the SALGA to assist me, that how do they assist the governance, because that is the one that are weakening administration. And thanks very much for the time.
Thank you, Honorable Mokwele. Let's do Honorable Ndlovu next.
Button was just the one who switched it off. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also join everyone who did the presentation, our MECs here. I've got a few questions because some of the questions have been asked. Chair, the presentation by the MEC from Northern Cape indicated that they've got a challenge of the traditional leaders, whereby they are demanding sale. So what I want to check, Chair, is that because all the presentation from all the MECs, they are talking about the construction mafias. But in her presentation, I've never heard her talking about the construction mafias. She spoke about the traditional leaders. And vis-a-vis to the MEC from Limpopo, my honorable MEC, because you also mentioned that you got the support of the traditional leaders. That is why you even got 73%. So what I want to check from Limpopo is that, are you not experiencing the same problem as Northern Cape? The other part is, Chair, question. The other question is that there is a complaint, Honorable MEC Dikarekere, from one of the community from my place in terms of the internal road that has been constructed, but it was not yet finalized. So what I want to check with you is how far is the matter and how are you going to deal with it? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlovu. Let's move to Honorable Nzimande, please.
No, thank you, Chair. And to the honorable members, and a special greeting to Kulu. My question will be to all the MECs, because they are just GNU MECs, and they can answer these questions. Because there are three there are three common issues they are raising. And these issues have been raised over and over again in different administrations. Even now, it's been raised. The issue of non-performance, the issue of construction mafias or extortion, and the issue of business forums as primary factors that are causing delays in some projects, which at the end of the day leads to serious financial implications. Obviously, once you are faced with such chair, you need really to elevate that. And obviously, they are making a high impact, as high impact factors as a risk. Then you must be able then to deal with the real root causes. Once you elevate the manifestation as the root causes, then you are likely always to be wrong. Because they are running away, and I guess they should be dealing with this point. The issue is in the heart of inequalities. The issue has to do with a struggle against those that have and those that do not. And they manifest themselves in forums, as you are talking about. Because in terms of the planning, you are not dealing with it proper. That they are involved at the early stage of planning so that they know exactly that this is how far, I'm not gonna hear from you. This is how far we can go to share this particular cake, and we don't want you to cause any problem. Now, the question that we have then on non-performance is that, is it because incorrect service providers that are incompetent are being appointed? That's why contracts at the end of the day get cancelled. Do we have penalty clauses in such situations? Because you can't continuously waste money over and over and again, but no one is held responsible. If you say, I'm competent, I can perform this, we enter into a contract because on the basis that I believe you say you will be able to perform. If you have misled me, there must be a penalty. And why is that not done? Is it because some politicians are eating this GNU that is coming up now? Thank you. That's a question then, GNU.
Thank you, Mr. Nzimande. Honorable Modise, if you can update us on the final score and ask your question, please.
No, Chair. Firstly, can I establish with you if there's a time limit?
Chair, it's, Mr. Modise, it is within reason, so we'd prefer if you'd keep it fairly brief. Like I said, we do have lots of opportunity to air these issues next week and listen and make speeches like Mr. Nzimande just made. So
that's the reason I'm asking, because I've got a moray of questions here. So that's why I'm asking, is that, so I don't want you to say sit down when others were not told to sit down. If it's 2 minutes, I'm fine with it. If it's 1 minute, I'm fine with it. Is there a time limit, Chair?
There isn't a formal time limit that's applied, but please use your discretion. Keep it brief.
No, thank you. At least I asked. So, but I'll make it easy. Don't worry, Mr. Member Badenhorst. I'll be as short as my height. Don't worry. Chair, because I had an opportunity to be involved in the infrastructure development, and where somewhere it's called public works when I was still in the legislature in Gauteng. And at least I've got a relative idea of what is happening. And I think
Member Nzimbande must come back home because his thinking is still the same. So yeah. Let me just ask two provinces, and then I leave others to other honorable members to ask these questions. Firstly, I'll ask my sister province, because at least Gauteng was surrounded by 4 provinces. So I'll go to the Free State. And then I'll ask the MEC of the Free State, because from the presentation, it was clear that they want to take charge of the maintenance budget. I just want to check, how ready are they? Should that decision be taken? Is the department ready for such responsibility? And 2, do they have enough internal capacity to undergo that program of being in charge of the maintenance budget? Because it therefore means schools, hospitals, to a certain extent, old age homes and clinics will be maintained by them. Do they have internal capacity? The last question, Chair, like I indicated that I want to leave others to our fellow honorable members to question certain provinces. Let me go back home and ask MEC Kolobe. I know that the reliance on the GIAMA and IDMS, it's very strong in Gauteng. And they had introduced this, I think it's drones or something that they use, to check projects. To be sure, as they do oversight, they call it technology, smart technology, that's what we call it in the province. I just want to check during the oversight, when they use the smart technology, what exactly are they monitoring with the smart technology? And lastly, are clients department involved in this smart technology monitoring? Because you said you call them project in distress. And I'm sure the smart technology has given you a clear understanding. Because sometimes when you look at them at the naked eye, you are unable to see what is happening. Like when you go to Carlton Center, you can only look here on the first floor. But on top of what's happening on the 54th floor, it's something else. And that's why the smart technology comes in. So I just want to check those two. Thanks, Chair. Let me leave to Kaunda to finish others.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. Honorable Kaunda.
I'll do as I'm being instructed, Chair, by my fellow colleague. Thank you, Chair, and we welcome all the presentations by MECs. My biggest worry, Chair, is on the levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequalities, because we've got to leverage from the infrastructure spend. So what are the plans that the provinces have to ensure that we leverage from the value chain, where communities will start producing material in bigger scales, so that we create employment? By so doing, we'll be industrializing and localizing. So what are the plans in regard to that, especially to those provinces that understand the language of radical socio-economic transformation? Lastly, Chair, is the issue pertaining to what are the plans to apply a pay-user method by the Public Works Department, so that these departments that sometimes they owe them money, but they pay in advance, and the National Treasurer and Provincial Treasurers also look at how can we tamper with the system to ascertain that they are able to charge them before they implement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaunda. Honorable Chirwa Mpongosi.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think this is just like broadly for all the provinces, but with special focus on Gauteng, Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga. There is a problem that we are finding with the issue of non-performance of contractors, and it going unscathed with no tangible consequences that emanate from non-performance. And we recommend that with immediate effect, all those cases of non-performance by contractors should be sent direct to the SIU, to the Special Investigating Unit, because these are criminal cases, especially because government is part and parcel responsible for non-performance. They are the ones that vetted these companies. They are the ones that went through the process of ensuring that they are valid enough to carry through these tenders and have the capacity to carry through the job. And when it isn't done, then there is no tangible consequence that emanates from people not showing up and utilizing the money that was spent already to deal with the issues, particularly with public infrastructure and public facilities. And then second to that, why is it that there still isn't no standardized pricing to this day in 2024? We can see that there are loopholes that are at our disposal in tendering processes, in pricing, and we still don't have a standardized pricing regulatory body that is able to regulate all these projects, particularly those that have issues with payment, delay of payments, and not being able to carry through projects because it requires a lot of money. There should be a regulatory body, and even if it is not at a national level, I think local municipalities and provinces should be capacitated enough to be able to oversee the work that they put their money in and ensure that they're not being taken for a ride. I think it's important that if there is no process such as this, that they must utilize their powers through legislative works in the provinces and ensure that these things are not repetitive concurrence. And lastly, Chairperson, and I mean, with particular focus to the court, Yasemamelodi, and the Teheto Primary School in Free State, Nohomuzea Primary School in Mpumalanga. I mean, there's numerous others. I think in some cases, it's so deplorable that it's schools for children with special needs. People are stealing money that is meant to give an education for children with special needs. There is no longer time to speak about what needs. We know what needs to be done. We know state capacity needs to be done. We know that standardized pricing needs to be done. We know that more oversight needs to be done. We know that criminal investigations should be done. Why are these people not being investigated for the crimes that they are committing? And lastly, the MEC in the Northern Cape, you know, I mean, it was a digression of some sort, but I think it's a very important direction in which she was taking us through on the issue of ownership of assets. And I think we should also look into the issue of land ownership on the part of government as well, because it's also problematic, this thing of renting properties for government facilities and government entities and government public services. And I mean, it's in some instances, it even causes very grave consequences, like in the Val, in the school in the Val, where they were unable to do transformation and construction services because the land was privately owned. And the owners, wherever they were sitting in their country, in the Netherlands, had put a stop to all of that, and government was tied, their hands were tied. So if we're going to problematize the land occupation programs of 2013, then we must primarily have a problem with land occupation as a whole. Then we must look at the disenfranchisement of Black people in 1913. We must look at disposition of land in 1936 with the Natives Land Act, Natives Trust Land Act of South Africa of 1936. If you're going to have a problem with people occupying land in 2013, 2015, and you want all of those efforts to be reversed, which were a response to colonialism, then you must have a problem with the land occupation of 1913. Otherwise, it's unprincipled and it validates the history of South Africa. There is, members must have manners.
Honourable Member,
And allow members.
you've had three lastlies already.
I can't teach
Your
members
question,
manners.
please, Honourable
You're
Member.
asking too much of me. I cannot do that. I cannot teach you manners. We allow you to speak, you engage, and you provide direction.
Yes, we are allowing
And
you
we're
to
also
speak,
doing the
Honourable
same.
Member. Your question, please.
Chairperson, it's what you're asking too much of me. I can't. So thank you so much, Chairperson, for protecting me. And I hope it won't happen again because we give you the opportunity to speak as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will limit all members to only two lastlies. Honourable Nue.
Thank you, Chair. Let me take a different direction on what has been discussed, linking to my earlier question to ministers. But thanks for the presentations by the premiers. They were very much informative. Chair, in 2019, when there was a pandemic, scientists came together to find a solution. And they did not ask whether you want it or not, but they found it as a solution to deal with the pandemic. Now, listening to presentations from ministers and to the MECs, there is one pandemic. Actually, there are more than 10. but they want to have different solutions to the same problem affecting the country. And there's no even indication whether the MEC is being used to address these problems or the executive councils. Now, I feel for the MECs, they're only 4 months in offices, but they can tell us about a host of problems. It means it's not theirs. We are dealing with the leaders. And we can't again come to this forum, talk about them, and then go home. It's not a solution. They will have told us there are different suggestions how they are going to be dealing with these problems, but the question is, are they new or they found them there? Now, whose accountability? They are new in those offices, but there are people who have been in those departments for more than 10 years. It's officials. What accountability are they taking in these problems that the MEC are presenting to us? What are we dealing with? Administrative or political issues? Is it a legislative problem or administrative problem that we are sitting here with this problem that we have been told about? So my suggestion, Chair, therefore, going forward, to cut it short, it says to me we need a dialogue whereby we will be diagnosing these problems. If communities in all provinces are disrupting projects, at the same time, the same communities demand service delivery, what is inside there? How do we deal with that problem? Are we only talking about it? If business forums are disrupting projects, the very same people who are accusing government not giving them work to do, what is inside there? How do we diagnose this and what solutions are we going to come with? So I'm saying we need to do something to address these individual problems. Now, Chair, the traditional leaders have been mentioned in different forms. One MEC says, we will give these buildings to traditional authorities to see to finish because we can't do with it. They've got budget, traditional leaders don't have budgets. But you want to give them a building that you can't maintain. Then the traditional leader says, for the material that will be coming to take from in our areas to fix the roads and so on, give us something. Then they say, no, they are demanding too much, we can't give them. And in this house, we don't have traditional house of traditional leaders to tell us and give us how are they relating and working with government as far as service delivery is concerned, or perhaps give us their side on what the MECs are saying, because we are talking about them, they're not here. And whether those challenges they gave them, did they ever consult with them and hear from the traditional leaders what is their problems? So, Chair, I think I will stop there, but my main problem, as it has been said by SALGA, that there is a need to call the engineers body, which will come with, I think, suggestions. As I said, scientists will give you a solution. So the engineers must give us answers why these contractors are failing to deliver, but they're continuing to milk money out of government and disappear, and we remain with a problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nue. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair, and I've requested that I'll be the last one because I'm going to ask questions to all MECs on behalf of everyone, even those who did not speak, who don't want to speak. I will ask questions on their behalf. So I don't know why Chair decided to give me a chance now, but thanks, Chair. My Chair was to say, Chair, let us welcome all the presentations from our honorable MECs from different provinces. The challenge is one, I think part of it, Honorable Nue covered me. Chair, we need to implement, as a matter of must, consequence management in all government systems. Otherwise, Chair, will be coming here administration after administration with the same problems.
without addressing them. Because most of our problems, Chair, emanate from within the system itself, before we can even talk about the service providers. People out there are taking advantage of government processes because of how we handle the business of government. That is the part that we must address as a matter of urgency. Lastly, Chair, one will propose that all inputs that were made today and presentations, Chair, we segment them as this House to enable us not only when we execute our next upcoming provincial week and oversight, but also the committees of this August House, when they go and do their work towards the end of October and beyond, we are able to flag on these issues, follow up on them, Chair, so that when we go to provinces, we don't go there just to conduct oversight, but also to demand the timelines, clear timelines, when this project is going to be completed. When we come back and report here as provinces, we have those clear timelines, Chair. That is my input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Let's move to Honorable Peter.
Enkosi Sihlalo wendlu. I will speak my language today. Sorry, sir. Thank you. Sihlalo wendlu, mandibulise ko MEC ndibulele into yokuba bazokwenza ipresentation enhle kangaka no minister xa kusondela ixesha basisondele kwi-province zabo. Mandibulele elo thuba. Bendizawuthi apha ko minister no premier. Nonke minister nithetha nge-extortion. Nithetha nge-mafia. Umbuzo wami uzawumuthi, the model of the government, present government, I promote the mafia. This model of this government doesn't promote this mafia style, doesn't promote the extortions, the tender system that is existing. This mafia style and this extortion is not a product of this model used by this government today. Sinqabela ukugxeka abantwana bethu bebulalana. Sibanika ukutya, singabaniki imiqathango oba okutya baza kutya njani. Now sinqamela ukugxeka abantu bezisokolela. Chair, ndifuna ukuthi the reason abantu babulalane phaya ezantsi, ii-tenders benefitwa ngabantu abanye. That's why kukho le protection ifunwa ngabanye kwaba kudala bebenefita. Now zonke ezi zinto ziza ne-tender system. Simply question, why singayeki le tender system kude kuqala ligazi lingaka? Why the tender system singayeki? Siyeke ukugxeka abantu. Bo minister xa sithetha apha thethani niyazi basihlala nabantu. Sanuthetha ingathi nifunda incwadi. Service delivery is not this presentation. It's not a lip service. Service delivery is to go down to the ground. My question is, why the present government not even to abolish this tender system? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Honorable Feni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also do the same, Chair. Greet all the members, even those that are on virtual. My Chair is to firstly accept and acknowledge the presentation made by the provinces. Indeed, we did requested these presentations. It is not because of these honorable members have nothing else to do, but we requested this presentation in order for us, when we're going out to this provincial week, as this house, we go there ready and prepared to engage so that we can bring solutions. Chair, I will also say to these honorable members that an invitation of committing crime must be rejected at all material times. It is very, very reckless and unfortunate that us as members, as legislatures, sometimes we get excited we just loosely, instead of trying to bring solutions to these challenges that have been highlighted in this presentation, but because we're given public platforms, we become excited and invite some challenges that we cannot be able to meet. For instance, Chair, on the question of land, I think I agree. I invite all the presenters just to highlight how far are they in terms of the title deed, because that's part of addressing the question of land ownership. Because once you have a title deed, that person is owning a piece of land. That land can be able to be utilized by that person in either way that it wants. The second part, Chair, there is an issue that have been raised here of the quality of work by these developing contractors. Part of those requirements is a regulatory certificate that shows that the sum of company of these constructors have been trained. You can mention the question of NHBRC, but at the same time, you discover that even though they have this necessary certification by these regulatory bodies, they still do this shady work, Then I want especially on human settlement, can we take in confidence as to what other measures are there in ensuring that with the necessary qualifications that are being shown by these companies that they do qualify? Because I won't follow that example of Honorable Nzimande, that wrong example of saying that a company will come to you and tell you that I can do the work. Politicians are not involved in procurement processes. It's not a good example. It must not be encouraged, but those who are showing the necessary requirements, how can they be assisted, or are there any mechanism in ensuring that they do meet the necessary standard so that we don't build and rebuild the same house that was rebuilt, because it's a lot of money that is being wasted. The other one, Chair, I want to check with SALGA. I fully agree with your submissions in terms of the steps that you followed, but what are you saying about those municipalities that have been under administrations for the past decade or so with no improvement, but still they are still under? I know your stance on that, but just to check in terms of the progress, because for us to come here and lament on being complacent, being given responsibilities, I don't think that is going to be, because we must go there, out there to those communities, give them confidence that they mandated us to do this particular work. The last part, Chair, to the home of the legends, Eastern Cape. I want to attest when the MEC have alluded that it's a construction site. I can attest to that, because there are very big roads that are being constructed there. You can see that it's truly a construction site. But the question that I'm having, how are they as we're moving forward in this seventh administration? How are they preparing themselves to overcome this challenge that is cutting across these provinces of these people do not want to work, but want to demand money instead of doing work? Is there any measures that they are putting in place so that, I think it cut across the provinces, so that when you start with these projects, we do not experience what we've experienced, especially in the sixth administration. And the Western Cape, I'm just a last question to the Western Cape. I saw that the MMC former MMC has been collaborating with the gangs to disrupt the government. No, that is not an issue of being arrested. But don't you feel, no, don't make a noise here. Don't you feel that it is a flag on your leadership, because we can't point fingers to no, but you must keep quiet, man, when I'm speaking. Nobody knows, you must respect me when I'm speaking, Chief. No, it doesn't matter, but you must keep quiet.
Your question, please, Honorable Feni.
No, Chair, please, can you protect me from that man that is making noise?
Your question, please, sir.
No, I won't keep quiet whilst I'm being disturbed there. That man must respect me when I'm speaking.
Is heckling, sir, heckling is permitted.
Point of order, Chair.
No, you must sit down, man.
Please take your seat, Honorable Feni. Yes, Mr. Badenhorst.
Chair, I rise on Rule 62. That honourable member can't call me Badenhorst or that man. He has to address me as honourable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That point is sustained. Honorable Feni, please continue and remember to show due respect to other members. Thank
Can I
you.
be allowed, the Chair, just to ask this last question, because I want to sit down. I'm not amused by standing here. Can I be allowed to speak, Chair? Thank you.
Please proceed.
Yes, Chair. Chair, I was asking a question to honorable member that make a presentation on behalf of the Western Cape on the question of the leadership that they are having. Doesn't bother him that it flags an issue on the leadership that they are having here, that they can, maybe it's not only the only person that is there, especially the executive, in the executive level. So can you just elaborate on that one? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Feni. We move on, Honorable Mkinga. Kinga.
Owami umbuzo, Chair, uya ku MEC wasePhondweni, the home of legends, the Eastern Cape. MEC, usixelele ngeeprojects eziye zablokwa nezi unblocked. Wasixelela into yoba uMthatha Airport ibudget 54 million. Start date izaba ngoNovember ngo-2024. Wathi projected completion, and the reason for delay is that the contractor terminated due to non-performance. The project is currently at award stage for replacement of contractor. Wathi eBishoy 1.6 billion izawuqala ngo-2024. Waxela into yoba kutheni yadelaya. Uthe the project start date has been shifting for the entire 6th term due to the lengthy and procurement approval processes for the PPP funding model that is to be utilized. Waphinda waya Mount Fletcher, wabiza budget, Mount Fletcher cluster offices. Wathi 60 million budget. Iqale ngo-April 2016. Andikaqiniseki into yoba izawugqitywa nini le project. Wathi reason ye-delay ithi the project never took off to construction in 2016-2017. The project was subsequently planned and budgeted to commence in 2024 and will implement through turnkey contractor database. Wahamba wayerhafa ekhaya eShaville Secondary School, 89 million. Start date 28 March 2018. Befana bayigqitywa ngoku nge-30 November 2024. Contractor suspended works due to outstanding variation orders exceeding the 20% threshold. Uzibizile ke MEC zayi-10 ezi projects. Usixelela into yokokuba zidelayiswe yintoni. Kodwa usixelelanga into yoba njema zi-unblocked ezi projects, into yokokuba yintoni eyohlukileyo eniza kuthi make sure into yokokuba this time around ezi projects zizawugqitywa ngoba abantu bethu bayazifuna ezi services. Ndifuna nje ubuza loo nto MEC, ndiphinde kwakhona owesibini umbuzo uthi uzibizile ezi project zingoo-billions zinemali ezinkulu. Khange utsho abantu bazawufumana njani imisebenzi. Khange utsho into yoba kule project izawuqalwa ngoNovember 2024 imisebenzi ezawuza nayo inga. Abantu bethu xana bebona into yokokuba usiza apho uzoxela thina bafuna ukuqonda ngoba abantu balambile. Njengoba ubona into yoba kukho nabantu abafuna i-protection fee, njengoba ii-learned colleagues zam apha bezisitsho into yokokuba eyona root cause yezi protection fee is because abantu abanamisebenzi. Kodwa xa nifumana i-chance yokuthi into yoba nibaxelele abantu into yoba nanga imisebenzi yeza nizayifumana ngedate ethile, yizani. Ndicela nizisebenzise ke MEC ezi platform into yoba nibaxelele abantu into yoba le project imalenga izaza nemisebenzi mingaphi, le misebenzi izawufumaneka njani. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, indeed, use your platforms wisely. That's why we have a provincial week next week, is to unpack the level of detail that you've been talking about. Honourable Nkonyana.
Chairperson, honourable members, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I've been sitting here, Chair and honourable members, from this morning. I thought I heard our leader of this house clearly when she delivered a keynote address as regards the purpose of this interaction. Quite correctly, Chair, as we have already indicated a few minutes ago, to prepare ourselves for a very, very important assignment of this honourable house next week. I don't know whether the ministers in the morning attracted the owners to evoke such a reaction from us in a way to try and ask them questions to account. Yet the whole exercise has been done with a view to empower us. Next week, they tell us what is exactly happening in our provinces, and we go there and check and call them and say, you told us on the 10th of September 2024, XYZ. But we're coming from there, we find ABC account. I rise therefore to ask a question which I think I'm also out of order. If in my legal nomenclature, I would say it is irrelevant because all of them, from the ministers, MECs, they did deliver what we expected them to deliver. Hence, I'm merely rising to give royal assent to what they have done, hopefully, a royal directive, honorable members, that we need to say thank you very much for what we have presented before us. We hope to see you in future. It is quite obvious, though, Chair, a rhetorical question, that there is a need, because some of them we know they've got a min-mec. But what I see, all of them, they do have similar challenges. But I have not heard how they can handle this together with a view to address their problems. If they had time, I would have asked them to ask this question, but because it's a difficult question, I don't want them to answer this question, but to go and consider the need of having identified their similar challenges, whether there is any need to meet all of you to deal decisively with the challenges that you are facing. Because we as parliamentarians, we are there to make sure that you succeed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Nonkonyana. And the last question of the day goes to Honourable Brits.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. When considering infrastructure in the Eastern Cape Province, I'm going to address my question especially to the MEC from the Eastern Cape. The Afrikaans nexum comes to mind. Dis in die hand en die mond val die pap op die grond. Now I think in isiXhosa and isiZulu there is the same saying. I'm not even going to try to translate that. Honourable MEC, what bothers me in your presentation today that you did not make any mention of the wastewater treatment works in Tsomo that started in 2018. It's a 100 million rand project. It's still incomplete, but the problem that I have with that project is sewage is spilling and is flowing into this Tsomo River, and local villages use the contaminated water for drinking and household purposes. You also didn't make mention of the 200 million rand project, the Sonyini off-channel dam near Port St. John's, which was supposed to serve 40 villages in deep rural Eastern Cape. And that is a matter of concern, and hopefully we can discuss that those specific to during the course of next week. While we were sitting here, Honourable MEC, the Minister, the National Minister, Dean McPherson, also made a statement where he addressed the Sarah Barton Centre of Remembrance in Hankey. And I've been driving this issue personally for many years. It started 11 years ago. Hundreds of million rands were spent there, and it's only 37% complete at this stage. The Honourable Simmers and the representative from SALGA addressed a very, very huge elephant in the room, and that is the contribution towards infrastructure and infrastructure development in this country by municipalities. Now, as we all know, that municipalities receive grants every year by means of the municipal infrastructure grant funding. Now, MEC in the Eastern Cape, for example, the largest district, the Sarah Bartman district municipality, receive only 6% of MEC funding. Now, the Sarah Bartman district municipality consists of Kouga, Kakama, Dr. Bayes Nodia, Sanders River Valley, Makana, Blue Crane Route, and Lambe local municipalities, of which some of these municipalities experience severe financial and severe delivery challenges and constraints. Now, my question to you, MEC, is what plans are in place to accelerate planning, rollout, and finalization of infrastructure projects and successful completion thereof in specifically that municipality? And then noting the current format of DWIF meetings, that's district-wide infrastructure forum meetings, restructuring of the format of these meetings should be considered to advance the object of earnest and honest feedback, and not grandstanding from local different municipalities and the sharing of best practices between them. Is restructuring of the reporting format of DWIF meetings being considered on provincial level? Lastly, MEC, I want to know, last year, your department introduced the RAS, or the risk assessment system, when it comes to reporting on infrastructure projects in the Eastern Cape. So far, can you cite any successes of the RAS,
And are all municipalities in the Eastern Cape complying with the RAs from your department? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brits. Honourable members, we now move to an opportunity for brief replies from the MECs. And I think we're going to do it as usual in alphabetical order. So if we can start, please, with the Eastern Cape MEC. You can there or where you are. It's your choice.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. And I think, firstly, in addressing, the question that was common to all of us as the MECs relating to the criminal elements that are creeping in on infrastructure development. And I think in responding to this, I think we ought to be very careful as the honorable members of the House that we don't come across as almost justifying why these criminal elements would come in, fully understanding the socio-economic situation, particularly for our province. Because where these criminal elements creep in, it has very little to do with them wanting to do work. It has very little to do with how the appointment of the contractor was, but rather it's people who want to benefit illegally, so demanding money for work that they have not done. And of course, there will be another discussion as far as the government tendering system and all of that it does. But I think one thing we can be clear is that this government and its systems do not promote and do not seek to provide a conducive environment for the construction mafia and all other such criminal elements. And in the province in particular, there has been a long program in terms of addressing some of these criminal elements with the visit recently by the Honorable Minister of Police and the task team, multidisciplinary task team that has been launched in the province. We are seeing the fruits of that work in what is now happening in Mthatha in trying to deal with those. And specifically for the Department of Public Works and the Department of Human Settlements, we can say now, from where we stand, we have been successful in getting 57 eviction orders on people who are occupying government buildings illegally. And of those, 36 of them, we are ready to effect and implement immediately. And this is only in the Mthatha OR Tambo area as part of the response on the work we've been doing in trying to curb the work of the construction mafias. And interestingly, presiding officer, is that in the Welisizwe bridges, in the work that we're doing in the province with the Welisizwe bridges, because there's that presence of the army there, you will never see any of these demands. You will never see any of these disruptions. And I don't want us to confuse the issue of the construction mafias with the absence of social facilitation that was not done properly. Because where social facilitation was not done properly, SMMEs local leadership have not been engaged and they would have grievances. When we go to them, they respond positively. But we can't be seen negotiating with criminals. We can't be sitting on the table with criminal elements who seek to sabotage the state through the acts of sabotaging service delivery, such as these ones. Then on the second issue, Chair, and I think we take the point of really sitting down with the MEC, and I'm sure the minister is going to take it to come with a common solution on the problems that are almost across the various provinces. And then on the question on the title deeds, the Department of Human Settlements in the province of the Eastern Cape, in last year, past financial year 23-24, we were successful in the issuance of over 8,072 title deeds, and we are planning on issuing over 8,200 title deeds, all in an effort of restoring the dignity of our people through the security of tenure. But coupled with that, the new approach we are launching in this financial year is the registration of the title deeds whilst the house is in progress, so that when we do the handover of the house, we will do so in 2 projects in this financial year. We hand over the keys of the house together with their title deeds. Then, Chair, part of the
quality of work and the support we've been providing to SMMEs. Part of the problems we are having with the SMMEs and in trying to use infrastructure delivery for the local economic development is that we are deliberate in supporting our SMMEs, particularly those that are in the province, provide space for them to get an opportunity to work for government. And part of that support is how do we ensure they have access to funding? How do we ensure that not only do have access to funding, but they are not exploited by the material supply delivery? And all of these things makes the government vulnerable to shady workmanship. It makes government vulnerable to contractors that will get work they don't have capacity to deliver. But one approach in the question of what is it that we are doing differently. One approach we've taken in trying to unblock projects and eliminate the risk of the blockages of those projects is the creation of the panel of contractors, particularly in the Department of Human Settlements, because the reason why the project, when the contractor abandons site, it moves to being blocked is because of the length of time it takes for you to procure and ensure that you have a contractor to take over that work. And as such, we have been able to say within 30 days, once the contractor abandons site or we terminate a contract, we can be able to replace that contractor in 30 days. And this also enables us to act without hesitation where we find that the contractor is not meeting the agreed timelines, because we won't fear going back to start the procurement processes afresh. But secondly, on what we are doing differently, I spoke earlier on to introduce some of the measures and mechanisms that the provincial government, but particularly the Department of Public Works and Human Infrastructure with Human Settlement has been implementing in playing closer oversight on our infrastructural projects. And this includes the Provincial Infrastructure Coordinating Platform. It includes the technical team that supports that committee. It includes the vigorous oversight we are doing through these committees. But secondly to that is the training, and this can't be undermined, the training and the alignment of our supply chain processes with the requirements of infrastructure. Then, Chair, I think the issue, and I did not mention, Honorable Member, the issue of Utsomo Dam in the Chris Hani District Municipality and the dam in the OR Tambo Local Municipality, because the projects I was deliberate to speak on are the blocked projects or the projects with challenges that we are implementing as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure together with Human Settlements. But yes, those infrastructural projects are being implemented in the province through the water service authorities, the Chris Hani District Municipality and the OR Tambo Municipality, together with the Department of Water and National Department of Water and Sanitation. And I think we'll take the point and concerns relating to the spillages to the dam that was raised by the member. And then the issue of Sarah Batman, which is implemented by the National Department of National Department of Public Works of the monument. And I think the minister, the deputy minister, had gone to the province, I think, in the past term in order to play oversight on that, and there were clear timeframes that were put in for that monument. Earlier on, the MEC spoke about the funding model that is used in our province. And I think Sarah Batman is falling victim of that. That in as much as it's one of the largest geographically in the province, but when it comes to the population size, and therefore, you find that though the need financially to receive support, the need for the support from both provincial and the national department, but you find that their equitable share is limited because of the population size of that municipality. We have, from the angle of the human settlement, have been supporting Sarah Batman municipality as far as unlocking some of their bulk challenges, because a great work of the investment that government is putting in Sarah Batman is then now blocked because of the non-availability of bulk infrastructure. And that's the work we are doing. We've had firm successes on the implementation of the RIS system, and that's why you find, if you follow the progress made by the Eastern Cape Cape Province in the last financial year of the sixth term. You're looking 23-24. As far as the infrastructure delivery and performance, you follow the amount of money. As you would know, the province at one point was almost synonymous with returning money back to the national fiscus. We've not returned any money from the provincial government because of the success of the system, and we'll forward to the member the specific rate in terms of the compliance by the district municipalities, and we're seeing better financial capabilities as far as the infrastructure projects by our district municipalities because of that system. And I think the specifics in terms of the compliance of it by our district municipality, we can always forward to the member. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Can I ask the Honourable Mans to come forward? While she's walking forward, I did note that my ability to ask questions is limited by the fact that I took the chair, but I did want to make the point that based on her criticism of our technology, perhaps Free State would consider a virement and a donation to the NCOP for the upgrading of our equipment. MEC Mans.
Thank you very much, Chair. Part of the question that were asked to the department or to the Free State Department of Public Works and Infrastructure was an issue about capacity, internal capacity. One, as I stand here, the department has about 38 engineers from different disciplines. We are also looking at a possibility of appointing about 8 professionals in as far as project managers are concerned, because part of the issues that we observed as challenges was a project manager responsible for 3 to 4 projects, whom will not be able to give much more focus on a single project. So as we navigate this journey of ensuring that we build capacity, the intention is to ensure that we have enough people internally who will be able to be focused on projects and ensure that the projects get finalized on time. And I can stand and affirm, Chair, that when I joined the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in 2023, in March, most of the projects were standing at 30%, 35%. But our vigorous oversight in terms of physically visiting sites and making sure that we interact with contractors, including workers on the ground, has been able to assist us to move these projects to 95% that we see today. Chair, budget allocation in as far as projects are concerned. Budgets are allocated to different departments, Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Sports and Arts and Culture, and so forth and so on. But as we implement these projects, we are given a responsibility to do the procurement process, but the budget still lies with a client department. That means our project managers, as much as they can sign off certificates for payment, they still lie at the Department of Education. I think when you come to the province next week, we will be able to demonstrate this particular factor, to say this is the amount that have been certified by the Department of Public Works, but education has not signed off. Health has not signed off. Therefore, contractors suffer the most because payments are delayed. Chair, I would also want to lobby this House to bring us back as Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to come and discuss rates and taxes on a separate matter. Rates and taxes owed by different government departments owed to Department of Public Works, but I don't think today it was a memo or the brief was focusing mainly on infrastructure development. Ready to take over the maintenance budget. In 2024, in the next 3 weeks, the Free State Department of Public Works and Infrastructure will appoint about 500 young people who will be able to be trained, or those who have already been trained as artisans. The intention is to ensure that we maintain our buildings. Gone are the days when a bulb must be fixed by a contractor. Gone are the days when general maintenance of painting, of carpentry, and so forth and so on must be done by a contractor. We must be able to build internal capacity, have artisans. We have started, in actual fact, in the province, we've been able to see that this particular process, it can be a success, and we've been able to do that particular work. How do we ensure that we transform the industry? In our new administration, the 7th administration, the department is moving towards an approach of having a separate supply chain process for construction alone. because we have noted that when you include it with goods and services, it actually delays processes.
MEC, won't you take your seat for a moment, please? Honorable Mkinga, I see your hand.
Chair, I just want to know what rule can I rise on to say that the MECs are not really answering questions?
There's no such rule, Honorable Mkinga. You have a week next week to interrogate this further. Let the MEC continue, please.
Should I proceed, Chair? Because I don't remember honorable member asking me a direct question, so I'm not sure what she's referring to. On issues on title deeds, in our budget vote in 2024-2025 financial year, we will be handing over about 1,600 title deeds to our people as part of land redistribution. So we are moving quite nicely in that particular space, Slalo. On issues pertaining to construction mafia, there's a difference. I think Honorable Mani indicated, I think she went deeper into the conversation around the difference between business forums and construction mafias. Business forums can be engaged, but construction mafia is something else. But we still insist, Slalo, that our focus or the form of interaction with society via social facilitation process is still the best way of doing things. Our people are able to take ownership of the projects. They're even able to safeguard the projects because they're happening in their own communities. So we are saying it must just be a formalized process because Sandral has formalized it, but in the built infrastructure, we have not formalized it. One of the things that communities are fighting about is the 1% that must go back to communities. Yes, in the road infrastructure, in the road industry, that particular aspect is taken care of, but in the build industry, it has not yet been formalized. I'm not sure if there are any other issues that I've left out on Volgefontein. On the Volgefontein, Chair, I would want, as members are going to the province next week, I would not want to mislead the House and give wrong details here, but rather will be able to respond to the Volgefontein in terms of the process, where it is, what happened, who approved what, when we are in the province next week, instead of me coming here and mislead the House. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. The House now recognizes MEC Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to start by indicating that I was asked basically two questions, one about the impact of illegal mining on possible risks that could happen in the rock formation underground. And then the question on use of technology. So I have two questions to talk to. But there was a general question asked also about consequence management, which was not necessarily directed to us. But I'd like to touch on all these issues in this way. Just that firstly, as a province, we would like to just make sure that we improve and build the Department of Infrastructure in the province and make it an implementing agent of choice for our client departments. And we believe that we have got a very huge responsibility to make sure that we deliver infrastructure in a manner that is based and enhances the principles of cooperative governance, intergovernmental relationship, partnerships, trust, working together with our client departments, also improving relationship with municipalities. That's the approach we'd like to take. And of course, based on that, just on the issue of technology, I would like to say to honorable members, I think many of the difficulties that honorable members and the challenges that we are talking to, we believe that in order to turn around the situation, we might have to look at some critical questions as food for thought. For example,
Will it be possible, honorable members, to provide leadership, to conduct consistent but also impactful oversight and also management without access to data and to information, without having facts and the truth just in the palm of our hands, as easy as it can be possible? Because if you just take our eight provinces here talking about being big, we know they refer to land mass, but Gauteng remain the shortest, the province with the smallest land mass, but the biggest economically. Even with us in Gauteng, honorable members, to travel to construction sites in the way that we are doing it currently is not efficient and effective. You can imagine other provinces having to travel to gather information on construction sites. How frequently can you do that? And that is why we will urge the House that it is important to, even on oversight, whether we shouldn't push and place more emphasis on digital platforms. The financial sector, the logistics, transport and logistics sector, the retail, all these sectors of the economy have moved to digital platforms. The construction and built environment is still stuck in the almost Stone Age methods of delivery. We are no longer building the Egyptian pyramids. We can't do it like that time. So our view as a province is that the House, even on doing oversight, access to data, frequency of data, accuracy, its integrity and reliability, it's what will help with consequence management of contractors, of engineering firms, cracking the networks of collusion and corruption syndicates. That you can only do with prompt, easy access, frequent, regular access to data. So that is why we believe that we need to shift and be able to make sure that we use, including the risks related to activities of criminality, illegal mining, what they are doing to underground rock formation. We need proper technology. We're in a climate of disasters, of change in climate and environment. We need to make sure that the way we deliver infrastructure is also aligned to the risks that we face in climate. So that is why for us, honorable members, and of course, to Honorable Modise, that when we say we are using technology, to ask us, so what are the risks that we are looking at? And I'd like to say to you that in this platform, which we hopefully will make available to Gauteng members in the House, is that we are managing the following risks. One of them is supply chain risks. Many of our projects take very long time to conclude. There is a bid evaluation committee, specification committee, adjudication committees. They take long to conclude. But also just the quality and access to information they use to make decisions. The infrastructure project, honorable members, cannot have an adverse or negative relationship with the type of data that we need. Projects requires predictability, stability, consistency in how we manage them. We can't run projects by instinct, by just reacting, information being haphazard falling from the sky. We need consistency in what we're doing. So one of the things we are managing is, for example, on the financials, if I were to just give an example, are the contractors experiencing cash flow difficulties? We can't know that thing after 3 months or a year that a contractor has been having problems. So we're tracking, is the contractor invoicing? Because a contractor who's not invoicing might actually be having issues. We're looking at issues of risk, scheduling of projects. We're looking at the status of projects. Will it be completed in time, within cost? And I've had less of emphasis in this House on quality. When all is said and done, communities sit with infrastructure, and that infrastructure has to be state of the art and of high quality. So that is why when we talk about our digital platforms here, we believe that they'll give us a single view of the truth, and we'll be able to empower oversight, leadership, and management, troubleshooting, and of course interventions based on accurate information, real life, available. Not the ones, Honorable Chair, where once in a time you call us, you get information when we appear before portfolio committees. Data to intervene in infrastructure projects should be easily available, easily accessible, anytime. Thank you very much. We remain the biggest province. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mamabolo. Let's move on to Honorable Rachwene, please.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Ke sa boa gape ke re kgotso ya Modimo e belele. In general, our road network has a total of about 872 bridges. And of these bridges, there is a backlog of 100 bridges that need maintenance and a backlog of 20 concrete bridges that need to be constructed as a matter of urgency. So the province then needs 400 million rand to deal with the whole backlog. On the khere monna gesho Honorable Mokwele, kwa gesho kwa ga mphatlele kwa mashite balla ka lerole, kwa mopane kwa zingi balla ka lerole, kwa Vembe kwa Madombicha balla ka lerole, kwa Thabazimbi kwa balla ka lerole gore le abagamo, le kwa ga Sekhukhune kwa ga Phahla kwa balla ka lerole ka baka la dikgerekgere. So we are currently using funding, Honorable Mokwele, for equitable share for the repairs and maintenance through the dikgerekgere, utilizing internal capacity from our 36 cost centers in the 5 districts given the dikgerekgere program. So the department now currently is finalizing the concept document on this important program. The costing in terms of mechanical breakdown, fuel and operators have been completed and submitted to the provincial treasury. And one thing about the dikgerekgere is that we are able to see exactly how much is the capacity of government. When we go to Waterberg, for example, we are using the yellow fleet from that district. For example, in Waterberg alone, we are having more than 40 graders and other yellow fleets that we've used there when we launched our dikgerekgere. So we are using internal staff to do the actual work on the ground. And one thing that we have noticed is that we have a lot of yellow fleet, but we are running short of operators. So that means in the meantime, we have to obviously create jobs for those operators. That is one of the priority of the ANC-led government of creating jobs. So we'll have to hire those operators in order for them to operate those yellow fleets. So, Honorable Ndlovu, we have a sporadic incident of construction mafias, as I've indicated earlier on. Yes, traditional leaders as an institution are playing a key role in assisting government to access their areas and ensure that we deliver coordinated services. In our province, it was a decision that was taken in our ESCO that in whatever we're doing, re swantse re include maparanko ya rena, magoshi ya rena, because Limpopo is a rural province. Hence, we got 73%. Why? Because we had blessings from our traditional leaders, the ones that have formed this gigantic movement called the African National Congress in 1912.
So Mabarangwe are a key stakeholder, and as we all know, our liberation movement has been founded by, among other leaders, traditional leaders, as I already alluded. On the inquiry you brought, Honorable Ndlovu, about a specific road in your area in Tabazimbi. We will dispatch a team to conduct assessment, and we should be able to look into it and intervene accordingly. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ratshwene. The MEC from Mpumalanga, still
Not
connected, is it MEC Tomo?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very much short. I think some of the issues have been covered by my counterparts, particularly the MEC for the Free State province, especially as it relates to the delay of payments. We are just the implementing agent, and ours is just to facilitate the procurement processes as it has been indicated. So we are experiencing non-payments from the sister department, particularly, if I can make an example, currently with the Department of Education here in Mpumalanga, we have unpaid invoices, which amounts to 53. Department of Health are around 81. So it's those problems that we are, or that particular predicament actually making us not to be able to move in some of this, not controlling the budget as it has been indicated by the MEC for Free State. The Honorable Boshoff have asked a question with regards to termination of some of these contractors. We do terminations where we think is feasible, but we can't terminate a contractor towards the end of the project. If the project is on 98% and we experience a non-performance, we rather opt into entering into a session with a new contractor than to terminate altogether, because that is quite expensive for us. Honorable Sibande asked about whether we do have any monitoring tool of our project. Yes, we do. Although it is not digitalized as a Gauteng and the Northern Cape, but we do have, we are reliant on the project management unit that is keeping track of the projects, and we get the reports, but we also do oversights on our own as the department. There has been a question by Honorable Boshoff with regards to the current budget, which we have on roads. We are currently having 2.2 billion as our budget for roads in the province of Mpumalanga, which is inclusive of the PRMG grant. So there has never been budget cuts. This is one budget which we have been getting from the fiscals of the province. However, I must indicate that this budget is not sufficient to deal with all the problems that we're confronted with as a province, especially as it relates to road infrastructure. You will know, Honorable Boshoff, more than myself, that the province is it's having quite a number of issues, especially as it relates to roads. That is why we have extended an invitation to the private sector. We met with mines, and some of the mines are coming on board to assist us with some problems. You've spoke about monies that were returned to the fiscals of Treasury, which amounts to 200 and something million in the previous financial year. I must indicate that money that was allocated to the Department of Public Works, Road and Transport in implementing projects of education was exhausted. The Department of Education was using 3 entities, which is ourselves internally, DPSA and IDT, which were implementing projects. But money that was allocated to the Public Works Department in Mpumalanga was exhausted, and we managed to spend it 100%. So that probably could relate or be attributed to money that was unspent by DBSA and IDT. You also indicated, or rather raised a question with regards to our plans on road, and the road that leads to that start from Lightenburg to Belfast. This one road, it's one of the roads that we have transferred to SANRAL, or rather in discussions with SANRAL to take it over, because we have made our assessment and SANRAL has made their own assessment. And I can tell you now that this road is costing around $1 billion, so which is money that we do not have. So we're still awaiting for SANRAL to indicate as to whether they are going to be able to take this road on our behalf, but we're still also engaging with surrounding mines to take over this road, as you have indicated. But we are having a meeting with yourself, as you have written to myself, that you want to have an engagement with some of the state of our roads sometime next week or in the next coming 2 weeks. I can't agree with yourself. I can't agree more with yourself, Honorable Chirwa. Non-performance of contractors and crime investigations. I have decided to, in the department, institute or rather commission some investigation, especially as it relates to non-completion of projects. Because my take is a take as similar to yours, that some of these problems that we have relates to internal problems that we are experiencing in the department through the administration, as one of the honorable members has indicated. Our failure to implement consequence management has led to some of these challenges that we are confronted to. Thank you very much. I think I've answered all the questions that were directed to the province of Mpumalanga, particularly to the department. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, MEC. Let's move on to Honorable Makatong.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me welcome the inputs made by the honorable members. The first question was around the Boegoeberg and whether the rerouting of the trucks that ferries minerals can be rerouted to the Boegoeberg. That's exactly the main reason why the development of the Boegoeberg port. But if you listen to the plans of the Department of Transport, which for me is a bit nice, is because it identifies the need to synergize the programs, and it works good for the Northern Cape. I indicated earlier, we cannot afford, there can never be any self-respecting government that will allow the situation to continue as it is, not only along the R31, but where you just build infrastructure and we just neglect the infrastructure and not maintain it. So I think we are at a point where that realization, we all have come to that realization. And one of the reasons why we even transferred some of these roads to SANRAL was precisely because we could see from the funding processes of the National Department of Transport that their focus on how they fund it, SANRAL, is quite different on how they empower provinces and so on. So for now, it did not even affect our allocation, and we hope it stays that way. Chair, there was also an issue around the okay, I'm not going to respond to the non-payment issues. I think my colleagues have adequately addressed the issue. But there was an issue around whether there are plans to leverage on the expenditure or that we invest on infrastructure to build enterprises to be able to even supply the material that we need. I hope and I want to believe all of us as roads and as public works or infrastructure departments, as a mandate from the National Department of Transport, we have got the responsibility within our mandate to empower businesses. So in roads and public works in the Northern Cape, we've got an enterprise development as an indicator in our plan. So I have to report to the minister on a quarterly basis how I empower enterprises through the different funding mechanisms. So we also have got a joint program with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism in just how roads and public works contributes. All other departments are expected to contribute in the same way because enterprise development is a cross-cutting mandate. Chair, I wanted to respond to the issue where I'm getting a sense some of the honorable members want us to go back and whilst we acknowledge the injustices of the past, of the skew development, even that at this age and era, we would want to condone people that illegally occupy land and government buildings. Two wrongs have never made a right. So we cannot sit in an august house and begin to advocate for such processes.
Point of
In
order,
the Northern
Chairperson.
Cape, in the Northern Cape, it will never happen. We will treat them as illegal occupants
Point of
and
order,
they will have to
Chairperson.
face the might of the law.
MEC, would you mind taking your seat?
Okay.
Your point of order, Honorable Chair.
I thank you so much. I think the MEC is mistaken. We were responding to the DA member there who was speaking about land occupations. I think
I'm not sure that that's
she
the point
caught us
of
up that
order.
was not meant for her. We don't condone criminality, but we do want land to be brought back. We want our land back, and I think that is
Thank you,
something that you should
Honourable
also be
Member. That's
advocating
not a
for,
point of order.
MEC, because sikhulumile
You
sazwana.
can take your seat on.
Ngendaba yokuthi lento yokuthi ni rent ama buildings ayilunganga manje soyasijikela manje because and besingakhulumi nani besikhuluma nalo emuva
That's
ngale
not a point of order.
othi indaba ye 2013 is a problem sithi no, if you want to hate land occupation, let's go back to the land occupation of 19 and
Honourable
hate
Member.
them equally.
You may not
Yeah, even
do as you please in
thank you
this
so
house.
much.
Please take your seat. Thank you. MEC, please continue.
I saw the need to respond, and I'm going to stick to the need for me to continue to say two wrongs do not make a right. Maybe I must just give this one example of what happened in the Northern Cape, and that prompted my response. That in the Northern Cape, an honorable member from a certain political party decides to just invade and occupy a government building and thinks that nothing will happen to them. Not in the Northern Cape, whilst we are watching. Honorable Chair, there's one critical issue that was raised around the MECs, and my colleagues seated here today, we all are so thirsty for that MEC of the 7th administration, and we hope that when we have that MEC with the ministers, that we will be able to discuss these things. Maybe with the next sitting honorable member, we might come to the NCOP with a consolidated approach on how all of us would have planned to deal with these matters. Let me lastly, I don't know whether I am being misconstrued, but in my input, I did not refer to traditional leaders as extortionists. That's not what I did. I'm going to repeat what I said. I said in the Northern Cape, we're experiencing a new trend now, where traditional structures, which does not necessarily, not most of them, are being led by traditional leaders or chiefs. Because in some instances, you'll have a committee of headmen or a council in a village who would want to take advantage because maybe the chief or whoever is paramount is not there. But I want to put it on record that the input was not meant to in any way suggest that traditional leaders, for that matter, are extortionists. But we will nip it in the bud, Honorable Chair, that when we get into an area, and let me make this an example, because I think it's important that we distinguish between the two, that there are projects that we implement with our internal capacity. Where you have to blade a road, you will have to have some sand or whatever material that you'll have to use. And that's where communities sometimes want to take chances and want to charge government. Because the question becomes, if you expect government to pay and to pay for a service that is meant to benefit you, how do we do that? But there are instances where when you appoint a contractor, remember that contractor when they get appointed, there must have been in their bill of quantities material that they would have charged for. And if a certain material in any area is conducive for them to use as they execute this project, we do expect them to compensate or have an understanding on how communities are going to benefit. Because in their bill of quantities, they would have made provision for that material. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC Makatong. MEC Mokua.
No, thank you very much, Chair of the session. I think if I'm not mistaken, there's an issue of the
traditional authority that I think the member did not understand. We didn't say we are giving them infrastructure. We said if we have an infrastructure that we are not using and it is located within the village, and the traditional authority might identify it to use it for one reason or the other, we maintain the structure itself, but then we allow so that it should not be vandalized, that they can take it for us to make sure that they maintain the status. So I think there I was not understood. And the other issue that I think I should clarify, I want to state it here in the sitting today to say the question of the construction mafia in Northwest is almost as good as being dealt with, because thus far, those that tend to disrupt the bidding, thus far, we are sitting with 4 court interdicts, and the last court interdict has helped us because those that were interdicted assisted in telling their friends to say, we think that we must change the way in which we are doing things. And I think it is also important to emphasize that the tribal authority, by the way, they have vouched to support the Department of Public Works in making sure that our road construction is not disturbed. And also the municipalities, there's a close cooperation with them. So the issue of holding the construction of the road in Northwest, I don't want to ring a bell now, but it is an issue that is well managed and well taken care of. I think those were the 2 issues that Northwest had to clarify itself on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC Mokua. Minister Simmers.
Thank you very much, House Chair. By my count, I got 3 questions and 2 comments, but I think all relates to the subject. I'll stick to the questions, not the comments. Honorable Badenhorst, indeed, you asked, given the floods which we had in 2023 and in 2024, did we get any funding in terms of disaster funding, given that this week, the 3rd disaster declaration was actually issued to our province? And the answer is no, we got 0 funds. The risk or the damage assessment for our roads network, which excludes the municipal roads impacted, Honorable House Chair, is 1.850 billion rand. Provincial Treasury earlier this year gave us 350 million rand from own provincial funding, which means there's still a shortfall of just over 1.5 billion rand. So as much as I welcome the disaster declaration and the 3rd one again now, there's no money emanating from these disaster declarations, which places massive strain on our ability to actually deliver on our routine maintenance program through our roads branch in the Western Cape. The Honourable Member further asks, in terms of how do we seek to accelerate in the Western Cape, given its reality that various budgets are being cut in terms of grants through to my specific portfolio. And in my report to the NCOP, Honourable House Chairperson, I did indicate that 2 weeks ago, our provincial cabinet approved what we call the alternative financing for provincial infrastructure pipeline, which is a blended finance model, which has the backing of our provincial treasury. And I think once you come on your visit week, that might be something to touch on because it's quite unique to the Western Cape. And later on in this year, we will be announcing which projects will be funded through this specific funding stream as well. Honourable House Chair, then a question from, I think it's Honourable Nzamande, if I'm not mistaken, there at the back. Trying to question why these so-called business forums do what they do. And I just need to answer the member, given that he comes from the province that's the birthplace of the so-called business forums, which is actually just professional name for professional extortionist. So, Honourable House Chair, and I'll use our own province as an example, where legitimate SMMEs who are on our central database and linked to the national database actually do get legal tenders through the state. And just for this financial year, Honourable Member, my department has issued a total of 9,099 tenders up until last week. 7,505 of those tenders are actually to SMMEs. 1,511 of those tenders are to women-owned companies. 6,690 of those tenders are to black-owned companies, legitimate black-owned companies, not fronts. 521 of those tenders are to youth-owned companies and 53 to persons with disability. Those are the facts. So do not say that the state in any sphere of government does not empower our people. It's people that legitimately seek to access those opportunities. Then the final question I need to answer to is Honorable Fani at the back. Again, Honorable Chairperson, I believe he hails, and one of my colleagues said the birthplace of giants. I think I wish to expand on the birthplace of giants. His home province is also the birthplace of the entrepreneurs, to be quite frank. Honorable Fani, you did refer to a specific matter which is covered by the media at the moment. And through a governance lens, once the Hawks raided the now former councillor of the City of Cape Town's office, within a matter of days, that councillor was removed as an MMC of Human Settlements in the City of Cape Town. Further, within a matter of months, the party actually suspended him from all party political activity. And why do I say this? If you, as the House, specifically to your province, Honourable House Chair, through you, can indicate how many councillors that are fingered and senior members of the previous parliament are fingered in the Zondo Commission, how many of you actually done what we've done to our own? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Simmers. I think Mr. Nzimandi has felt the pain of sitting in a seat that's allocated to a different province. So if he'd been sitting in his own chair, he would have maybe not received that. The final response will now come from SALGA. If we can have SALGA to the podium, please. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much, Chair. There were two questions that were directed to SALGA. I will club the two questions which were about governance. Let me try to find the correct word to put across what I want to convey. When we say as SALGA, local government is everybody's business, we are saying that at the backdrop that governance is such a complex situation. It requires all of us to be involved. Because what SALGA does, SALGA deals with the end product of the process. The public representatives that we have at a local government level are not elected by SALGA. They are elected by communities, they are sent by political parties. SALGA deals with the end product. So what do we do with the end product? We come up with programs that are upskilling the resource that we have. So that's why we implore everybody to take local government serious. We must be able to identify competent individuals that are going to partake at a local government level, because local government is the most regulated sphere of government. So if you are going to deploy people that are going to be found wanting, we are going to continue to be confronted with the sins of the incumbent. So we are really calling out to all the political parties, to communities, that society is evolving. We need to adapt with current situations. So if we don't adapt, we are stagnant as individuals. We won't be able to respond to the needs of our people. Let me put it this, Chair. COGTA is the custodian of local government. So we have just had the interaction with COGTA to say this component of cooperative governance must come to the fore, because COGTA has the authority to coordinate all the ministries at a national level to interface with local government. So that role must come to the fore. So what do we do with municipalities that year in, year out receive qualified audits, some disclaimers? I mean, the Auditor General has just released a report. I'm sure, honorable members, you have received that report. It's very scary. It's very scary. It means that we need to turn the tide at a local government level. So we have actually demonstrated in few departments, I think when we were presenting the collaborations between SALGA and human settlement, we demonstrated that if we can utilize some of the tools that we have at our disposal, in terms of the legislations, pieces of legislations that we have, human settlement, for an example, when we sat at MINMEC, they were telling us that we've got problems in terms of the business plans that are coming from municipalities. We said, okay, we have these problems. So what do? Let's invoke Section 154, unleash your human resource support so that you work with the municipalities and then you show the municipalities what you want so that this business plan can meet the minimum requirements. Hence, we were reporting here that that exercise has resulted to a situation that where the minister signed all the business plans on time. And I made an example about some of the MECs that were cooperating when we were doing that exercise. So if we can do that across, I'm sure we can be able to turn the tide at a local government level. On the issue of the road maintenance vis-a-vis the rail revitalization, they are both important because this infrastructure is an infrastructure that benefits municipalities because we are still sitting with a piece of legislation in 2024, which made serious assumptions in 1998 that 90% of the revenue of municipalities will come in the form of rates and tariffs. But if you look across the country, most municipalities are struggling in terms of the revenue base. Therefore, we need to review the white paper on local government of 1998. Hence, we were thrilled when we heard the president focusing especially on the interventions in local government. So we are very excited as SALGA. We are saying that NCOP must work with us. We will always be available to come and report on the work that we are doing. We support, we advocate, we lobby for the interest of municipalities. But we cannot prescribe for political parties how to identify public representatives at a local government. In closing, we must appoint competent public officials at a local government level. Because part of the problem that we are confronted with at a local government level is that critical vacancies are the problem. In terms of the new reforms, we just amended now the Municipal Structures Act, which also gave speakers more role in terms of coordinating councils. Mayors now are going to be responsible for accountability because in some instances, the accountability ecosystem is a problem. So it takes me back to a situation where one has to think about the theories of governance. There are two that are very important to me, the pet theory system and also the redundant system. Because the redundant system, in the event where everything fails, other spheres supposed to play the oversight role. Like there are reports, the internal reports in municipalities, Section 71, Section 72 reports of the municipalities that's supposed to be scrutinized by councils. Also the provincial treasuries, they've got a role to play because there are red flags already. They're supposed to be something that is ticking. There is a problem in this municipality. So let us not leave things for the last minute. So let's work together. Let's make sure that we support local government. And then I think we will achieve our desired goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those cogent inputs. Honourable members, as we draw to the end of a long day, I now invite the Chief Whip to give us his final remarks for the day. Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair of Committees, to the Chair of the NCOP, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, esteemed MECs and special delegates. the leadership and representative of the local government, honorable members, once again, our deliberations today in this ministerial briefing of public infrastructure is a testimony of the significance of this innovative oversight platform that is created to unlock the challenges facing the timely delivery of public infrastructure to our communities. Indeed, bringing the three spheres of our system of democratic governance to discuss the state of our public infrastructure, identifying challenges and recommending concrete measures cannot be overemphasized. Honorable members, this is critically so against the backdrop of public infrastructure as a shared critical function among the three spheres of our government, thus placing the NCOP at the cutting edge of transformation and service delivery. Indeed, the 2011 diagnostic report of the National Planning Commission identifies three areas that needs more emphasis: the issue of fragmented planning, poor policy coordination, and lack of integration between the three spheres of government remain one of the critical challenges of governance since 1994. And therefore, the NCOP, as correctly captured by a former president, Thabo Mbeki, is quite critical in terms of ensuring that this coordination is restored. Because in terms of the former president, the National Council of Province is the only legislative chamber with the oversight mandate that straddles across three spheres of our system. So therefore, critical to the work that we do is the test whether performance of our oversight will be able to confront the issues of fragmentation, the issue of lack of integration, and the issue of poor policy coordination. Honorable House Chair, the various presentations and speeches made today indeed will serve as a critical source of data for the permanent delegates to scrutinize and ask critical questions about the state of infrastructure in the coming week during NCOP Provincial Week. Not in many words, the participants in this briefing has made it loud and clear that this Provincial Week should not be business as usual, but outcome-based to push back the bottlenecks that stand in the way of public infrastructure maintenance and delivery. Critical and burning challenges that are internal and external were raised, and amongst them construction mafia, the hijacking and illegal occupation of public infrastructure, the pricing structure of the construction materials, and the persistence of disruptive weather conditions that delays construction of projects. These are the areas that are quite prominent in most of the presentations that were made. And therefore, it becomes important that as we engage with our provinces, we need to pay much attention to these areas. Precisely by virtue of the fact that as part of outcome-based oversight planning, the reports that were presented here today will be consolidated following the provincial week's visit. But more than that, the expectation is that at the level of the MEC, at the level of select committee, even at the level of the treasury, we have to make sure that these projects are closed. Because as the president has declared to convert our country into a construction site, this legacy bottlenecks has to be closed so that we start or launch our construction site on a clean slate. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, allow me to express our profound appreciation to ministers that were present here today, our MECs and representative of SALGA for empowering us with such detailed information that will enhance our work as we embark on the 2024 Provincial Week, which is scheduled next week between the 16th and the 22nd of September. We are equally grateful to all members of the council for their rigorous manner in which they engage with various participation and presentations. Thank you and safe journey back home for those that are traveling. Ke a leboga, Modulasetulo.
Thank you, Honorable Moimang. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to a close for the day. I'd like to echo the thanks from the Chief Whip to the Ministers, Deputy Minister, MECs, and to all members who participated. Until we meet again on Thursday, that closes the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Recording stopped.
Okay.